The first Tianqian World Cultivators Conference finally convened in Black Dragon City. On the day of the conference, countless cultivators arrived on the outskirts of Black Dragon City, with the leaders of all factions heading towards Black Dragon City. Lu Chen's purpose in calling this meeting was quite simple: to establish rules for those cultivators and to let them know who would dictate the future of Tianqian World. The cultivators of Misty World had no right to speak at this conference. They could only sit in the hall and unilaterally listen to the rules set forth by the Daxia dynasty. After informing the cultivators of the laws they were to follow, Lu Chen addressed the cultivators in the Great Hall. For righteous cultivators, the rules of established are easy to abide by. I hope you will remember the ordinances that cultivators must comply with and not commit acts that you will regret. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the cultivators in the Great Hall immediately said in unison, "We will remember your Majesty's decrees." As the voices of the cultivators fell, Lu Chen continued, "Additionally, should anyone wish to leave Black Dragon County and enter other counties of the Daxia dynasty, barring special circumstances, I can offer you an opportunity. As long as you join the army of the Daxia dynasty and become citizens of the Daxia dynasty, you may freely come and go from other counties." Hearing this, the cultivators in the Great Hall looked at each other, and they instantly understood Lu Chen's intent. He wished to recruit these cultivators to put the Misty World's cultivators to use for him. Seeing that the cultivators in the hall did not speak, Lu Chen continued, "I will not make it difficult for you. If you are willing to join Daxia's army, there will be other benefits as well, such as spirit rice." At this juncture, Lu Chen raised his hand with a gesture, and a handful of spirit rice was tossed into the middle of the hall, hovering there and radiating dense life spiritual power. Feeling the pure life spiritual power emanating from the spirit rice, all the cultivators in the hall had their eyes light up. They had not expected to see spirit rice in this lower realm. Moreover, judging by the rich spiritual power released from the spirit rice, it was at least high-quality spirit rice. Consuming some of it would undoubtedly be a great help to their cultivation. However, clearly, this item was not free. In a low-level world like this, spirit rice of such quality was even more precious. At this time, Lu Chen continued, "The army of the Daxia dynasty regularly consumes spirit rice, and every 6 months, the Daxia dynasty will also award a generous amount of spirit rice to well-performing soldiers. Of course, that is just one benefit of joining the Daxia army. There are other benefits, which you will find out once you've joined." With that said, Lu Chen waved his hand, and the spirit rice in the air divided into countless portions, flying towards the cultivators in the hall. "Consider this a gift from myself. Although it was no more than 1 or 2 ounces of spirit rice, consuming it would at the very least allow them to advance by a small realm." The cultivators hurriedly collected the spirit rice floating in the air, and then they unanimously thanked Lu Chen with a bow. "Thank you for your Majesty's gracious gift." Lu Chen then stood up and said, "Good, the first cultivators conference comes to an end here. From now on, I will come to Black Dragon City to hold the cultivators conference annually. Should you have any suggestions, you may submit them to me." Hearing this, the cultivators in the Great Hall looked at each other again, instantly understanding the reason behind Lu Chen's actions. The Sum Emperor's annual presiding over the cultivators conference signified his complete control over all cultivation forces. Henceforth, all forces must obey him and the Daxia dynasty. Anyone who dared not attend the conference would be equivalent to committing treason. The Sum Emperor took this approach also to signal to all Tianqian World's cultivators that there were no places beyond the law within the Daxia dynasty. Even if the cultivators stayed in Black Dragon County without traveling to other areas of the Daxia dynasty, they were still directly governed by the Daxia dynasty. Although the cultivators felt some discomfort at heart, they had no choice. They had already witnessed Lu Chen's strength, and moreover, with a host of Genesis Realm cultivators by Lu Chen's side, aside from the 10,000 Immortal Sect, the other forces of Misty World combined were no match for the Daxia dynasty. Submitting to the Sum Emperor was their only option now. Lu Chen had finished speaking and turned to leave the side hall. The cultivators in the main hall immediately paid their respects. "We bid farewell to your Majesty." After Lu Chen left, the main hall instantly erupted into chatter, becoming as lively as a marketplace. "Alas, I never imagined that we would one day be subsumed under the rule of a dynasty. Yes, I still remember when I first wanted to cultivate. It was to escape the mundane world, but in the end, I've come full circle. In cultivation, what one cultivates is the heart. As long as there is abundant spiritual energy, it doesn't matter where one cultivates, there's nothing bad about it. Do you guys want to join the Daxia army? This spirit rice obviously looks top notch. You know, I actually do want to join the Daxia army. The Sum Emperor looks like he's the saint heir of some great sect. Following him, we'll surely get access to more cultivation resources. Listening to the discussions of the cultivators in the main hall, Su Hanyan looked at the handful of spirit rice in her hand and sighed softly in her heart. The cultivators' conference had ended, and it was time for her to proactively engage in a transaction with Lu Chen. With this thought, Su Hanyan walked out of the main hall, and as she did, a maid came up to her. Sect Master Su, His Majesty summons you, please follow this servant. Su Hanyan said indifferently, all right. Following the maid's lead, Su Hanyan arrived at a sleeping chamber in the rear courtyard of the Black Dragon Empire Palace. Wu Junwan and Li Qingru were in the palace, both dressed in bright red palace attire, seated on golden silk carpets in the main hall. Upon seeing Su Hanyan's arrival, they immediately stood up and approached her in greeting. Honored Master, you've arrived. Seeing her two direct disciples, Su Hanyan's emotions were complex. After all, she was their honored master, yet in the end, she had to attend to a man alongside them. She wondered if Lu Chen would ultimately keep his promise and release her two disciples. Su Hanyan then asked, Junwan, Qingru, why are you here as well? His Majesty said he had matters to attend to and asked us to chat first. Hearing this, Su Hanyan thought to herself, could it be that Lu Chen is reminding her that her two disciples are here, suggesting that if she wants to save them, she must resign herself to becoming his woman tonight? While Su Hanyan was lost in thought, Li Qingru asked, Honored Master, have you decided? Su Hanyan responded calmly, the misty world is gradually collapsing. Even if I wanted to escape, there would be nowhere to go. For His Majesty to admire my frail body is an honor for me. I hope His Majesty will not find me disagreeable. Hearing Su Hanyan's words, Wu Junwan and Li Qingru couldn't help feeling a sense of desolation. Clearly, Su Hanyan was forced by Lu Chen's overbearing power and thus had no choice but to agree to become his woman. Su Hanyan then glanced at her two direct disciples and said, let's not talk about this anymore. You should tell me about His Majesty's matters instead. Lu Chen had given Su Hanyan ample time to mentally prepare himself. After the cultivators' conference, he could have directly taken action against Su Hanyan, but he hadn't. Instead, he let Su Hanyan meet Li Qingru and Wu Junwan. Through Wu Junwan and Li Qingru, Su Hanyan came to understand Lu Chen even better. Of course, she still felt that Lu Chen's kindness towards his wives was all an act. The purpose was to make them willing to become the people who would shield him from tribulations in the future, or perhaps sacrifices for certain great ways. At this moment, Li Qingru seemed to think of something and then said to Su Hanyan, Honored Master, I have a cultivation technique here that you might find useful tonight. Su Hanyan asked curiously, what cultivation technique? Li Qingru replied, mysterious female technique. Hearing Li Qingru's answer, Su Hanyan was curious. Mysterious female technique. What was this technique and what was its purpose? Why might she need to use it tonight? While Su Hanyan was puzzled, Li Qingru immediately gathered the technique into a strand of divine sense and imparted it to Su Hanyan. As Li Qingru's strand of divine sense passed through the three petal-shaped ornaments on Su Hanyan's forehead and entered her brain, Su Hanyan received all the contents of the mysterious female technique. Su Hanyan's beautiful eyes slightly closed as she sensed the contents of the mysterious female technique. Having sensed the uniqueness of the mysterious female technique, Su Hanyan was momentarily stunned. The technique was likely a heavenly-level cultivation skill. Su Hanyan immediately opened her eyes and looked at Li Qingru, asking, Qingru, where did you obtain this technique? Li Qingru was just a native of a lower world, she couldn't possibly possess a heavenly-level cultivation skill. Indeed, even if Li Qingru didn't say, Su Hanyan had already guessed where this technique had come from. Li Qingru replied, this is a technique Lu Chen imparted to his wives, just like the rejuvenation technique, all his wives know it. In her mind, Su Hanyan thought, indeed, it was imparted by Lu Chen. However, this was normal. Lu Chen, a man who possessed a heavenly rank immortal boat, having several heavenly level cultivation skills was naturally not surprising. Not to mention heavenly level skills, it wouldn't be odd for him to share a saint grade skill. At that point, Su Hanyan closed her eyes again and began to circulate the spiritual energy within her body, attempting to cultivate the mysterious female technique. She didn't know if it was because it was her first time cultivating the mysterious female technique, but Su Hanyan immediately felt her circulation of spiritual power become much smoother and her entire body felt very relaxed. However, moments later, she felt something was odd about the technique. She felt her body becoming somewhat agitated, always feeling like something was missing. Su Hanyan then stopped circulating the mysterious female technique and opened her eyes to look at Li Qinru, saying, "Strange, this technique seems to be missing something." Li Qinru remained silent while Wu Junwan said from the side, "Honored master, this technique is best cultivated with a Taoist couple during dual cultivation." This. Su Hanyan was slightly startled. Now she understood why Li Qinru said she might need this technique tonight. She might lose her chastity tonight, and perhaps Li Qinru wanted to distract her by giving her this technique. When Lu Chen would really do that to her, she would cultivate the mysterious female technique as a distraction, which could also enhance her cultivation state. Understanding Li Qinru's kind intentions, Su Hanyan smiled slightly. "Qinru, thank you." With this cultivation technique, each time Lu Chen possessed her, she could treat it as cultivation practice. This way, her unease was reduced. The key was that this cultivation technique significantly boosted her cultivation state and helped her become stronger quickly. Su Hanyan thought to herself, with this technique, it was uncertain who would be using whom in the future. For a moment, Su Hanyan suddenly felt that losing her virginity to Lu Chen was no big deal. In fact, she might even be taking advantage. As long as she could escape from Lu Chen's side when he needed her as a sacrifice, there would be no problem. Just then, Wu Junwan spoke up. "Honored master, perhaps you could inform the elder of the Misty Immortal sect first that you plan to seclude yourself in the Imperial Palace, and it might take you a month before you can return." Upon hearing this, Su Hanyan was stunned for a second. "A month?" Su Hanyan asked in confusion, "Why is that?" Li Qinru said, "Because for the next half a month, or perhaps even a month, you may not be able to leave the Imperial Palace." Li Qinru's words were somewhat understated, but Su Hanyan still didn't understand and asked again, "Could it be that the Sum Emperor intends to imprison me for a month?" Li Qinru and Wu Junwan exchanged glances before Li Qinru added, "Originally, when Great Ju was destroyed and the disciple was captured by Lu Chen, he did that sort of thing to the disciple for over half a month without cease." Su Hanyan was no fool. With what Li Qinru had said, it was clear what she meant. A blush instantly appeared on Su Hanyan's fair, jade-like face. Although she had never experienced such things, she was after all thousands of years old and naturally understood what was implied. She had never heard of anyone enduring such acts for half a month. Subsequently, Su Hanyan's eyebrows knitted slightly as she asked, "Qingru, he didn't treat you as his furnace cauldron, did he?" Only when cultivating with a furnace cauldron might the time be extended, but even then, if one were to cultivate with a furnace cauldron for half a month, the furnace cauldron would likely be ruined. Li Qinru replied, "If Lu Chen had considered the disciple as his furnace cauldron, given his abilities, the disciple would have likely perished long ago. Lu Chen simply enjoys the pleasures of men and women. Disciple knows that honored master might have some misunderstandings about Lu Chen. After you truly meet Lu Chen tonight, you will understand what kind of man he is." Upon hearing this, Su Hanyan's heart became tense. She had originally thought that losing her virginity was no big deal, it was just one night, and she might get used to it after tonight. But after Li Qinru's words, she was frightened. Who could be so engrossed in such matters for 10 days to half a month? Was he still a human? Even those demon cultivators who harvested yang to replenish their own didn't possess this capability. If Li Qinru weren't her direct disciple, she might even suspect Li Qinru was trying to scare her. Seeing Su Hanyan's disturbed expression, Wu Junwan gave a slight smile and then said, "Honored master need not worry too much. Lu Chen has perfected his rejuvenation technique to completion, so you will not feel any discomfort. Prior to meeting Lu Chen, it is normal to feel scared. Wu Junwan and Li Qinru also felt some fear when they were about to be possessed by Lu Chen, but fear quickly dissipated once they became his women. They believed that once their honored master became Lu Chen's woman, after this ordeal, their honored master would, just like them, never be able to leave him again. This wasn't something that could be decided by free will. This man indeed possessed some special abilities when dealing with women. At that moment, Li Qinru also spoke up. Honored master is a yin-yang realm cultivator. If even a disciple could withstand half a month, with honored master's level of cultivation, let alone 1 month, even 2 months wouldn't pose any problem. Li Qinru's words had once again scared Su Hanyan. 1 month was already too much, let alone 2 months. Was this really just normal intimacy between men and women? Frowning, Su Hanyan asked, Junwan, Qinru, are you sure Lu Chen hasn't treated you as a furnace cauldron? Li Qinru responded when Su Hanyan brought up the question again, honored master, if we were indeed his furnace cauldrons, you would have noticed at first glance. When Li Qinru finished, Su Hanyan glanced over at Wu Junwan and Li Qinru. Indeed, if they had been used as a furnace cauldron, their physical condition would generally be poor, and it would be evident at a glance. The breathing of Li Qinru and Wu Junwan was steady, their energy abundant, and the spiritual power within them robust, hardly the state of furnace cauldrons. Thinking this over, it seemed that Lu Chen truly hadn't treated them as furnace cauldrons, at least not yet. Whether he would in the future was a question for another time. Su Hanyan then fell silent, seemingly pondering something. After a long while, she sighed lightly, realizing that thinking further was futile for now and that she would know what was happening tonight. With this thought, Su Hanyan stopped dwelling on it and changed the topic, discussing Wu Junwan's child with them. The day passed quickly, the sky tinged with red clouds as the sun was about to set. The loud calls of geese resounded in the sky. At that moment, the 3 women came back to their senses, gazing out at the twilight view outside the grand hall. The 3 women sat in silence, not saying anything further, until a maid appeared at the entrance of the grand hall. Seeing the maid arrive, Su Hanyan felt an intense surge of nervousness. She had already guessed what the maid was here for. As expected, as soon as the maid arrived at the entrance of the grand hall, she bowed and said, "Greetings to the 2 noble concubines." Then she looked up at Su Hanyan and said, "Sect Master Su, His Majesty has sent a servant to take you to Changning Palace." Su Hanyan stood up without further words, glanced at Wu Junwan and Li Qinru, her mind already made up. Led by the maid, Su Hanyan soon arrived at Changning Palace. The chamber was dominated by shades of yellow, the walls intricately carved with delicate patterns that exemplified the regality of the royal family. In the center stood a large dragon bed, covered with a soft brocade quilt embroidered with dragons and phoenixes, symbolizing the majesty and glory of the royal family. The palace lanterns hung high, emitting a soft light that illuminated the entire chamber. The air was filled with a faint scent of dragon's breath incense, evoking a sense of tranquility and opulence. Outside the window, the red glow of the evening sky spilled into the room, mirroring the golden splendor inside the chamber and making it seem as if the entire imperial palace were coated in a mystical, noble glow. At that moment, Lu Chen was seated at a table inside the chamber, leisurely sipping tea, appearing completely at ease. After the maid brought Su Hanyan in, she said to Lu Chen, "Your Majesty, Sect Master Su has arrived." Lu Chen hummed softly in response without turning around, continuing to savor his tea. Su Hanyan then bowed and said, "Your Majesty." Lu Chen said indifferently, "Sect Master Su, come in." Without hesitation, Su Hanyan entered the grand hall, the doors closing behind her. Su Hanyan quickly steadied the spiritual power within her, trying her best not to feel nervous. She then approached Lu Chen, who smiled and asked, "Sect Master Su, have you decided what to trade with me?" Su Hanyan took a deep breath and answered, "If your Majesty does not disdain, I am willing to exchange my body with your Majesty. However, please keep your word, your Majesty, and spare my 2 disciples." Lu Chen sipped his tea lightly and then said, "Of course, I always keep my word." Having said this, Lu Chen set down his teacup and sized up Su Hanyan from head to toe. Su Hanyan was dressed in a purple cloud robe, full of charm, emitting the aura of a mature woman. Lu Chen then rose from the tea table and walked directly toward the dragon bed in the middle of the hall. Seeing Lu Chen's retreating figure, Su Hanyan couldn't help but tremble slightly, her whole body incredibly tense. At this moment, she remembered what her two disciples had said. Although she was still somewhat doubtful of the truth, she was clear that her disciples would not lie to her. Having lived for thousands of years, it was impossible for her not to be nervous about encountering such a man. After Lu Chen arrived at the side of the dragon bed and saw that Su Hanyan was still standing in her spot, he said, "Sect Master Su, are you regretting your decision?" Su Hanyan clenched her fists, and then walked toward the dragon bed. Just as she reached the side of the bed, she noticed Lu Chen's invasive gaze sweeping over her body, eventually resting on her buttocks. Such a gaze from Lu Chen made Su Hanyan feel extremely uncomfortable, but she tried hard to restrain the discomfort in her heart. Just as Su Hanyan was about to say something, Lu Chen suddenly reached out his hand and pulled Su Hanyan, a beautiful woman who had lived for thousands of years, into his arms. Su Hanyan lost her balance and ended up sitting in Lu Chen's lap, her heart pounding wildly. The scent of a mature man rushed into her nostrils, instantly arousing her body as well. Su Hanyan didn't expect that merely coming into contact with this man's body would stir her own desires. She felt puzzled, wondering what was happening, as she should have no feelings toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen, holding Su Hanyan's supple body, whispered in her ear, "Sect Master Su, who would have thought your body could be so fiery?" Su Hanyan tried to control her emotions and said coldly, "Your Majesty, do whatever you want quickly, I need to return to the Misty Immortal Sect tomorrow." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Didn't Li Qinru tell you that you might not be able to return to the Misty Immortal Sect tomorrow?" At that moment, before Su Hanyan could say anything, Lu Chen suddenly leaned in and sealed her lips with his. It was her first kiss with Lu Chen, and Su Hanyan's mind went blank instantly. She instinctively tried to struggle but realized her body seemed completely powerless, able to do nothing but let this man have his way with her. Soon, her eyes became hazy. Lu Chen then laid her down on the dragon bed, and as the kisses continued, their clothes seemed to disappear as if they knew to slip away on their own. After what felt like a long time, Lu Chen slowly stood up, looking down at the beautiful woman of the Yin-Yang realm. At that moment, Su Hanyan was barely conscious, and it was only after Lu Chen made no further moves that she slowly regained some sense. As she pushed the tears from her eyes, she noticed Lu Chen's fiery gaze piercing through her body as if he wanted to consume her completely alive. Only then did Su Hanyan realize something. She was wrong. She had initially thought that Lu Chen's lasciviousness was all an act, but now she realized that his lasciviousness was probably not feigned at all. The desire-filled eyes could not deceive her. At that moment, Lu Chen once again leaned down and sealed Su Hanyan's lips with his. Mima. This time, Lu Chen was doing more than just kissing, he began to touch and feel as Su Hanyan was left with no choice but to let him have his way. In the imperial palace bedroom, bathed in moonlight as soft as water, strands of silver light quietly penetrated through the window lattice, casting a faint halo on the silky satin bedsheets. Lu Chen lay over Su Hanyan, gazing into her eyes, which were as deep as serene lakes, reflecting his fiery gaze. At that moment, Lu Chen gently lifted a strand of her hair, which danced at his fingertips like a silken waterfall, releasing a faint fragrance. She slightly lowered her eyelids, her long lashes casting a shadow under the moonlight, adding an extra touch of charm. Lu Chen looked at her, and a surge of impulse welled up inside him. He slowly drew closer to her, their breaths intertwining, creating an indescribable atmosphere of ambiguity. He gently cradled her cheeks, her delicate skin as pure as the first snow, making him unable to resist the desire to kiss her. However, Lu Chen did not act recklessly, but instead gently traced her cheek with his fingertips, as if playing a moving melody. Su Hanyan slightly lifted her head to meet his gaze. Her eyes were filled with humiliation and endurance, as if saying, "Are you not a man?" Seeing this, a flame was instantly ignited in Lu Chen's heart, and he leaned down to kiss her red lips once again. This time, Lu Chen did not continue to tease Su Hanyan. Moments later, with a muffled moan from Su Hanyan, she completely became Lu Chen's woman. Su Hanyan struggled to keep her clarity, thinking about the mysterious female technique that Li Qinru had taught her during the day. She had thought that practicing the mysterious female technique now would divert her attention. However, to her surprise, she not only felt completely drained of strength, but her spiritual power inside was also in a fully sealed state. She couldn't feel the flow of spiritual power at all. In such a state, she was almost like a normal person, let alone practicing the mysterious female technique. Unable to practice the mysterious female technique, she couldn't divert her attention and could only immerse herself in the pleasure brought by Lu Chen. It was now clear to Su Hanyan why all of Lu Chen's women eventually couldn't help but fall in love with this man. Staying with him for long inevitably led to downfall. It was the same for everyone. Thinking that someday she might never be able to leave Lu Chen, Su Hanyan's mind instantly cleared. No, she had to stay clear-headed. She couldn't become Lu Chen's female slave. The moment she thought this, Lu Chen became fierce, and she instantly became bewildered. As her consciousness was about to dissipate, only one thought remained. I'm finished. Dawn. The rising sun slowly peeked out, its golden rays like a shy maiden, gradually tearing through the veil of night. As the first streaks of golden light made their way through the towering windows of the imperial palace, they danced and twirled like mischievous sprites in the majestic hall. These golden beams, meeting the palace's exquisite murals, dazzling glazed tiles, and carved columns, seemed to cloak them in a golden robe. The interplay of light and shadow made every corner of the palace shine brightly, resembling the mythical realms of fantasy. As the sun rose higher, more sunlight flooded the hall. The gems and metal decorations that had seemed somewhat dim before were now glittering under the sunlight, radiating dazzling brilliance. The entire imperial palace seemed to be surrounded by a golden halo, every corner brimming with vitality and vigor. Lu Chen had not yet ended his path of conquest, but to allow Su Hanyan to persevere longer, he voluntarily lifted the restrictions on her. Now, Su Hanyan was able to sense her own spiritual power, and she was much more awake than yesterday, no longer completely controlled by desire. Seeing Lu Chen still active, Su Hanyan felt immensely desolate in her heart. Looking at Lu Chen in this state, she feared that just as Li Qinru had said, she might not be able to return to the Misty Immortal sect for 10 days, half a month, or even a month. Fortunately, she had informed the disciples of the Misty Immortal sect in advance, telling them that she would be in seclusion within the imperial palace, and she had also instructed the people of her sect to spread this news. Since Lu Chen had taken her body, she naturally wanted to extract as much value from him as possible. By announcing that she was in seclusion in the imperial palace of the Black Dragon country, it was akin to telling other powers that the sect master of the Misty Immortal sect had become the woman of the Sum Emperor. Those forces originally intending to trouble the Misty Immortal sect, or those smaller groups considering leaving the sect, would naturally refrain from reckless actions after hearing this news. People aren't foolish. In the Tianqian world, the Sum Emperor is the strongest support, and clinging to him ensures a prosperous life in the Tianqian world. With the sect master of the Misty Immortal sect becoming the woman of the Sum Emperor, the future development of the Misty Immortal sect was undoubtedly going to be better than other sects. The spread of this news was immediately deterrent to many. Seeing Su Hanyan gazing intently at him, Lu Chen raised his hand, gently caressed her exquisite face, then brushed her cheek's hair aside. With a weak voice, Su Hanyan said, "Your Majesty Huha is truly no ordinary person." Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Are you complimenting me?" Su Hanyan did not say more, falling into silence. She wasn't sure if it was a compliment or sarcasm. Lu Chen, looking into her eyes, continued, "Hanyan, Qingru should have already taught you the mysterious female technique, right? Do you want to try cultivating it?" Seeing that Lu Chen even knew this, Su Hanyan realized that Li Qinru teaching her the mysterious female technique was instigated by Lu Chen. But whether it was his instigation had become irrelevant now since she had already become Lu Chen's woman. Without overthinking, Su Hanyan started to channel the mysterious female technique, but as soon as she did, she noticed something was amiss. Su Hanyan, slightly stunned, discovered an unexpected effect of the mysterious female technique. The moment she channeled the technique, she felt herself and Lu Chen become even closer, and of course, her spiritual power indeed started to surge within her. After all, it was a heavenly level cultivation skill. Even if the technique seemed improper, its cultivation speed was still very fast. Su Hanyan stopped channeling her power and looked at Lu Chen, who, seeing her stop, smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Why not continue channeling?" Su Hanyan asked, "Cultivation is the most taboo thing for a cultivator is lust. Even demon cultivators using furnace cauldrons for cultivation don't dare to spend much time on sexual matters. I heard. Your Majesty, Hoo-ha often indulges for 10 days or half a month in such activities. Aren't you afraid it will impact your cultivation?" While attending to his own tasks, Lu Chen replied, "It doesn't really affect me much. Although you are not my furnace cauldrons, the dual cultivation skill I practice is a heavenly level skill, which yields far better results than using you as furnace cauldrons for cultivation." As Lu Chen's voice faded, Su Hanyan felt a massive surge of spiritual power flooding into her body, and in the next moment, her cultivation state ascended by one realm. Sensing her own realm advancement, Su Hanyan felt a complexity in her heart, not expecting to have broken through so effortlessly. Before, for them to break through a realm, it was impossible without decades of time. She had lived for thousands of years, having only reached the yin-yang realm in her cultivation state, from which one could know how difficult cultivation really was. Yet simply by becoming Lu Chen's woman, her realm had broken through, making her previous cultivation efforts seem meaningless. Once again, she understood why Lu Chen's women could never leave him. It wasn't only because he controlled them on an emotional level, he also brought his women many benefits. A single dual cultivation session with Lu Chen could raise their realm, while without Lu Chen, they might not achieve such advancement even after decades of cultivation. If one got used to this speed of enhancing their realm, it would be impossible to calm one's mind for cultivation again. Thinking this, Su Hanyan suddenly felt that Lu Chen was even more terrifying. She must control herself and not become dependent on this man, otherwise, she might end up like her two disciples, unable to ever leave him. Seeing Su Hanyan stunned by her realm's advancement, Lu Chen immediately became ruthless and proceeded with a set of actions. Su Hanyan snapped back to reality in an instant, looking at the man with a complex expression, letting him manipulate her as if she were nothing more than a plaything. As Su Hanyan forcefully controlled herself from making any noise, Lu Chen smiled slightly and continued, "To tell you the truth, I know what you're thinking." Hearing this, Su Hanyan was slightly taken aback. What did Lu Chen mean by his words? "Your Majesty, what do you mean by that?" While continuing his actions, Lu Chen said, "What I mean is that you never truly intended to make a deal with me. You plan to rescue your two direct disciples first, then find a way to flee the Tiantian world, am I right?" As he said this, Lu Chen's deep eyes stared intently at Su Hanyan. Feeling Lu Chen's gaze while under his torment, Su Hanyan completely lost her composure, her eyes involuntarily shifting to another direction. At this moment, Su Hanyan felt immensely guilty. She hadn't expected Lu Chen to see through her inner thoughts so readily, and now she was in trouble. Since Lu Chen knew she wasn't genuinely at his side, he might very well go back on his word. If Lu Chen reneged on his promise, it wouldn't matter if he refused to let go of Wu Junwan and Li Qingru, but the key point was that he would be on guard against her and might even resort to more terrifying methods to forcefully control her. This was trouble. Su Hanyan then denied, saying, "Your Majesty, you worry needlessly. I have always been a person of my word, and for a cultivator to lie casually could lead to instability of the Dao heart, posing a great danger to future cultivation." Lu Chen said indifferently, "Such words might deceive a novice just stepping onto the path of cultivation. For old hands like us, whether a person lies has absolutely no relation to whether they're a cultivator. I, for instance, promised to trade with you, to release your two direct disciples as long as you become my woman, but in reality, I had no intention of letting them go." As these words came out, Su Hanyan was stunned, then anger rose on her face. You're going back on your word." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Yes." Su Hanyan was dumbfounded. She had indeed considered the possibility that Lu Chen might not keep his word, but then she thought about Wu Junwan and Li Qingru as merely two natives of a lower world. If Lu Chen truly wanted them to take a calamity for him, then she, as a yin-yang realm cultivator from a high-level cultivation world, was much more suitable. Therefore, It was possible for Lu Chen to let the two of them go. Yet this man wanted to have it all, not letting even one go. Su Hanyan immediately began to struggle, but no matter how she fought, she was unable to lay a hand on Lu Chen. In their current state, she simply had no strength. Even though her spiritual power had recovered by now, it was in a state shared with Lu Chen, not something she could use whenever she wanted. After realizing her situation, Su Hanyan angrily accused Lu Chen, despicable. Lu Chen just smiled faintly, then said, I've let you stay with Junwan and Qingru for so long. They should have already told you what kind of person I am. Upon hearing this, Su Hanyan's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, she had indeed heard from them from the very beginning what kind of man Lu Chen was. Any woman Lu Chen took an interest in, he would stop at nothing to get. She, too, was a woman he took an interest in, so it was only natural for Lu Chen to resort to any means. It was no surprise that he had tricked her into a trade. The only person she could blame was herself for actually believing him. But then again, as she was in the Tianqian world, even if she hadn't agreed to the trade, Lu Chen would have found a way to possess her. This damnable lecher. Wait a second. Su Hanyan was stupefied again, realizing she now actually saw him as a lecher. Seeing Su Hanyan's expression of anger and annoyance, yet helpless and only able to let out frustrated groans under his attack, Lu Chen was even more inclined to tease her. Don't call me despicable. We're the same. You wanted to use me to become stronger and then escape the Tianqian world. I want your body. We both have our purposes. It's just that I'm a step ahead. Su Hanyan scoffed and said, You're telling me your thoughts now, aren't you afraid that I'll just run away after today? No sooner had Su Hanyan finished her sentence than Lu Chen intensified his grip. Run away. The Tianqian world is only so big, and the Misty world is already collapsing. Where do you think you can go? Only once you've broken through to the All-Law realm will you possibly open the world channel and go to other worlds. Phew, that's really comfortable. Hearing Lu Chen's words, especially the last sentence, Su Hanyan felt so annoyed her teeth itched at a damn it, she was completely at his mercy. Indeed, she had nowhere to run even if she wanted to. With Lu Chen's abilities, she feared that no matter where she hid in the Tianqian world, this jerk would be able to find her. So the only thing she could do was to continue dual cultivation with Lu Chen, then seize the time to improve her strength. Only when she reached the All-Law realm would she have a chance to run away. But since Lu Chen already knew her thoughts, how could he possibly let her easily cultivate to the All-Law realm? This guy would definitely find a way to limit her realm and keep her imprisoned by his side, continuing to enjoy her. What now? Her innermost thoughts had been seen through by Lu Chen, and she had already lost her body to this Guya. It seemed like she had no choice left. As Su Hanyan was distracted, Lu Chen suddenly leaned down close to her ear and whispered with a breath, My lady, you are so. With these words, Su Hanyan became even more insensate. Damn him. But before Su Hanyan could say anything, her lips were once again claimed by Lu Chen. Unable to speak, she was reduced to Lu Chen's plaything once more, to be manipulated at his whim. Thinking of how she had fallen to this state, Su Hanyan was furious. Unable to take revenge on Lu Chen, she could only resort to circulating the mysterious female technique, in an attempt to make Lu Chen miserable. The mysterious female technique was after all just a cultivation technique. Even if Su Hanyan fully activated it, the flesh that was supposed to be soft remained soft, showing no change at all. Su Hanyan thought she could try to use the mysterious female technique to make Lu Chen uncomfortable, but that was simply wishful thinking. Not only did it fail to make Lu Chen uncomfortable, it actually benefited him instead. Seeing Su Hanyan frantically activating the mysterious female technique, Lu Chen could hardly suppress a chuckle inside. Su Hanyan was not the first woman to do this. He had had wives and concubines in the past who tried to use this method to get back at him, and there were quite a few. The result, as you might imagine, was predictable. They were all suppressed by Lu Chen. Su Hanyan soon realized that her mysterious female technique seemed to have no effect on Lu Chen at all, and as time went on, her consciousness started to disperse. Force is mutual. She exerted pressure on Lu Chen, and Lu Chen naturally exerted some reactionary force on her. Half a month later. Through the spreading of Misty Immortal sect disciples, all the major cultivator forces in Black Dragon County knew about Su Hanyan's seclusion in the Imperial Palace. Although the Imperial Palace of Black Dragon City was just the former Imperial Palace of Black Dragon Country, Lu Chen was currently residing there, and the fact that she could seclude herself in this palace sufficiently illustrated the complicated nature of the relationship between Su Hanyan and Lu Chen. Some small factions within the Misty Immortal sect had initially thought about leaving and joining the 10,000 Immortal sect, but, upon hearing this news, they immediately abandoned the idea. Meanwhile, Black Dragon Country, Imperial Palace. Inside a certain chamber, two people were sparring, but it was a one-sided battle, with only one party being utterly defeated. Seeing Lu Chen who was toying with her, Su Hanyan felt utterly disheartened about escaping. Over this half-month, she had truly understood the terrifying aspect of Lu Chen. The constant pleasure made her feel like she had fallen. She suspected that once she left Lu Chen, she might recall everything that happened in this half-month and be unable to detach herself from this man. Seeing Su Hanyan's seductive yet desolate appearance, Lu Chen paused his actions and gently caressed her face, smiling as he asked, "My dear, do you still wish to flee?" Hearing this question, Su Hanyan scoffed. "Do you really think that by doing this you can make me unable to leave you forever? Cultivators cultivate the mind. If I can't even control such basic desires, then all my past cultivation would have been in vain." For cultivators, controlling desire is fundamental. Although she felt unable to control herself now, Su Hanyan believed that once she left this man, she would somehow manage to forget her feelings from the past half-month. Compared to cultivating the Great Tao, such base desires accounted for little. She refused to believe that being a cultivator of the yin-yang realm, she couldn't manage to control her body's base desires. Although that's what she thought, she was also somewhat uncertain about herself. During this half-month, her realm had risen by 2 minor realms, and the pleasure had numbed her consciousness, making it difficult for her to stop. Seeing Su Hanyan's stubbornness, Lu Chen didn't say much more and went back to busying himself with his own matters. At this moment, a seductive flush had surfaced on Su Hanyan's face, and she felt like her mind was about to break. Fortunately, she had practiced the mysterious female technique in the past half-month. Though it benefited this man, training in the mysterious female technique also allowed her to shift some of her attention, preventing her from losing her consciousness completely and becoming a slave to desire. Seeing that Lu Chen had no intention of stopping, Su Hanyan felt somewhat helpless. Could it really be as her 2 direct disciples had said, that this guy could go on for a month or 2? Was it necessary? Even if he really was that capable, there was no need to always focus his mind on such matters, was there? As a cultivator from a major power, shouldn't all his focus be on cultivation? Although such matters were joyful, Su Hanyan still couldn't understand why Lu Chen would focus all his attention on them. In her view, someone like Lu Chen, who came from a major power to gain experience, shouldn't indulge in affairs between men and women. She also knew that Lu Chen was using some kind of dual cultivation technique, but the effect of dual cultivation techniques was limited. She had experienced the same thing when she practiced the mysterious female technique. Initially, her cultivation state improved very quickly, but as time passed, the speed at which she could enhance her cultivation state slowed when running the mysterious female technique now. Su Hanyan now felt although she was not exactly Lu Chen's furnace cauldron, she had become some kind of vessel for this man. Lu Chen was like a sharp sword, and she was his scabbard. She, as his scabbard, could not limit anything about Lu China. If he wanted to come out, he would come out, and if he wanted to go in, he would go in. Some time later, Lu Chen took a deep breath and waved his hand, a sphere of spiritual power cleaning all the sweat beads off his body. Lu Chen looked at Su Hanyan again. Su Hanyan with her small mouth slightly open, kept taking deep breaths. Lu Chen said, "Do you think I married so many wives and treated them so well because I want them to voluntarily take calamities in my place?" Seeing that Lu Chen had once again directly expressed her thoughts, Su Hanyan was slightly stunned. Why did this man know everything she was thinking? She now suspected that Lu Chen could read minds, knowing everything she thought. Following that, Su Hanyan asked in a cold tone, "Isn't it? For someone as significant as you, How could you possibly treat women from a lower world so well? Even if you were lecherous, in your view, those women are just your playthings. You being good to them must certainly have an ulterior motive. Their physique is nothing special, neither do they possess any treasures, the only thing you could be scheming is for them to someday sacrifice themselves for you willingly. Lu Chen spoke with a smile, your line of thinking isn't too far off. The cultivation world is a place where the weak are prey to the strong, and mortals are like ants, but not all cultivators are cold-blooded. Couldn't I be a responsible cultivator? Su Hanyan coldly said, if you were truly a noble person in character, you wouldn't be capable of forcefully taking possession of a woman's body. Lu Chen spoke calmly, human nature is complex and contradictory, it doesn't mean that because I did something bad, I am completely bad. This world isn't just black and white, there's also gray. Su Hanyan said expressionlessly, why are you telling me all this? Do you think I will start to feel affection for you because of these words? Lu Chen said, that's not the case, I just don't like being misunderstood. Since you've already guessed my distinguished identity, haven't you considered that if someone as noble as I needed someone to block calamities, I wouldn't look for them in this world? Just one word from me, and many factions will send their finest maidens to me. Furthermore, if you ever want to leave me, you can do so at any time. I won't stop you. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Su Hanyan felt a pang in her heart. That's right, she wondered why she hadn't considered this issue. From the immortal boat of Lu Chen alone, it was clear that his identity was not ordinary, he must be a highly esteemed individual from a significant power. With his status, what type of woman could he not have? There was no need to select someone from this world to block calamities for him. Once he returned to his influence, perhaps a single word from him could make countless female cultivators die for him. There was obviously no need to control others with emotions. Especially Lu Chen's last sentence made it seem as if he did not care at all whether she would leave him or not. It appeared that Lu Chen truly only wanted her body to enjoy the pleasures of men and women, without any other intentions. Could it be that she was overthinking things? For a moment, Su Hanyan began to doubt whether her guesses were off the mark. Seeing Su Hanyan fall silent and looking aside as if in thought, Lu Chen continued, Junwan and Qingru must have told you that I rarely restrict the movements of my wives and concubines, they can go wherever they want. This applies to you as well. At that moment, Su Hanyan tentatively asked, what if I asked you to send me back to the Bixia world? Lu Chen smiled and answered, not now. Once I've advanced to the divinity transformation realm or the returning ruin realm, I will take you back to Bixia world. Hearing this, Su Hanyan just chuckled softly, she obviously did not believe Lu Chen's words, but by then, she had already stopped caring. Since her little schemes had been seen through by this man, she might as well stay by his side and grow stronger. When the opportunity arose in the future, she would escape. Escaping now would be a huge loss for her. Not only would she lose her body, but she also had not rescued her two direct disciples, escaping now would be too costly. Even if she were to escape, she would wait until she had gained enough benefits from Lu Chen. Thinking this, Su Hanyan said, I hope your majesty keeps his word this time. Su Hanyan had no expectations for Lu Chen's words, she assumed he was lying to her again, but she didn't mind as she planned to find a way to leave him in the future anyway. At that moment, Su Hanyan, gazing into Lu Chen's eyes, said, now that your majesty has had my body and toyed with me for over half a month, it's time to let me go back, right? Lu Chen faintly smiled and then slowly rose, since you want to go back, I won't stop you. As Lu Chen stood up, Su Hanyan suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. She quickly composed herself, as she could not afford to feel this way. If she felt empty, wouldn't it mean that she had become accustomed to that man's body? She did not want such a habit. Seeing Su Hanyan biting her silver teeth enduring something, Lu Chen smiled and asked, what's wrong? You seem very uncomfortable. Su Hanyan quickly responded, I'm fine. She did not want Lu Chen to see her predicament, as letting him know how she felt would make this man think she had fallen for this sort of thing. Su Hanyan then looked at Lu Chen and said, your majesty also has affairs to tend to, don't waste your time here with me. Su Hanyan hoped that this man would disappear quickly since her body kept wanting to be near him. Seeing that Su Hanyan seemed eager for him to leave, Lu Chen, instead of rising, took Su Hanyan's hand and pulled her into his embrace. Su Hanyan was startled for a moment, thinking Lu Chen would continue. Somewhat anxiously, she said, "Your Majesty, what are you doing? Although she had already become Lu Chen's woman, she did not want this to continue, fearing that the longer this went on, her body would develop unwanted habits. Over time, the emptier her heart would feel whenever Lu Chen left her." Lu Chen replied, "We've been active for half a month, with so much dirtiness on our bodies, should we not have a wash?" Saying this, Lu Chen called out to the maid at the door, "Is the hot water ready?" The maid's voice promptly came, "Your Majesty, it is ready." The imperial palace of Black Dragon Country was not as convenient as the imperial palace of Great Sum, but ever since Lu Chen had stayed in the imperial palace of Black Dragon Country, the maids would prepare a lot of hot water daily, well aware of Lu Chen's habits of needing to bathe after being active. Hearing the maid's answer, Lu Chen, in a princess carry, picked up Su Hanyan, who, fearing she would fall, instinctively wrapped her arms like lotus roots around Lu Chen's neck. Subsequently, Lu Chen carried Su Hanyan to the adjacent bath. While this room had a bath, it wasn't as large nor as luxurious as those in the Daxia Imperial Palace, however, soaking was no problem. The two entered the bath, with Lu Chen hugging Su Hanyan's body and his hands roaming over her body. Somewhat resigned, Su Hanyan leaned on Lu Chen's chest, allowing him to have his way. After romancing in the bath for an undefined period, Lu Chen finally carried Su Hanyan back to the dragon bed, placed her jade body on the bed, and then left Changning Palace. He had just left Changning Palace when Wu Junwan and Li Qinru heard about it, and the two women immediately came to Changning Palace. At that moment, Su Hanyan had already dressed with the help of a maid and was getting ready to leave when she saw her two direct disciples enter the room. Su Hanyan said to the maids beside her, "All right, you may leave now." "Yes, Lady Su." As soon as a few maids had left, Su Hanyan's body uncontrollably softened. Seeing Su Hanyan falter, Wu Junwan and Li Qinru hurried over, supporting her body from the left and right. "Honored Master, are you all right?" Wu Junwan asked with concern. Actually, the two women were not surprised by such a reaction from Su Hanyan. Although Lu Chen had been continuously infusing them with spiritual power during that kind of activity, preventing them from feeling discomfort. Yet the pleasure was too overwhelming, and suddenly resuming normality, their bodies were slow to recover, and that was the condition Su Hanyan was in now, her body still hadn't recuperated. Su Hanyan raised her jade hand and rubbed her forehead softly, whispering, "Your master is fine." Although she said this, Su Hanyan had already started cursing Lu Chen in her heart. "This bastard, is he even human?" Wu Junwan suggested, "Honored Master, why don't you lie down and rest a bit longer?" Su Hanyan responded, "No need, I have not returned for half a month now, and I don't know what the situation at Misty Immortal Sect is like." Although Su Hanyan had sent word out that she was in seclusion in the Imperial Palace, she had been gone for half a month, and no one knew if the message she had circulated had deterred the small factions wishing to leave Misty Immortal Sect. Seeing how concerned Su Hanyan was about Misty Immortal Sect, Li Qinru quickly said, "During your time in the Imperial Palace, disciples from Misty Immortal Sect have come every day to report the sect's situation to Junwan and me, everything is fine there." Hearing Li Qinru's words, Su Hanyan felt a bit more relieved inside, but she still planned to rush back to Misty Immortal Sect immediately. She was beginning to fear Lu Chen, afraid that if she stayed another day in the Imperial Palace, he would pin her down on the bed for another half-month and not let her leave. She definitely did not want to experience that bewildering sensation again, better to flee as soon as possible. Just as Su Hanyan was preparing to leave, her mind twitched again, her body still devoid of strength. Seeing this, Li Qinru directly said, "Honored Master, you and Lu Chen have not been apart for more than half a month, it's natural that you suddenly can't adapt. It would be better if you rested more now." Hearing Li Qinru's words, Su Hanyan felt her face burning. That man originally belonged to her two direct disciples, and yet ended up devouring their master as well. Before Su Hanyan could say anything, the two women helped her back onto the dragon bed, and this time, Su Hanyan did not insist on getting up, she simply sat down. Then the two women helped Su Hanyan lie down on the bed and covered her with the blanket. Lying down again, Su Hanyan's mind began recalling the events of the past half-month, and when she thought about those things, she felt an immense humiliation. She felt that she had completely become a plaything for Lu Chen. Su Hanyan sighed softly and then said, I finally understand why you two can't leave that man. Wu Junwan immediately asked, Honored Master, could it be that you also? Before Wu Junwan could finish speaking, Su Hanyan interrupted, saying, It is precisely because of this that it proves how dreadful this man is. This. Su Hanyan glanced at Wu Junwan and Li Qinru. She knew that her two direct disciples might never be able to escape from Lu Chen, so she wasn't prepared to say much more. After experiencing those sensations herself, she knew how terrifying Lu Chen's methods were. What woman could withstand such techniques? He was handsome, that was one thing, but his capabilities were so formidable, and key to it all was that he could use the dual cultivation skill to help women rapidly elevate their cultivation state. Facing such a man, no female cultivator in the cultivation world would probably fail to fall in love with him. But precisely because of this, Su Hanyan was determined to get away from Lu Chen. If she stayed by Lu Chen's side, even if she did not become Lu Chen's furnace cauldron or a person to fend off calamities, she would still be his plaything. Being toyed with by someone like Lu Chen, she feared that one day her mind would break, her Dao heart would shatter, she would completely fall, and become a slave to her desires. She did not want to become that kind of plaything. Seeing that Su Hanyan's mood was somewhat down, Wu Junwan and Li Qinru did not continue speaking. They had experienced it before, so they clearly understood what Su Hanyan was thinking about now. After a few more encounters with Lu Chen, she would naturally become accustomed to it. This was just the beginning, a little resistance was quite normal. Lu Chen left Changning Palace and returned to the immortal boat in the sky. Upon arriving on the deck of the immortal boat, he heard a cold voice. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on gaining another beauty. It seems she pleased you greatly, as you barely left her room for half a month. Lu Chen followed the voice and saw Yun Shenxian standing on the roof of a room in the immortal boat, staring straight at him. She stood on tiptoes, emanating a cold aura, resembling a fairy descending onto the human world. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, gently fluttering in the breeze, while the sunlight cast a silvery sheen upon it. Her face was ethereal and elegant, with eyes deep and dazzling like the starry autumn night, exuding a mysterious and enchanting aura. At that moment, Yun Shenxian was dressed in a flowing white gown, as light as a cloud. Her slender waist was gently embraced by a fine belt, accentuating her graceful figure. Her fingers, holding the longsword, were delicate and elongated, like meticulously carved jade. Hearing Yun Shenxian's frosty words, Lu Chen smiled slightly. Then, with a shadow-shifting move, he instantly appeared behind her and wrapped his arms under her armpits, embracing her willowy waist. Then, Lu Chen whispered in Yun Shenxian's ear, My lady must be jealous then. In that case, I shall make it up to you for the next half a month. Upon hearing this, Yun Shenxian quickly responded, No need, I am not that petty. Lu Chen ignored Yun Shenxian's words. In the next moment, he used shadow shifting again, taking her into his sleeping chamber on the immortal boat and pinning her beneath him. Seeing Lu Chen in such a rush, Yun Shenxian gave him a cold glare. Sometimes I truly wonder if you are some kind of demon, always thinking about such matters. Lu Chen, unabashed, replied, A demon. What demon could possibly be as mighty as me? Yun Shenxian was utterly speechless. This man surely didn't think that was a compliment, did he? Yun Shenxian decided not to say anything more. After all, she was now this man's woman, and if he really wanted to do something to her, she had no means to resist. However, Lu Chen didn't continue any further. Instead, he held Yun Shenxian's waist, waved his hand, and using his spiritual power, took off their shoes. He then had Yun Shenxian lie in his arms, and they quietly rested on the soft couch. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't proceed further, Yun Shenxian slightly shifted her body to find a more comfortable position in his embrace. After a moment of silence, Lu Chen spoke, My lady need not worry. No matter how many women I have, you remain extremely important in my heart. Yun Shenxian's response was icy. Do you think I am as easy to please as your other women? Save your flattery for your intimate friends, there's no need to bother me with it. Lu Chen chuckled, knowing very well that Yun Shenxian was hard to coax. But women, even if they claim to dislike such remarks, still feel a flutter in their hearts upon hearing them. Just as Lu Chen was about to say more, Yun Shenxian spoke first. I've been feeling somewhat restless lately. Lu Chen, puzzled, asked, what's wrong? Are you really jealous? Yun Shenxian said indifferently, it's not about you. I just sensed a familiar aura rapidly approaching the Tianqian world. It must be my honored master coming to the Tianqian world herself. This. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained his composure. Are you worried that your honored master might try to separate us? Yun Shenxian spoke calmly. She only possesses the power of the divinity transformation realm. She likely wouldn't dare conflict with you, an imperial son. Lu Chen said, that's also true. But speaking of which, how can you sense your honored master's approach to the Tianqian world? Are your feelings for your honored master so deep that you can even sense each other's movements? Yun Shenxian replied, I don't know why, but ever since the restrictions of the misty world disappeared, I can always sense her aura as if her divine sense has entered my sea of consciousness. Hearing this, Lu Chen fell into thought, checking Yun Shenxian's personal information once more. Yun Shenxian's profile indicated she was the daughter of the mysterious Moon Palace's master, sharing a blood connection. In the cultivation world, those with blood ties indeed can sense each other's presence. Thinking this way, it wasn't so peculiar. However, Yun Shenxian likely didn't know she was the daughter of the mysterious Moon Palace master. It was odd, why hadn't the palace master told Yun Shenxian this, instead making Yun Shenxian recognize her as a master? Should he tell Yun Shenxian about this? Lu Chen pondered for a moment but decided not to disclose that Yun Shenxian was the daughter of the mysterious Moon Palace master. Although he didn't know why the palace master wanted to keep this a secret, there must be a deeper reason behind her actions. Therefore, he would continue to keep it from Yun Shenxian. The two soon fell silent again. Even doing nothing, Yun Shenxian felt incredibly comfortable lying in the arms of this rebellious man. Of course, it was a comfort of the heart. Lu Chen's hands were occasionally caressing her in a rather bothersome manner. While embracing Yun Shenxian, Lu Chen opened the system interface to check the rewards he had received half a month ago. Congratulations host on gaining a consort, reward 1 Formless Willow. Formless Willow was essential for repairing the Tianqian world. Seeing the rewards in front of him, Lu Chen thought that he had gathered all the necessary items to repair the Tianqian world. Once the laws of the Tianqian world were restored, perhaps the spiritual energy would become denser and the cultivation speed of the cultivators would greatly increase. However, if he remembered correctly, the system had once said that only when his realm reached the All-Law realm would he be able to restore the laws of the Tianqian world. Currently, he was only at the Genesis realm. To cultivate to the All-Law realm, he likely needed more than a decade. Meanwhile, in the cosmic space, on a luxurious, golden immortal boat, a gracefully postured woman stood at the bow, watching the direction in which the immortal boat was moving. At that moment, a strange warmth surged into the woman's heart. Yun Qingshu's eyebrows slightly furrowed. That feeling again. Ever since she boarded the immortal boat heading to the Tianqian world, she occasionally felt this strange warmth, which made her very comfortable. She did not know why she felt this way, but she suspected it probably had something to do with Yun Shenxian. What had happened to Yun Shenxian that would cause her to feel this peculiar feedback? Yun Qingshu was very puzzled. Could it be because Yun Shenxian and that man who had taken her virginity were engaging in intimate acts? Thus, Yun Shenxian's feelings got transmitted to her through karma. Thinking this, Yun Qingshu's expression instantly darkened. Although Yun Shenxian was created from her own blood essence and could be considered her daughter, she preferred to think of Yun Shenxian as a small avatar of herself. The thought of her avatar being intimate with another man filled Yun Qingshu's heart with rage. She only hated that the speed of the immortal boat was too slow. If not, she would have reached the Tianqian world immediately to dismember that man who defiled Yun Shenxian. Yun Qingshu then coldly said to the elder in control of the immortal boat, increase the speed. Hearing this, the elder controlling the immortal boat wanted to say that this was already the fastest speed, but sensing the sharp murderous intent from Yun Qingshu, he quickly replied, "Yes, sect master." Although he said this, the speed of the immortal boat had already reached its limit. At that moment, there was no change in its speed. As days passed by, with Great Sum absorbing the forces of the Misty World, the Tianqian world also underwent earth-shattering changes. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. During these years, Lu Chen had been diligently cultivating, and his children had gradually grown up. By now, there were many celestial realm cultivators in the Daxia army. Since Lu Chen started offering spirit rice as a reward, cultivators from the original Misty World kept joining Daxia's army. The combat power of the Daxia army had greatly increased, yet Lu Chen always felt that the current rate of development was still a bit too slow since he hadn't received any substantial rewards for a long time. Mainly, it was too difficult to nurture a child world. To have his consorts nurture a child world, one needed the chi fortune of a world. Lu Chen was now very curious about how Chu Yukan managed to nurture a child world. Could it be that Chu Yukan had unintentionally absorbed the chi fortune of some world? Black Dragon City. Today was the annual Cultivation World Conference. Nowadays, a large number of mortals flocked into Black Dragon City, which had become even more prosperous than a few years ago. Now, the area of Black Dragon City was almost catching up to Yanjing of Great Sum, and Lu Chen had also built an imperial palace there, occasionally spending time in Black Dragon City. With him, the emperor, frequently visiting Black Dragon City, the cultivator forces from Black Dragon County dared not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. After the Cultivation World Conference ended, Lu Chen returned to the imperial palace in Black Dragon City. Now, several of his consorts often resided in this imperial palace, such as Wu Junwan, Li Qinru, and also Yun Shenxian. Lu Chen's consorts had actually divided into two factions, one focused on cultivation mainly staying in Black Dragon City, and the other prioritizing life, staying in Yan County. Of course, every so often, Lu Chen's consorts in Black Dragon City would return to Yan County for gatherings. There was no discord between the two factions. When Lu Chen arrived at Hanyan Palace, he found Wu Junwan and Li Qinru were there. The two were discussing something with Su Hanyan, sitting on stone benches in the pavilion, talking and laughing. At that moment, Su Hanyan noticed Lu Chen entering the courtyard, and her smile instantly froze. In these past few years, Su Hanyan spent most of her time at Misty Immortal Sect, but whenever Lu Chen came to Black Dragon City, he would summon Su Hanyan. As for what he summoned her for, that was obvious. Moreover, after the annual Cultivators Conference, Su Hanyan would stay for a month at the Imperial Palace in Black Dragon City. During that month, Lu Chen would not favor any other wives or concubines and would only attend to Su Hanyan. With Lu Chen's help, Su Hanyan's cultivation state had reached the tenfold of the Yin-Yang realm, just one step away from breaking through to the All-Law realm. Initially, Su Hanyan thought that once she reached the All-Law realm, she would immediately find a way to escape the Tianqian world. But as the frequency of those intimate acts with Lu Chen increased over the years, she found herself unable to leave him. However, even though her body and heart belonged to Lu Chen long ago, every time she saw him, her heart still felt panicked. On one hand, she always felt like Lu Chen could see through her inner thoughts, knowing she wanted to run away. On the other hand, she was still somewhat afraid of the joy he brought her. She was becoming increasingly depraved, and if she continued to indulge in joyful pleasures without consequences, she feared that one day she would indeed become a slave to desire, never able to break free from this man. When Su Hanyan saw herself turn pale at the sight of him, Lu Chen asked with a smile, "Sect Master Su, why do you look so unwell upon seeing me? Am I that frightening?" Su Hanyan composed herself and responded indifferently, "Your Majesty is under a misconception." Lu Chen said, "Oh. Is that so?" As his words ended, in the next moment, Lu Chen's body appeared beside Su Hanyan, causing her delicate frame to shiver involuntarily. Lu Chen glanced at Wu Junwan and Li Qinru. The two women instantly understood his meaning and rose from their stone seats. Wu Junwan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, Qinru and I have matters to attend to, so we won't disturb you." Once their words had ended, the two women left Changning Palace together. Seeing her two direct disciples leave her behind like this, Su Hanyan felt a surge of anger within. After all, she was their honored master, and yet they simply left her alone with Lu Chen. Su Hanyan remained seated, feigning calm as she picked up a teacup and took a sip. She then said, "Your Majesty, it's still daytime. May I know why you've come to see me?" Lu Chen leaned down, wrapped his arms around Su Hanyan's waist, and whispered in her ear, "You're just one step away from breaking into the Allah realm. I've naturally come to assist you with your cultivation." Su Hanyan scoffed internally. Assist her cultivation. This man clearly just wanted her body. After spending all these years with Lu Chen, she had come to realize that regardless of whether he was cultivating someone to take on a catastrophe, this man was truly lascivious. Initially, she thought his lasciviousness was an act, a disguise to prevent his wives and concubines from sensing his true intentions. But now it seemed that his lasciviousness was something no ordinary man could feign. Most of his time within a year was spent in bed. This kind of person. While Su Hanyan was inwardly disparaging him, suddenly, her vision went dark, and when she became aware again, she indeed found herself pressed beneath him on a soft couch. Su Hanyan didn't struggle in the slightest, she had grown accustomed to it over the years. Lu Chen raised his hand and gently caressed her exquisitely graceful face, before saying, "After you break through to the Allah realm, do you plan to escape from Tianqian world?" At his question, Su Hanyan's heart jolted. Did he truly know her inner thoughts? Did he really have the ability to read minds? Why was it that he could always guess her thoughts? Regaining her senses, Su Hanyan looked into Lu Chen's deep eyes and asked, "Are you afraid I'll run away? If you're afraid I'll escape, just seal my cultivation state and imprison me. There's no need to help me break through to the Allah realm." Realizing that Lu Chen knew all her thoughts anyway, denying them was pointless. She decided to lay her cards on the table. She wanted to escape. Either Lu Chen would kill her or imprison her. Lu Chen's hand grasped her delicate chin gently, gazing into her clear beautiful eyes as he smiled and said, "What are you talking about? I've always said I won't imprison my wives and concubines. They can go wherever they wish, as long as they remember to come back. If you want to return to Bixia world, then go. However," he paused before continuing, "the Allah realm only allows passage between worlds. Although you can leave Tianqian world, at most you can reach nearby worlds. To return to Bixia world is not so easy. Perhaps Bixia world is very far from Tianqian world. Without an immortal boat, relying on opening a passageway between worlds to return to Bixia world might not be an easy task." Listening to Lu Chen, Su Hanyan also realized that indeed, once her cultivation state broke through to the Allah realm, if she just wanted to escape from Lu Chen, she only needed to flee to a nearby world within Tianqian world. But if she wanted to return to the Bixia world, not having an immortal boat was a great difficulty. She, a cultivator of the Allah realm, lacked the ability to procure an immortal boat. Thinking this, Su Hanyan's mind blanked. Why was she following Lu Chen's line of thought? When Lu Chen said that, wasn't it just to make her stay by his side, especially since he himself had an immortal boat? Afterwards, Su Hanyan stared into Lu Chen's eyes and said, "Do you think by saying that, I won't leave you?" Lu Chen replied indifferently, "I certainly don't have such thoughts. I'm simply reminding you, wanting to return to the Bixia world can't be done on the strength of the Allah realm alone. Right, I should also remind you of something. I have many women by my side, I'm not a man lacking in women." Su Hanyan's brain was shaken. She instantly understood the meaning behind Lu Chen's words. He was saying not to deem herself too important. With so many women by his side, one more or one less wouldn't make any difference to him. If she were to run away, she would be the one at loss, the one to suffer. Thinking of this, Su Hanyan felt a surge of anger. In these past years, she had spent the majority of her time in the Misty Immortal sect, so she was very clear if she didn't spend a long time by this man's side, she would deeply miss him, constantly recalling the things that had happened between them. Although she always tried to suppress those thoughts, no matter how she resisted, it was futile. The only thing that worked was to see this man again and reunite with him in joy. Doing this, she was able to keep from missing him for a long period. Clearly, She was becoming dependent on this man. Whether it was something this guy did to her or a spell he cast, she had developed a dependency on him that couldn't simply be shaken off with words. Once she thought of this, Su Hanyan's heart felt defiant. How could she, a righteous cultivator, become trapped by such matters? Seeing Su Hanyan silent, as if contemplating something, Lu Chen didn't waste any more time. He leaned forward and captured her red lips. After who knew how long, a ripping sound echoed in Su Hanyan's ear, leaving her speechless. This guy was, as always, impatient. Soon, her consciousness also began to blur, and she once again fell into the joy Lu Chen brought her. After an indeterminate amount of time, spiritual power surged from Lu Chen's body, and the next moment, the sea of consciousness in his brain expanded wildly, his entire body radiating golden spiritual energy. Perhaps influenced by Lu Chen, Su Hanyan was also on the brink of a breakthrough. She felt as if she had broken through some barrier, with countless patterns of Tao appearing around her body. Su Hanyan quickly composed herself, steadying the restless spiritual energy within her body as they both made their breakthroughs. One broke through to the Yin-Yang realm, while the other reached the Allah realm. After her breakthrough into the Allah realm, Su Hanyan found her connection with Lu Chen had somehow grown even more intimate. She felt as if there was a visible yet intangible thread between her and Lu Chen. Su Hanyan suddenly jolted Awakaya. This was a thread of causality. This was bad. At first, she hadn't thought much of it, but now she recalled her honored master's words. A cultivator must be cautious not to entangle with too much karma. If she couldn't resolve the heavy karma, she might never become an emperor. She glanced at the thread of causality between herself and Lu Chen. It was as thick as half a thumb. What a tremendous karmic connection. Now she was completely unable to rid herself of this man. To resolve such karma, she didn't know how much effort it would take. But wait, although she had benefited from Lu Chen, he had also benefited from Hera. Didn't that count as resolving karma? So what should she do now in order to resolve this karmic debt? Seeing Su Hanyan's hazy, misty eyes fixed on him, Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? What, thinking of running away after just breaking through to the Allah realm?" Su Hanyan remained silent, savoring the joy Lu Chen brought her. After a while, Su Hanyan sighed faintly. Well, might as well continue to stay by this man's side. After all, she couldn't return to the Bixia world right now. Already entangled in karma, she wouldn't have it easy in the future even if she left Lu Chen's side. Better to stay with this man. She wanted to see why this man nurtured so many wives and concubines, if it was to have them shield him from calamity. Not wanting to ponder any further, Su Hanyan slowly raised her jade arm, wrapped it around Lu Chen's neck, and then took the initiative to seal Lu Chen's mouth with her own. Seeing Su Hanyan so proactive, Lu Chen naturally did not hold back. Over the next month, the two of them were constantly sweet and affectionate in the room until Su Hanyan finally begged for mercy. At this moment, Su Hanyan lay softly on the couch, her starry eyes hazy, her small mouth slightly open, breathing continuously. Lying beside her, Lu Chen chuckled and said, "Sect Master Su, do you still plan to flee from the Tiantian world?" Seeing Lu Chen bring up this topic again made Su Hanyan somewhat angry inside. He knew very well she couldn't leave him, yet he still said such things, clearly to embarrass her. After a pause, Su Hanyan snorted coldly and said, "Don't think this means you can imprison me for a lifetime. Once I become a great emperor, I will sever the karmic ties with you." Currently, she lacked the ability to cut off karma. Only a great emperor possessed such power, to sever it directly. Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed out loud, then raised his hand to gently stroke Su Hanyan's hair and said, "Sect Master Su is truly adorable." Becoming a great emperor was no easy feat. By the time she achieved it, who knows how many times they would have been intimate. Her body and soul would bear his imprint. Even if she severed the karma, she would still be his woman. Seeing Lu Chen call her adorable, Su Hanyan knew he wasn't taking her words to heart. Thinking of how this man was so certain of her, she felt even more indignant inside. No, she must become a great emperor to break free from this man who took her words so lightly. Just then, Su Hanyan suddenly thought of something and said, "I heard from Junwan that you used to be very keen on having children. Why don't you let your wives and concubines have children for you anymore? Could it be that your body is not up to it? No sooner had Su Hanyan finished speaking than Lu Chen suddenly flipped over and pressed her beneath him again. Su Hanyan let out a yelp and immediately regretted her words. What she meant by not being up to it was that Lu Chen's cultivation state had reached a certain realm, making it not so easy to have children. But her words were ambiguous and certainly provoking to a man. It was only then that Su Hanyan realized her slip. Lu Chen looked into her eyes and said, "Whether my body is up to it or not, doesn't Sect Master Su know all too well?" Su Hanyan hastily said, "Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. I won't speak such words to you again." Lu Chen said, "Acknowledging your mistake now is too late." As his voice fell, Lu Chen bent down, and their lips met once more. Mima. Su Hanyan felt frustrated. She really couldn't relax around this guy. One misspoke word and he would play with her. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Chen whispered in Su Hanyan's ear, "Even if you become a great emperor, what of it? By the time you achieve that, my realm will likely have surpassed that of a great emperor, and you will still not escape the palm of my hand." Hearing this, Su Hanyan didn't speak, only breathed heavily. She had just said it casually. She knew, although her realm was higher than Lu Chen's for now, behind him stood a massive force with countless cultivation resources. Her lead in cultivation was only temporary. As their cultivation levels improved, her progress would slow, while Lu Chen's would quickly catch up and surpass hers. By the time she became a great emperor, who knew how long Lu Chen had already surpassed it? Great emperors also varied in strength, and as a woman who had just ascended, she most likely would not be a match for him. She would just be at his mercy. Thinking this, Su Hanyan felt incredibly desolate, as if she were fated to be a plaything for this man for life. Lu Chen continued, "Besides, if you want children, I can also help you have quite a few." Hearing this, Su Hanyan snapped back to attention, quickly saying, "No need, I was just asking offhand. Please, Your Majesty, don't take it to heart." She had heard from Wu Junwan and Li Qinru about Lu Chen, knowing he could impregnate his wives and concubines in a short time, and by then it would be too late for her to dispel the impurities from her body using her cultivation. She was already entwined with karma. Giving Lu Chen a child would only add to her karmic burden, making it even harder to break free from him. She couldn't bear a child for him. Seeing Su Hanyan so flustered, Lu Chen chuckled, "Weren't you just saying I wasn't up to it? Why the panic now?" Su Hanyan quickly said, "I know I was wronga." With a move from Lu Chen, Su Hanyan trembled, after which he continued, "Wanting children isn't out of the question. Once I become a great emperor, you can have as many as you want." Hearing this, Su Hanyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the time Lu Chen became a great emperor, it might be tens of thousands of years in the future, and perhaps by then, she would have found a way to resolve her karma. At this moment, Su Hanyan said, "I'm very curious. You spend your days doing this sort of thing, not cultivating. Can you really become an emperor?" Other cultivators struggled in their practices, fought with others, with the heavens, vying for opportunities, with many perishing in the process. With such desperate efforts, few ever became emperors. Lu Chen, this lecher, actually thought he could become an emperor just by laying on top of women every day. What a ludicrous fantasy that was. She had never heard of an emperor in this world who could ascend to the throne relying solely on women. If that were the case, countless cultivators' Dao hearts would be shattered. While moving, Lu Chen said, "Life is an eternal theme, and I walk the path of the life Dao. Why can't I become an emperor? A universe without life is just a stagnant pool. I am dedicated to creating life, to invigorating the universe. Engaging in such a grand endeavor, I, too, should ascend to the throne." Su Hanyan fell silent. She had never seen such a shameless man who, while obviously indulging in his own pleasures, claimed to be creating life for the universe. Whatever, she was too lazy to bother with this guy anymore. Let him degenerate if he must. As long as she didn't, that was fine. If one day her strength grew strong enough to put a vast distance between them, perhaps she could take control of him. Thinking thus, Su Hanyan felt much better, and her body began to feel excited as well. Sensing Su Hanyan's change, Lu Chen whispered in her ear, "Wife, what happy thoughts are making you so excited? Su Hanyan's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly stopped her fantasies from going further. This guy always seemed to guess her thoughts. She couldn't continue her chaotic thinking, lest he detect her true intentions. Another day passed before Lu Chen finally left the Changning Palace. After breaking through to the Yin-Yang realm, he felt rejuvenated, his perception greatly enhanced. He was eager to find a place to test the strength of his new cultivation state. Immediately, Lu Chen used shadow shifting and in the next moment, he appeared above the southern sea. Seeing himself crossing such a great distance with shadow shifting, Lu Chen was stunned. He had traversed the entirety of Great Sum. In the future, within Tianqian world, he might not even need an immortal boat anymore. Wherever he wanted to go would be a mere thought away. Lu Chen glanced at the spiritual power in his hands. So this was the Yin-Yang realm. Indeed, it was powerful. Lu Chen then raised a hand, and a majestic surge of spiritual power burst forth from his body. In the next moment, waves 1,000 meters high rose from the sea's surface. Looking at the tumbling waves, Lu Chen felt an incomparable sense of satisfaction. This was the feeling of being filled with power. It was just a pity that he had been staying in Tianqian world for so long without an opportunity to use this power. However, at that moment, the waves suddenly froze, as if restrained by some force, and the whole world seemed to be swept by some power. Lu Chen's mind went blank for a moment. What was going on? Just as Lu Chen was puzzled, he felt a colossal wave of spiritual energy enter Tianqian world, bringing about the third resurgence of spiritual energy. Not only Lu Chen, but all cultivators in Tianqian world felt this immense spiritual power. Then, Lu Chen looked towards the horizon and seemed to see a giant black shadow. Immediately, Lu Chen took out his immortal boat and flew straight towards the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the immortal boat arrived at the boundary of Tianqian world. At the boundary wall of Tianqian world, a massive rock had intruded, and many cracks appeared in the wall. Seeing this, Lu Chen was dumbstruck. What was happening? The next moment, a system notification sounded. A lower-level cultivation world has collided with Tianqian world. If no external forces intervene, the two worlds will become one within 100 years. As soon as he heard this, Lu Chen frowned. Just when he had enjoyed a few peaceful years, trouble had come knocking at his door again. He didn't know how strong the enemies from the opposite world were. After all, that was a cultivation world. If the enemies were too powerful, that would spell trouble. Lu Chen immediately asked the system, what should I do to prevent the two worlds from merging? The system replied, host needs the chief fortune of other worlds, no need to prevent this. Lu Chen was aware that to impregnate his wives and create child worlds, he needed the chief fortune of other worlds, but he had little confidence in his own strength. In the entire Tianqian world, Su Hanyan was the only cultivator at the All-Law realm. Even with armor on, Su Hanyan's strength was only at the early stages of the divinity transformation realm. But the opposite was a cultivation world. One could only wonder how many divinity transformation realm powerhouses were in the cultivation world. As Lu Chen grew anxious, the system notification sounded again. The spiritual energy in the lower-level cultivation world is not abundant, and cultivators reaching the divinity transformation realm are few and far between. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. Few cultivators can cultivate to the divinity transformation realm. Then what should he be afraid of the other side doing? With this thought, Lu Chen felt much more at ease. He scanned the crack in the world barrier of the Tianqian world again. The crack was not large, and it was not easy for the cultivators from the other world to come through, unless they came in the form of souls. However, to prevent people from the other side from coming over, it was still better to make some necessary preparations. With that in mind, Lu Chen immediately boarded an immortal boat and returned directly to Black Dragon City. At this time, most of the cultivators who had come to attend the Cultivators Conference in Black Dragon City had not yet left. Although the Cultivators Conference had been over for more than a month, the conference was no longer just confined to official discussions. In the following 1 or 2 months, the cultivators who came to the conference would engage in all sorts of trades with other cultivators in Black Dragon City. There would also be many auctions during this time, of course. These were all spontaneously organized by the major sects and had little to do with the Daxia dynasty. Seeing the immortal boat in the sky, the cultivators knew that another significant event was about to happen. The overwhelming spiritual power they felt earlier was a bit special, clearly not the spiritual power of this world. This indicated that someone or something from another world had entered this world. When Lu Chen returned to the imperial palace of Black Dragon City, all the sect masters and leaders of the major sects were already waiting for him at the palace gate. Lu Chen declared from the sky, all cultivators who attended the cultivators conference 1 month ago, proceed immediately to the Black Dragon City Deliberation Hall. I have important matters to announce. After Lu Chen finished speaking, in less than an hour, the cultivators who had attended the cultivators conference a month ago appeared again in the deliberation hall. Su Hanyan was still in bed when she heard Lu Chen's words, and she hastily got dressed and headed for the deliberation hall. Before long, Lu Chen, wearing a black gold dragon robe and a crown, appeared in the deliberation hall of the imperial palace of Black Dragon City. After taking his seat on the dragon throne, Lu Chen glanced at the cultivators present and then spoke indifferently, "You must have sensed what just happened." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the sect masters looked at each other. They naturally felt the overwhelming spiritual power, but they didn't know exactly what had happened. Lu Chen continued, "A cultivation world has collided with the Tianqian world, and part of that world has already entered the Tianqian world. The spiritual power from the Tianqian world just now was from that world." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. It was indeed as they had guessed. From the beginning, they had felt that the overwhelming spiritual power was not quite right, not like it belonged to this world. Most likely, something from another world had entered and brought a wave of spiritual energy to the Tianqian world. Now, trouble was brewing. If other worlds had collided with this one, didn't that mean that cultivators from that world could enter this one? The order of this world had just stabilized, and now was it going to be reshuffled? Just as people were contemplating whether or not to ally themselves with the forces of that world, Lu Chen continued, "It will take about 100 years for that world to completely merge with the Tianqian world. However, whether the cultivators from that world will pass through the broken world barrier to the Tianqian world, that's hard to say. So, I plan to dispatch some forces to guard the site of the barrier breach, to prevent cultivators from that world from sneaking into this one." Hearing this, all the sect masters present in the hall fell silent, starting to plot in their minds. They were thinking that if they could guard the barrier, on the one hand, they could establish good relations with the invading cultivators, and on the other hand, they could show that they were making an effort for the Tianqian world. Later on, whether the Daxia dynasty lost or eventually took over that world, they would not lose out. Hedging their bets was the safest course of action. Thinking of this, a man immediately stood up and saluted, saying, "Your Majesty, the Sky Blade sect is willing to guard the world barrier." As soon as the sect master of the Sky Blade sect finished speaking, quite a few sect masters from other powers stood up in succession. "Your Majesty, the Leon sect is also willing to guard the world barrier. The Flying Scorpion sect is willing too. The Green Frost sect. ... Seeing these sects all willing to guard the world barrier, Lu Chen was not pleased. Their loyalty was fluctuating constantly, rising and falling. He instantly saw through their intentions. These people wanted to get close to the breach in the barrier. If the invaders from that world arrived, they could make early contact with them and then guide them. To put it bluntly, they wanted to be opportunists. These guys. But Lu Chen was not too angry. These cultivators had always been like this. They had no real sense of belonging to the Tianqian world or the Daxia dynasty, nor could they be called loyal. For them, they would side with whoever won, and they would belong to whoever emerged victorious. It was the same when they followed the three major forces to attack the Tianqian world. To them, it was merely a change of allegiance. Lu Chen remained silent for a moment before saying, "Sect masters, I am very relieved to see such enthusiasm from all of you. The stability of Tianqian world will hinge upon your efforts from now on. In a few days, each sect should send disciples and elders to join in guarding the realm barrier. As for the exact number of people in the rotational schedule, we can discuss that shortly. Additionally, I must add that although the other world is a cultivation world, it is only a lower-tier cultivation world and it is unlikely to produce cultivators of the divinity transformation realm. With our sect master Su having broken through to the All-Law realm, Tianqian world will be safe with him around. Hearing this, the gazes of the cultivators in the hall instantly turned towards Su Hanyan. People were aware of the relationship between Su Hanyan and Lu Chen. Every time Su Hanyan came to Black Dragon City to attend the cultivators' conference, she would stay in the Imperial Palace for over a month. What she did inside the palace, those who understood would know. Furthermore, outside the cultivators' conference, as long as Lu Chen came to Black Dragon City, Su Hanyan would also spend some time there. Clearly, Su Hanyan had already become Lu Chen's woman. To everyone's surprise, Su Hanyan had managed to break through to the All-Law realm in such a short period. Does this mean that she had received a considerable number of cultivation resources from Lu Chen? Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to advance from the fifth layer of the Yin-Yang realm to the All-Law realm in just a few short years. Thinking of the benefits Su Hanyan must have received from Lu Chen, the sect masters felt their hearts stir. They started to scheme whether they should send some beautiful female disciples to the Sum Emperor. Perhaps if the Sum Emperor took a liking to the female disciples they offered, he might also grant them substantial cultivation resources. At this moment, the group of sect masters turned to Su Hanyan and said, "Incredible, Sect Master Su, for you to break through from the fifth layer of the Yin-Yang realm to the All-Law realm in just a few short years. His Majesty is right, with Sect Master Su here, that world will eventually belong to His Majesty. Sect Master Su's talent is so extraordinary, and now with the spiritual energy in Tianqian world becoming even more concentrated, it's likely you will reach the divinity transformation realm in less than 100 years. After hearing their flattering remarks, Su Hanyan replied indifferently, "Thank you for the compliments, but protecting Tianqian world will still require everyone's assistance." Soon after, a wave of praise once again filled the hall. The meeting was not very long. Lu Chen simply informed everyone about the situation and discussed how many people each sect should send and what level of cultivators they ought to deploy to guard the realm barrier. After the meeting was over, Su Hanyan had intended to find Lu Chen to learn about the specifics of the situation, only to discover upon entering the Imperial Palace that Lu Chen had already vanished, clearly having returned to Yan County. Lu Chen had just returned to the Yancheng Imperial Palace when Chu Yukan and the other wives gathered around him. They were now able to cultivate, and with such a vast influx of spiritual energy into this world, they naturally felt it too. While the resurgence of spiritual energy was a good thing for this world, they knew that every time it happened, something significant would occur in this world. This time, with so much spiritual energy suddenly present, it likely signified that the events they would encounter could be even greater. Thinking of this, the women's faces showed expressions of concern. Chu Yukan took the initiative to ask, "Chenur, what just happened?" Lu Chen glanced at his wives and then replied with a slight smile, "A cultivation world has collided with Tianqian world, and the spiritual energy we just experienced came from that world. Spiritual energy has its concentrations, and it flows from places rich in spiritual energy to where it is scarce. When that cultivation world collided with Tianqian world, its spiritual power poured into this world like a flood, hence the sudden thickening of Tianqian world's spiritual energy." Upon hearing Lu Chen's explanation, Mu Zixuan said with some concern, "Your Majesty, will those cultivators invade Tianqian world?" Lu Chen answered with a smile, "That's hard to say. There's a high probability, as cultivators are inherently plunderous. Now that their world has collided with Tianqian world, they will certainly not miss the opportunity to plunder other worlds." Seeing his wives seemingly worried, Lu Chen said with a smile, "You needn't worry too much. It's just a lower-tier cultivation world, and the most powerful cultivator in that world might not be as strong as me." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukan looked him over and noticed that his aura had become much more robust, clearly indicating he had reached the Yin-Yang realm. Chu Yukan asked with happiness, "Chenur, have you broken through to the Yin-Yang realm?" Lu Chen replied, "Yes, I just did." Wearing the Shengwei armor, he could exert the strength of the All-Law realm. Moreover, with another All-Law realm cultivator in Tianqian world, and if the opposing world did not have a divinity transformation realm cultivator, there really wasn't much need for concern. But Mu Zixuan and the others did not understand all this, they just knew war was about to begin again. Lu Chen did not want them to worry unnecessarily and then said, "Alright, let's head back to Wind Cloud Palace for now. We can talk about everything in detail once we're there." Saying this, Lu Chen, with an arm around the waists of Chu Yukon and Mu Zixuan, headed towards the Wind Cloud Palace. In the evening, in the Wind Cloud Palace, only Mu Zixuan, Lu Chen, and a few maids were left. After being comforted by Lu Chen, his other wives and consorts had calmed down, and now they could only trust Lu Chen. There wasn't anything they could do about this situation. Aside from trusting Lu Chen, there was no other way. At this moment, Mu Zixuan sat on a wooden stool with a slight sigh, then said to Lu Chen, "Your concubine is really useless. Encountering such an issue, I can't be of any help at all." Hearing this, Lu Chen slowly walked behind Mu Zixuan, wrapped his arms around her waist, and leaning close to her ear he said, "Don't talk like that. You're managing the affairs inside the Imperial Palace is already a great help to me." Having said this, Lu Chen performed shadow shifting and in the next moment, the two of them were on the soft couch. Lu Chen had Mu Zixuan sit on his lap, his arms holding her soft body. Feeling Lu Chen's warmth, Mu Zixuan's cheeks reddened slightly, then she spoke, "Your Majesty, when I recently practiced the mysterious female technique, I always felt some discomfort. I don't know why." Hearing this, Lu Chen said with confusion, "Discomfort?" Then, Lu Chen checked Mu Zixuan's body using the rejuvenating skill and found there seemed to be nothing wrong with her. With her face flushed, Mu Zixuan said, "Your concubine also doesn't understand what's wrong, just that something feels missing." Lu Chen immediately understood what was missing. He knew that without his assistance, his wives and concubines would all feel a sense of loss and emptiness when practicing the mysterious female technique. Although the mysterious female technique was not a dual cultivation technique, it still required someone to provide guidance. Lu Chen said with a smile, "I will assist you in circulating your cultivation, try practicing once more." With these words, Lu Chen gently laid Mu Zixuan down on the couch, his hands slowly moving inside her palace attire, and in just a moment, the two entered the right state. Seeing Mu Zixuan's eyes become foggy with enchantment, completely forgetting to cultivate, Lu Chen reminded her aloud, "Zixuan, it's time to circulate your cultivation." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan suddenly became alert. "Ah! Your concubine has been impolite." Immediately she hastened to circulate her cultivation, and this time, she indeed did not feel that discomfort. Lu Chen didn't take over actively, he turned with Mu Zixuan in his arms, allowing her to practice on her own from above. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Zixuan suddenly felt a surge of spiritual power spread within her body, and then her realm was elevated, advancing directly from the unity realm into the heavenly human realm. Feeling the spiritual energy surging inside, Mu Zixuan was ecstatic, having finally broken through. Her talent was not exceptional, and even though she always strived to cultivate, compared to Lu Chen's other women, her cultivation state progressed more slowly. If it wasn't for the revival of the spiritual energy in the Tianqian world over the past few years, plus the vast cultivation resources Lu Chen had provided her, she wouldn't have been able to break through to the Unity realm in such a short period. She had been stuck at the Unity realm for a lengthy time, unable to break through, while Lu Chen's other wives and concubines had already become celestials, and she remained a common person, which made her quite anxious. Today, she finally entered the heavenly human realm. Seeing Mu Zixuan's excited appearance, Lu Chen lying on the bed revealed a tender smile as he gazed at her blushing, radiant face. Mu Zixuan quickly snapped back to reality, looked down at Lu Chen and hastily said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for helping your concubine break through the heavenly human realm." Lu Chen said with a smile, "It's not related to me, it's all the result of your diligent cultivation." Just at that moment, the spiritual power inside Mu Zixuan's body involuntarily began to emit outward. Her spiritual power seemed chaotic, and she felt like she could not control it. Feeling Mu Zixuan's predicament, Lu Chen also hurriedly released his spiritual power. Instantly his spiritual power pervaded the entire imperial palace. He then contained Mu Zixuan's spiritual power within her body, preventing it from continuing its rampage. Originally a common person, Mu Zixuan was not suited for cultivation, and it was Lu Chen who had somewhat forcibly placed her on the path of cultivation, so her control over spiritual power was not as easy as it was for his other wives. At this moment, Mu Zixuan collapsed weakly, lying on Lu Chen's broad chest, with one of Lu Chen's hands holding her slim waist and the other gently stroking her jade back. It's okay, just relax and take it slow. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan's heart calmed down a bit, and she began to slowly gather the spiritual power. With Lu Chen's help, Mu Zixuan soon retracted the spiritual power that had spread into the Wind Cloud Palace. Mu Zixuan took a breath and then said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Chen was about to say something when suddenly he paused. As he had been helping Mu Zixuan retract her spiritual power, his own had covered the entire imperial palace, making him aware of what was happening within. He discovered two moving figures in the room where Lu Chengfeng was. Lu Chen's expression stiffened. Seeing that Lu Chen had suddenly fallen silent, Mu Zixuan was puzzled. She slowly climbed up from his chest and looked into Lu Chen's eyes. Your Majesty. What's wrong? Lu Chen returned to his senses and, gazing into Mu Zixuan's beautiful eyes, asked, Zixuan, has Feng been acting differently lately? Hearing this question, Mu Zixuan was a bit baffled. Why would Lu Chen suddenly ask this? Acting differently. What could be different about him? As the crown prince, Lu Chengfeng spent his days studying and also learning administrative affairs with Zhuge Zongguang. There didn't seem to be anything unusual. Mu Zixuan answered, Your concubine hasn't noticed anything unusual about him. Why do you ask such a question, Your Majesty? Mu Zixuan was afraid that Lu Chengfeng had done something terrible behind her back, and that Lu Chen had found out. After all, Lu Chengfeng was her son, and she felt incredibly nervous in her heart, her eyes looking at Lu Chen in a fluster. Lu Chen said, When did that Wu Yao start following Feng? I can't quite remember. Initially, when Lu Chen met Wu Yao, he thought she was decent looking and exhibited a high level of loyalty. Moreover, Wu Yao was Wu Junwan's sister, so he allowed her into the palace and to serve as a maid by Lu Chengfeng's side. Mu Zixuan replied, When Feng was 5 years old, Your Majesty arranged for Wu Yao to be by his side. Mu Zixuan grew more curious as to why Lu Chen was asking about Wu Yao again. Could it be that Wu Yao had done something treasonous? Hearing Mu Zixuan's response, Lu Chen murmured, The year he was 5, huh? Time really flies. Lu Chen then retracted his spiritual power perception. He did not have the habit of spying on his son in that regard. Wu Yao was more than a decade older than Lu Chengfeng. Most importantly, Wu Yao was Wu Junwan's sister. Even if they did not share the same mother, they shared the same father, making Wu Yao's generational rank higher than Lu Chengfeng's. Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. His son didn't learn the good things but instead followed in his footsteps in this matter. Now that Wu Yao had reached an age of mature charm, she indeed possessed a tremendous attraction to Lu Chengfeng, so it was normal for him to be unable to resist his inner urges. However, considering that their Lu family bloodline was quite special, he had to remind Lu Chengfeng that it was best not to father any children. Lu Chen had no intention of breaking them up. What was done, and Wu Yao was quite a reasonable woman who could be a help to Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chen felt as if he was seeing his past self with Chu Yukan. Meanwhile, in the East Palace. In the room, under the dim light, two figures moved rhythmically. At that moment, Wu Yao lay on the soft couch, watching the man more than a decade her junior with a mix of anxiety, panic, and excitement. Your Highness, if His Majesty finds out, this servant. The Wu family's situation was already quite awkward. If the Sum Emperor learned that she had become the woman of Crown Prince Lu Chengfeng, he might think she seduced Lu Chengfeng with ulterior motives. Lu Chengfeng appeared not to hear Wu Yao's words as he continued his actions, saying, Auntie Wu, don't worry, I will definitely get my father to agree for you to be my woman. Wu Yao felt helpless. She indeed had some feelings for this younger man, but their relationship was destined to have no future. Your Highness. Wu Yao didn't finish her sentence before her mouth was silenced. At the same time, inside Wind Cloud Palace, Mu Zixuan looked at Lu Chen, puzzled. She still couldn't understand why Lu Chen brought up Wu Yao at this time. Seeing the worried look on Mu Zixuan's face, Lu Chen said with a smile, Feng has grown up, it's time someone taught him about adult matters. This. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. She immediately grasped Lu Chen's implication. But Lu Chen had just mentioned Wu Yao. Could it be he intended for Wu Yao to become Lu Chengfeng's teacher? Surely that wasn't appropriate. After all, Wu Yao was Wu Junwan's sister. Mu Zixuan then said, Your Majesty, do you intend for Wu Yao to be Fenger's? Mu Zixuan didn't finish her sentence. Lu Chen at that moment only smiled without saying a word. Mu Zixuan continued, Your Majesty, wouldn't that be somewhat improper? By generational rank, Wu Yao is older than Fenger. Lu Chen said, They have already been intimate. I'm just going with the flow. This. Mu Zixuan was utterly taken aback. She hadn't expected that under her own watch, Lu Chengfeng had already been intimate with Wu Yao without her knowledge. Lu Chen continued, When I helped you gather spiritual energy just now, I detected some situations in the East Palace. Fenger is still busy right now. Mu Zixuan was even more confounded. She realized why Lu Chen had brought up Wu Yao at this moment. He had sensed that Lu Chengfeng was engaging in treasonous affairs. Mu Zixuan suddenly felt angry. That rascal Lu Chengfeng dared to make a move on his auntie Wu, he really had the gall. Just as Mu Zixuan was about to say something, she suddenly recalled Lu Chen and Chu Yukan and was unsure what to say. She then sighed softly and resignedly said, I leave it all to your majesty's decision. Early morning. Daxia Dynasty, East Palace. After Lu Chengfeng got up, he glanced at the beautiful woman beside him, his lips curving slightly upward as his wish had finally been fulfilled. However, at this moment, Lu Chengfeng also began to feel anxious. He wasn't worried about his father, the emperor. What concerned him the most was his mother, the empress. He had grown up under Mu Zixuan's strict supervision. In his heart, Mu Zixuan was a very demanding mother, and it was highly probable that she would disapprove of this matter. Meanwhile, Wu Yao's stunning face twitched slightly and the next moment, she opened her eyes. The instant she opened her eyes, she caught sight of Lu Chengfeng's handsome, mischievous face, and her heart quivered. It's over. What have I done? Seeing Wu Yao's face flush with shame and anxiety, Lu Chengfeng's heart itched, and he pressed down on her again. Wu Yao hurriedly said, Your Highness, Utadea. Before Wu Yao could finish her sentence, a cold female voice came from outside. Crown Prince, His Majesty requests your presence along with Wu Yao in the back garden. Hearing this voice, both Lu Chengfeng and Wu Yao's hearts trembled. Though they didn't often interact with the ladies outside, they were quite familiar with this voice. It was Bai Qingqing's, Lu Chen's personal guard. The Sum Emperor sending his personal guard to deliver the order clearly indicated the importance of the matter. Considering they were both summoned together, it was quite obvious that their affair had been exposed. Regaining his composure, Lu Chengfeng glanced at Wu Yao's panicked face and immediately said, Auntie Wu, rest assured, I will make father agree to grant us marriage. At that moment, Wu Yao wasn't able to take in Lu Chengfeng's words. She felt disaster was impending. Daxia Imperial Palace, Royal Garden. The Imperial Palace's royal garden basked in blooming splendor, awash with a riot of colors. Ostentatious, dewy flowers vied with each other in their blooming under the sunlight, like a vivid oil painting coming to life. An exquisite fountain murmured at the garden's heart, its droplets sparkling under the sunlight like glistening jewels. Trees heavy with greenery added a touch of refreshing verdure to the garden. A winding path flanked by a variety of fragrant flowers induced a sense of pleasure and liberation in onlookers. A breeze wafted by, scattering petals in the wind, creating a scene so enchanting it begged for one to linger and forget the way home. At this moment, within a pavilion in the royal garden, Lu Chen was savoring his tea, while Mu Zixuan's expression was as cold as ice as she watched the entrance to the royal garden. She had never shown such a face in front of Lu Chen, but the matter of Lu Chengfeng and Wu Yao uncomfortably irked her. This rascal didn't even notify her before he completely consumed Wu Yao. Even if he truly liked Wu Yao, he should have at least told her. Wu Yao, after all, was a descendant of the martial emperor. She shouldn't be touched lightly. If Wu Yao were just a common maid, Mu Zixuan might not be angry, but it had to be Wu Yao. Before long, two figures rushed into the entrance of the royal garden in a fluster. As they reached the pavilion, even before Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan could say anything, Lu Changfeng and Wu Yao simultaneously knelt down. Lu Changfeng had intended to defend Wu Yao, but she preemptively spoke. It was this servant who seduced the crown prince. This matter has nothing to do with His Highness. If your majesty seeks to punish someone, please punish only this servant. Hearing this, Lu Changfeng became frantic. As a man, how could he push all the blame onto a woman, especially since last night he had been forceful? Lu Changfeng hastily said, "Father, mother, it's all your son's fault. It has nothing to do with Auntie Wu. Please don't punish Auntie Wu, it's Allah." Before Lu Changfeng could finish, Mu Zixuan coldly interjected, "You still know to call her Auntie Wu." Hearing Mu Zixuan's voice, both of them quivered in fear, their heads bowed, not daring to look at Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan. Fallen silent, they refrained from further speech, well aware that what followed would depend on what the Sum Emperor thought. No matter how severe Mu Zixuan was, she would still defer to the Sum Emperor's decision. At this instant, Lu Chen continued to appear completely at ease, sipping his tea, not speaking for quite a while. As time dragged on, the tension for the two of them escalated, and their foreheads beaded with sweat. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Chen finally spoke. "Feng'er, are you enamored with Wu Yao's body or do you love her as a person? Think it over before you answer." This. Lu Changfeng never expected his father to ask such a question. To him, the reply was obvious: he loved Wu Yao as a person. But, he felt a trap lurking in his father's question. Besides, his father had also told him to think carefully before answering. Seeing Lu Changfeng silent before this question, Wu Yao's face immediately showed a hint of dejection. She had never harbored any hope that Lu Changfeng would truly love her as a person, but in this moment, her heart still ached faintly. Perhaps, to Crown Prince Lu Changfeng, she was just a plaything for him to relieve stress. While Wu Yao was lost in her wild thoughts, Lu Changfeng spoke up. "Father, Auntie Wu has been with me since childhood, taking care of me. I have long considered her part of my family. I admit that I am indeed attracted to her beauty, but even more so, I am drawn to her as a person. Even without her beautiful appearance, I would still have deep affections for her." Hearing Lu Changfeng's reply, Wu Yao was slightly stunned, and tears began to swirl around in her eyes. With those words from Lu Changfeng, her life would have been worth living, even if it ended. At that moment, Lu Chen glanced at Mu Zixuan. Her expression had softened considerably and was no longer as icy as before. Although she felt that Wu Yao was not suitable to be Lu Changfeng's woman, she was still quite satisfied with Lu Changfeng's answer. It showed that Lu Changfeng was not a heartless and ungrateful person. However, a new worry arose in Mu Zixuan's heart. From a mother's perspective, she naturally did not wish for Lu Changfeng to be an unfeeling and ungrateful person. But from the standpoint of a monarch, if Lu Changfeng were to become emperor in the future, he absolutely could not be swayed by the charms of women. Thus, Mu Zixuan was very concerned that Lu Chen would not be satisfied with Lu Changfeng's answer. However, just then, Lu Chen spoke. "In conquering the world, a monarch must be decisive and killing. Yet, in governing the world, an emperor who is compassionate and values loyalty will win over people's hearts." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Lu Changfeng's words did not disgust Lu Chen. Lu Chen continued, "I am pleased with your answer. However, I hope that you prioritize your feelings, rather than being swayed because you are smitten with Wu Yao's beauty." Lu Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief at that moment, at least having passed the first hurdle. Immediately after, Lu Changfeng said, "Father, I will not indulge in the allure of beauty. I will certainly focus all my attention on state affairs in the future." Hearing Lu Changfeng's words, Lu Chen picked up his teacup and took another sip. Lu Changfeng lay prostrate on the ground, still feeling uneasy. He didn't know how his father would deal with Wu Yao next. After a long time, Lu Chen spoke again. "Feng'er, you are not an ordinary person. You possess a special bloodline, and every time you father an heir, they will take away a great amount of your chi fortune and bloodline power." Hearing this, Lu Changfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Did his father intend to separate him from Wu Yao? As Lu Chengfeng grew anxious, Lu Chen continued, "At your age, you indeed should have a teacher to educate you about the matters between men and women. Since you are fond of Wu Yao, let her be your teacher from now on, but I have one condition, do not carelessly create offspring." With those words, both Lu Chengfeng and Wu Yao were stunned. Did that mean they could be together? While Wu Yao was distracted, Lu Chen said to her, "Feng is still young. You will monitor him in the future. Even if you are to teach him about men and women, you must not indulge him too much. His constitution is not the same as mine. He needs to cultivate, and if he indulges in women, his cultivation state will be hard to improve." Wu Yao immediately understood Lu Chen's intention and quickly knelt and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your leniency. I shall take good care of the Crown Prince henceforth." Lu Chen had no intention of passing the Dragon Phoenix Yin Yang spell to his own children. It was one thing for him to indulge in women, but he did not wish for his children to be the same. In the future, he wanted Lu Chengfeng to help him govern the empire he had conquered. If his children were all like him, constantly engaging with women, who would manage the empire he had established? At that moment, Lu Chengfeng also knelt down and said, "Your son thanks you, father, for your approval." Lu Chen then said, "I'm not merely indulging you, you are indeed of age. However, I must remind you, you must understand your own identity. You are the heir, the future emperor of Great Sum. You must prioritize governance and cultivation." Lu Chengfeng replied, "I understand, father. I will certainly not let you and mother down in the future." Lu Chen then said indifferently, "All right, you may both leave." Both said in unison, "Your son takes his leave. Your servant takes her leave." Immediately after, Lu Chengfeng and Wu Yao walked towards the outside of the royal garden, but their bodies were visibly shaking as they left. Both of them felt as if they had narrowly escaped a disaster. They had thought that they would be separated, and there was even the possibility that Wu Yao could have been in mortal danger. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen had agreed to let them continue to be together and even approved of Wu Yao becoming Lu Chengfeng's enlightenment teacher. They could hardly believe the outcome. As soon as Lu Chengfeng and Wu Yao returned to the East Palace, Lu Chengfeng hugged Wu Yao and kissed her endlessly. With his father's words, he could now confidently let Wu Yao teach him in the future. After Lu Chengfeng left, Lu Chen sighed, feeling somewhat sentimental. Time flies so fast. My child is also of age to take a wife. At that moment, Lu Chen turned his head to look at Mu Zixuan and said, "Zixuan, it has been hard on you all these years." Along this journey, the support of Mu Zixuan and Chu Yukan, the two women, was indispensable. They both had given a lot. Mu Zixuan smiled slightly and said, "I am your Majesty's woman, and it is my duty to do anything for your Majesty." Lu Chen also revealed a faint smile and said no more. In the half-months since Wu Yao became Lu Chengfeng's foundational mentor, Lu Chen had been keeping close tabs on his son's progress. He worried that Lu Chengfeng might get carried away, and that he would then require Wu Yao to teach him about the birds and the bees every day. However, he later realized that he had been overly concerned. His son's determination was evidently stronger than his own. In the following half-month, Lu Chengfeng only studied with Wu Yao once, spending the rest of his time focusing on governance and cultivation. Lu Chen was very satisfied with Lu Chengfeng's performance. Having such an understanding son meant his retirement was guaranteed to be secure. In the month that followed, all the major forces of Black Dragon County sent elders and disciples to the site of the world barrier's rupture, and the Great Sum did likewise, dispatching the War Dragon army. This time, however, the War Dragon army was significantly stronger than before, with every soldier being at least of the heavenly human realm. The generals, clad in Shengwei armor, were even of the Yin-Yang realm. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Lu Chen also stationed Elder Yu Changqin from the 10,000 Immortal sect at the site of the rupture. Elder Yu Changqin of the 10,000 Immortal sect was a genuine cultivator of the Yin-Yang realm 9th layer. Outfitted in the Shengwei armor, his power could reach the Myriad Laws realm. So long as no divinity transformation realm experts came from the other world, Yu Changqin could handle it. Naturally, Lu Chen had no intention of staying passively on the defensive forever. He planned to send people to explore the less advanced cultivation world, but this would happen only after the arrival of the cultivators from Black Dragon Holy Land. With Yin Zhengyi's arrival, Tianqian world would then have a Washan realm cultivator at its helm. Coupled with the power of the Shengwei armor, Yin Zhengyi's power could reach the returning Ruin realm. At that point, even if a Washan realm cultivator appeared from the lower realm, they would not match Tianqian world. But before the arrival of the Black Dragon Holy Land, Tianqian world had a minor trouble to deal with. Out in cosmic space, an immortal boat was rapidly approaching a world, and the cultivators on board were visibly excited. "We're here, we've finally arrived. Good thing our star map wasn't wrong. Last time, we accidentally encountered a spatial turbulence, we've got to be more careful this time." Seeing the nearing Tianqian world, Yu Liang's lips curled slightly upward. Capturing Yun Shenxian would earn him all the credit. Not only would he receive the palace master's reward, but he could also win Lu Yanghua's favor. With these thoughts, Yu Lianche could hardly contain his excitement and was eager to enter Tianqian world again to capture Yun Shenxian. Subsequently, Yu Lianche personally steered the immortal boat, speeding straight toward the rift of Tianqian world, quickly re-entering the Misty World. Presently, the collapsing regions of Misty World had crumbled, but at the edge of the Tianqian continent, there still were lands with new sects and powers that emerged. Initially part of the Tianqian continent, these sect forces had returned to the Misty World, not wishing to be under Daxia dynasty's control. Now, the regions that were meant to collapse in the Misty World had done so, leaving behind areas with a very stable spatial structure not prone to collapse. This allowed these sect powers to enjoy a relatively stable environment. Upon entering the Misty World, Yu Lianche quickly used spiritual power to scan the locale, only to discover there wasn't a single Myriad Laws realm cultivator around. Yu Lianche burst into laughter. A world lacking even a single Myriad Laws realm cultivator would be simple to conquer. The sight of the immortal boat in the sky left the Misty World's cultivators dumbfounded. Just then, a voice echoed from above, "Ants of Tianqian world, submit to me, or die." Hearing this, the powers of Misty World were instantly terrified. They realized that the boat overhead was from an external force, from another world. The balance of Tianqian world was about to change again, and the sect masters of the Misty World's powers promptly approached the immortal boat. "We meet and honor our senior. In the cultivation world, might makes right." This alien force, already capable of space travel, clearly represented an incredibly powerful backer. The cultivators of the Misty World had no intention of defending Tianqian world for the Daxia dynasty. Yu Lianche didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with the cultivators. Scanning them briefly and seeing that their cultivation state was at most in the Genesis realm, he asked straightaway, "Who currently controls Tianqian world?" Yu Lianche planned to send people to find traces of Yun Shenxian. Although he could use his perception to find his fellow disciple based on their aura, if Yun Shenxian learned of his arrival, she might hide her presence, complicating their search. However, Yun Shenxian was, after all, a cultivator who descended from the high-level cultivation world. Living in such an inferior world, she was bound to make an impact. As long as they got a clear understanding of Tianqian world, finding Yun Shenxian should not be difficult. Hearing Yu Liang's question, Yi Jingming of the 100 Birds sect immediately stepped forward with a flattering tone. "Senior, Tianqian world is currently under the control of the Daxia dynasty." Yu Lianche glanced at the crowd before asking again, "Which of you is the emperor of the Daxia dynasty?" The crowd looked at each other in silence until Yi Jingming hastily said, "Senior, the emperor of the Daxia dynasty isn't here, they might not even be aware of your arrival." Yu Lianche pondered briefly and realized that for a low-level world's cultivator, being too far to sense the situation here was normal. Yu Lianche continued to ask, "How is the Daxia Emperor's cultivation state?" Yi Jingming answered, "To respond to the elder, we do not know his exact cultivation state, but he once defeated a demon cultivator whose cultivation had reached the Yin-Yang realm." Hearing this, Yu Lianche was taken aback. The methods of demon cultivators are tricky, and to be able to defeat a cultivator of the Yin-Yang realm proves that the Daxia Emperor's strength is also not simple. Could it be that in such a low-level world, there still exists someone with such ability? Yu Lianche entertained a bold idea in his heart. Is the Daxia Emperor a woman? Yi Jingming responded, "To answer the elder, no." Yu Lianche thought for a moment and then said, forget it, go over the specific details about the Daxia Emperor with me. Yes, Elder. After that, Yi Jingming told Yu Lianche all the information the Hundred Birds sect had on Lu Chen, and after hearing Yi Jingming's report, Yu Lianche suddenly felt a bit uncertain. Especially after learning that Lu Chen had managed to turn the tables and kill the demon cultivator despite the latter having used the bloodthirsty Great Formation, he began to believe that Lu Chen's strength might have already reached the Myriad Law's realm. Wait a second. How could such a low-level world, with incomplete laws, even withstand the power of a Myriad Law's realm cultivator? Yu Lianche looked towards the Tianqian world once more, then released his spiritual power to sense the current situation in the Tianqian world. Upon sensing, Yu Liance's brows slightly furrowed. The spiritual energy in the Tianqian world had become so dense. He remembered that the last time he visited the Tianqian world, the spiritual energy of this world was still very sparse. Well then, the most dangerous person in this world should be the Daxia Emperor. Although a Myriad Law's realm is indeed somewhat troublesome, with two from the Yin-Yang realm on their side, plus him from the Myriad Law's realm, dealing with the Sum Emperor shouldn't pose too much of a problem. Moreover, this Sum Emperor probably also came from the high-level cultivation realm. If he knows what's good for him, he most likely won't cause any conflict with their mysterious Moon Palace. At this time, Yu Lianche continued to ask, do you recognize a woman named Yun Shenxian? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other before answering in unison, we do not know her. Yi Jingming spoke up, Elder, may I inquire if this Yun Shenxian is beautiful? It is said that all the stunning beauties of the Tianqian world are in the Sum Emperor's harem. If the woman the Elder seeks is beautiful, then she is most likely in the Sum Emperor's harem as well. On hearing this, Yu Liance's brow furrowed. If she is in the Sum Emperor's harem, wouldn't that mean Yun Shenxian has lost her chastity and become the Sum Emperor's woman? Would her immortal spirit body also have been taken by the Sum Emperor? If that's truly the case, Yun Shenxian would be of no use to Lu Yanghua, and knowing this, Lu Yanghua would surely be enraged and might potentially annihilate the mysterious Moon Palace. Considering this, Yu Lianche immediately controlled the immortal boat to proceed deeper into the Tianqian world, no longer paying any heed to the cultivators of the Misty World. He now needed to urgently confirm whether Yun Shenxian was still intact. Watching the immortal boat slowly fly towards the Tianqian world, the cultivators of the Misty World reveled in schadenfreude, thinking perhaps after the Daxia dynasty was destroyed, the Tianqian world might become a realm controlled by various powerful factions. In such a case, they might manage to seize the opportunity to enter the Tianqian world and claim some territory for themselves. Yi Jingming muttered to himself at this time, the Tianqian world is going through a major change. I did not expect the Daxia dynasty to fall so quickly. Then a sect master next to him said, the Sum Emperor is so domineering, he should have been overthrown long ago. Yi Jingming replied, it's just unclear how the new force will handle the Tianqian world. Black Dragon City, Imperial Palace. In a secluded chamber of the harem, a cold woman who was meditating on a divan suddenly opened her eyes. I didn't expect them to arrive so soon, nor do I know if among those who have come, there are any whose strength exceeds the Myriad Law's realm. Yun Shenxian, now having recovered to the Yin-Yang realm, donned the Shengwei armor given by Lu Chen, her strength rivaling that of a Myriad Law's realm cultivator. As long as there was no Myriad Law's realm cultivator among the newcomers, she could generally handle it on her own. Of course, she also thought this was unrealistic. The mysterious Moon Palace surely wouldn't just give an immortal boat to a group of disciples who hadn't even reached the Myriad Law's realm to navigate through cosmic space, as cultivators without Myriad Law's realm cultivation state could easily lose their way. Yun Shenxian slowly stood up and walked out of the chamber. If it had been earlier, Yun Shenxian, upon learning that disciples from the mysterious Moon Palace had arrived in this world, would certainly have found a way to hide. But now, things were different. With a man supporting her, and this man holding no ordinary identity, she dared to face the disciples of the mysterious Moon Palace. Just as Yun Shenxian stepped out of her sleeping quarters, a voice from Yu Lianche filled the skies above Black Dragon County. Ants of the Tianqian world, submit to me immediately, or bear the consequences. Hearing this voice, the cultivators in Black Dragon County trembled, feeling a level of pressure that suggested the speaker was surely a Myriad Law's realm cultivator. This person called everyone in Tiantian world ants. Could he be a cultivator from another world? But wait, hadn't all the major sects already dispatched many disciples to defend the southern seas? How had a cultivator from that world arrived here so quickly? The cultivators of Black Dragon County had not yet realized that the cultivators coming to Tiantian world were from a very distant place, still assuming Yu Lianche and his fellows were from the neighboring cultivation world. For a time, the cultivators of Black Dragon County were in utter panic. Various sects and even the Daxia dynasty had sent many people to defend the southern seas, precisely for fear that cultivators from that world would invade theirs. Now that the cultivators from that world were attacking, even reaching Black Dragon County, didn't that mean that their disciples defending the southern seas had been completely obliterated, and the Daxia dynasty's army had already suffered defeat? Upon this realization, the cultivators turned pale. If even the Daxia dynasty had lost, how could they possibly contend with those cultivators? Perhaps they should simply surrender. After all, they had no deep attachment to this world, and absorbing other forces was a common occurrence in the cultivation world. In no time, many leaders of smaller forces approached the immortal boat controlled by Yu Lianche, saying, "We pay respect to our senior." The forces coming to Yu Lianche were mostly those who usually disliked the Daxia dynasty and wanted to break free from its control. Many more forces were still watching and waiting. Lu Chen had not yet appeared, and the outcome of the battle was uncertain. If they aligned with the cultivators from the other world now, and Lu Chen later defeated these invaders, he would surely hold them accountable. Seeing those who came to submit, Yu Lianche immediately continued, "Where is the Daxia emperor? Please, come out and meet." Knowing that the Sum emperor had some capabilities, Yu Liangce's tone was not excessively harsh. Lu Chen had long sensed the situation in Black Dragon County and immediately arrived at the Black Dragon City Imperial Palace. At that moment, Yun Shenxian was planning to fly up and personally send away Yu Lianche and his people, but suddenly, a large hand clamped down on her shoulder. Turning her head, Yun Shenxian saw it was Lu Chen and said, "I just checked. Among those coming from the mysterious Moon Palace, there is only one of Myriad Law's realm cultivation. I can handle them alone without your intervention." Lu Chen smiled and said, "I would like to see how strong Su Hanyan is." Hearing this, Yun Shenxian instantly understood Lu Chen's intention. With Su Hanyan donning the Shengwei armor, her strength was now comparable to the divinity transformation realm. With only one of Myriad Law's realm cultivation dispatched by the mysterious Moon Palace this time, once Su Hanyan made her move, those people would surely not be able to resist. Yun Shenxian then said, "I understand." Lu Chen went on, "Honored master, you should conceal your aura and hide for a bit. I'm going to check on Su Hanyan." Okay. As the words fell, Yun Shenxian returned to her room and concealed her aura. Meanwhile, Lu Chen immediately used shadow shifting to reach the current location of the Misty Immortal sect. Su Hanyan, sensing the invasion of Tiantian world by external enemies, had already prepared for battle. Dressed in a purple cloud robe and holding a spirit sword, she stood on a mountaintop looking at the distant mysterious Moon Palace immortal boat. At that moment, she sensed a familiar presence appearing behind her, but she did not react and continued to gaze at the distant immortal boat. Then, a pair of arms embraced her slender waist, followed swiftly by Lu Chen's teasing voice by her ear. "My lady, I didn't expect you were already prepared to protect me." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Su Hanyan snorted lightly, "Your Majesty, with your formidable strength, there's no need for me to intervene. The opponent only has a mere Myriad Law's realm cultivator, which must be no considerable foe in your Majesty's eyes." Lu Chen said, "I am only of Yin-Yang realm cultivation. How could I possibly compete with a Myriad Law's realm cultivator? This invasion is something you must handle, my lady." Hearing this, Su Hanyan snorted again but said nothing more. Having seen an invader of Myriad Law's realm cultivation, she thought that Lu Chen might not act himself. Though Lu Chen was particularly impressive in bullying women, the opponent was, after all, a genuine Myriad Law's realm cultivator. Even if Lu Chen were to don the Shengwei armor, matching the might of the Myriad Law's realm, possessing the power did not guarantee full mastery. Without adequate comprehension, Even with the power of Myriad Law's realm, using spiritual power effectively would be inferior to a real cultivator of that realm. At that moment, Su Hanyan was contemplating whether to intervene and deal with the invader herself today. However, she soon reconsidered, realizing that Lu Chen's identity was no simple matter and he surely had some hidden trump cards. Thus, she did not immediately act and simply stood there, watching. Lu Chen hadn't expected the man to seek him out voluntarily. The thought that the man was here to beg for his help brought a sense of triumph to Su Hanyan's heart. She thought to herself, weren't you very powerful? How come you've fallen to the point of asking for my help? Then Su Hanyan said, I can take action on your behalf, but what will I gain from it? She intended to help, but if she could secure more benefits from Lu Chen beforehand, that would be even better. Lu Chen, smiling, said, benefits. Of course, there will be benefits. I certainly won't let my wife exhaust herself for nothing. How about this? Once you've dealt with these invaders, I will assist you with the mysterious female technique for the next month. Upon hearing this, Su Hanyan's face instantly stiffened, and then she said, that's the benefit you're talking about. Lu Chen responded, isn't that a benefit? Having the chance to spend a month with me is a luxury for my consorts. This is the only benefit. If you're unwilling to help, then forget it. Su Hanyan replied coldly, I don't want your benefit. I will help you. With that said, spiritual power burst forth from Su Hanyan, and in an instant, her spiritual power soared into the sky. Yu Lianche had intended to continue shouting, but a surge of spiritual power startled him, and he looked in that direction to see a woman holding a sword, staring at their immortal boat. Feeling the spiritual pressure radiating from the woman, Yu Lianche frowned. Another Myriad Law's realm cultivator. If the Sum Emperor counts as one Myriad Law's realm cultivator, and now there is another, two of them might be tough to handle. However, Yu Lianche suddenly remembered that their immortal boat was also a weapon, crafted at great expense. If they were struck by the formation on their boat, not to mention a cultivator on the first layer of Myriad Law's realm, even one on the fifth layer would get injured. With this thought, Yu Lianche felt more confident and turned to Su Hanyan saying, fellow cultivator, we came to the Tianqian world only to find someone, and we had no intention of causing any conflicts. Hearing this, Su Hanyan laughed scornfully and then said, only to find someone. Would you call the cultivators of Tianqian world mere ants, if that were the case? I doubt your intentions are as simple as just looking for someone. Yu Lianche replied, we didn't know you were in the Tianqian world. Had we known, we definitely wouldn't have made such a comment. I wonder if you've heard of Yun Shenxian. Seeing Su Hanyan's formidable strength, Yu Lianche felt she might have some connection to Yun Shenxian, who, after all, was a disciple from a major sect, and might not keep a low profile in a lower world like Tianqian world. Upon hearing Yu Lianche ask about Yun Shenxian, an image of Lu Chen's white-haired master instantly flashed in Su Hanyan's mind. So these people were here looking for Lu Chen's master. The thought that Lu Chen involved her to protect his master made Su Hanyan feel somewhat uncomfortable. But at this moment, she still said, I have never heard of this person. Now, you may leave the Tianqian world. And if you insist on lingering in the Tianqian world, I won't be courteous. Yu Liangce's face darkened upon hearing Su Hanyan's words. Leave. They hadn't captured their target, how could they possibly leave? However, since the Sum Emperor hadn't appeared yet, and his strength was unknown, if there truly were two Myriad Law's realm cultivators, they might only have the option to leave. As Yu Lianche was conflicted about whether to attack immediately, Lu Chen appeared behind Su Hanyan, standing beside her. Seeing Lu Chen, a cultivator from the Tianqian world who had sided with Yu Lianche immediately said, Elder, that man is the Sum Emperor. Upon hearing this, Yu Lianche was startled. He immediately released his spiritual power to sense Lu Chen's cultivation state and discovered that Lu Chen was merely at the second layer of the Yin-Yang realm. Only the second layer of the Yin-Yang realm. What was there to be afraid of? Thinking back on his earlier reluctance, Yu Lianche grew very angry, nearly fooled by this woman. Ignoring Su Hanyan, Yu Lianche stared fixedly at Lu Chen and asked, I heard the women in your harem are all beauties. Is there a woman named Yun Shenxian among them? You'd better tell the truth. If you dare to lie, you'll die. Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed and said, "If I say there isn't, will you just leave the Tianqian world?" Yu Lianche replied, "Of course not, but you must bring all your consorts out for us to verify. If she's not among them, I won't make things difficult for you." There was a myriad laws realm cultivator in front of him, so Yu Lianche didn't plan on taking action right away. Although Yu Lianche wasn't afraid of the myriad laws realm woman before him, if he could capture Yun Shenxian at the smallest cost, he would prefer to do so without engaging in combat. If the opposition had been much weaker, he wouldn't have continued talking here, he would have just captured the Sum Emperor and headed to the Imperial Palace, which wouldn't have taken much time. When the two sides were evenly matched, a cultivator would be much more cautious before taking action. Hearing Yu Liangce's words, Lu Chen said indifferently, "You want me to bring my wives and concubines for you to see? Wouldn't that make me lose face? As the emperor of the Daxia dynasty, how can I let you invaders oppress us?" Yu Lianche frowned and immediately released a wave of spiritual power aimed directly at Lu Chen, but it hadn't even reached Lu Chen's body before it was easily blocked by Su Hanyan's sword scabbard. Yu Lianche said coldly, "How ridiculous, an emperor from a lower world daring to talk to me like this. If it weren't for the woman before you, you'd probably already be a corpse. I'll give you one last chance, if you don't agree, then don't blame us for being unkind." Seeing that Yu Lianche seemed ready to take action, Su Hanyan immediately gripped her sword and said, "I'd actually like to see how unkind you can be." Yu Lianche glanced at Su Hanyan, "Fellow Taoist, do you really intend to hinder our search?" Su Hanyan replied, "The Tianqian world belongs to the Daxia dynasty. This isn't your territory, nor do you have any right to pry into the Tianqian world. You came from there, so just go back." As Su Hanyan finished speaking, the spiritual power around Yu Lianche spread out. "Talking is useless, since you are unwilling to hand over Yun Shenxian, let us begin." Yu Lianche now felt Su Hanyan and the Sum Emperor knew where Yun Shenxian was, otherwise their reactions wouldn't have been so strong. Normally in the cultivation world, powerful beings avoid conflicts if they can. They were only looking for a person. The two could have simply cooperated, but their refusal suggested that Yun Shenxian had some relationship with them, and they were protecting her. At this moment, Yu Lianche pulled out a fan from nowhere, and with a flick of his fan, countless streams of sword qi flew out towards Su Hanyan and Lu Chen. While attacking, he telepathically told his junior fellow disciple, Chen Tianzong, "Junior brother Chen, the Sum Emperor likely knows where Yun Shenxian is. I'll hold off this woman while you capture the Sum Emperor and force the information out of him." Yu Lianche didn't know if he could defeat Su Hanyan, so he prepared for both possibilities. If the woman was engaged in a fight with him, she couldn't protect the Sum Emperor, and his fellow disciples would have a chance to strike. Chen Tianzong also possessed the strength of the ninth layer of the Yin-Yang realm, likely having no trouble dealing with the Sum Emperor. Even if the Sum Emperor came from a high-level cultivation realm, having stayed in a lower realm for so long, his strength might have declined. Hearing Yu Liangce's message, Chen Tianzong replied telepathically, "Understood, senior brother Yu." Chen Tianzong then scrutinized the Sum Emperor. Judging from his aura, he was probably only at the first layer of the Yin-Yang realm. A cultivator of the ninth layer of the Yin-Yang realm dealing with one at the first layer shouldn't be a problem. However, he didn't understand why. When they initially entered the Tianqian world, those cultivators claimed the Sum Emperor possessed the strength to confront a myriad laws realm demon cultivator. Perhaps those guys had deceived them. Yes, those guys were likely arranged by the Sum Emperor to deceive them, aiming to scare them off so they wouldn't dare enter the Tianqian world. With this thought, Chen Tianzong leapt down from the immortal boat. He didn't immediately rush towards Lu Chen but waited beside the immortal boat for the right moment. As soon as Yu Lianche drew away the myriad laws realm woman, he would take action. At that time, Su Hanyan saw the numerous streams of sword qi coming straight for her and immediately drew her spirit sword, then with two fingers together, she directed the spirit sword to meet the incoming sword qi. After blocking the sword qi, Su Hanyan formed a hand seal and circulated her spiritual power. The next moment countless sword qi appeared in the sky. The Tianqian world was only a lower world, and a myriad laws realm being taking action in a lower world could potentially influence it, so Su Hanyan also didn't dare to go all out against Yu Lianche at the outset. The attacks from both sides were probing, not only to test each other's actual strength but also to gauge the limit that the world could withstand. Seeing Su Hanyan not using her full power right away, Yu Lianche said openly, "You should know this is just a lower world. If both of us, at Myriad Law's realm, exert our full power, it's very likely that this world will collapse. Why go to such lengths for someone unrelated?" Su Hanyan ignored Yu Liance's words, and the next moment, countless flying swords headed towards Yu Lianche as Su Hanyan appeared to have no intention of stopping. Yu Lianche chuckled, since the other party insisted on fighting, then he couldn't be blamed. It was just a lower world, even if it got destroyed, he wouldn't care since they were not from the Tiantian world. What was most important was that he was standing on the immortal boat. If space did fracture, he would simply control the immortal boat to leave. The immortal boat could to a certain extent resist spatial collapse. Even if space did collapse, it wouldn't affect those inside the immortal boat. Yu Lianche threw his fan, gathering all his spiritual power, and in the next moment, the surrounding spiritual energy also frantically surged towards him. Then, Yu Lianche bellowed. Whirlwind. Immediately, tornadoes charged toward Su Hanyan, within which countless sword chi swirled around, turning anything that got caught into powder instantly. The moment Yu Lianche activated Whirlwind, Tiantian world indeed began to show anomalies. The space around them started to crack, as if the entire Tiantian world was splitting apart. At this time, the cultivators who had sided with Yu Lianche were sucked into these space cracks, their fate unknown. Seeing this scene, Su Hanyan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she immediately began to rapidly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, followed by the emergence of a gigantic sword of light in the sky. Sky-cleaving slash. The giant sword collided with the tornado, sending waves of energy dispersing around, instantly blowing away the surrounding people. At that moment, Su Hanyan's body instantly vanished from the spot. Phantom mist shadow. A cloud of purple mist immediately enveloped Yu Lianche and their immortal boat, and seeing Su Hanyan proactively attacking them while some emperor stood still, Chen Tianzong realized the opportunity had come, and he immediately charged toward Lu Chen. Yu Lianche, within the purple mist, sensed Su Hanyan's location. He found that the mist seemed to be full of Su Hanyan's presence everywhere, and each spot had stable fluctuations of spiritual power. It was as if Su Hanyan wasn't at any of those spots, yet she could be anywhere, making it hard to track her exact location. Yu Lianche chuckled and said, "A mere deception." The next moment, Yu Lianche retracted his fan, readying a cultivation technique to dispel the mist. Meanwhile, Chen Tianzong had already reached Lu Chen's presence while Su Hanyan noticed the situation, but seeing that only a yin-yang realm cultivator was causing trouble for Lu Chen, she didn't pay much attention. A mere yin-yang realm cultivator causing trouble for Lu Chen was akin to seeking death. After Chen Tianzong approached Lu Chen, he said smilingly, "Some emperor, if you tell us Yun Shenxian's location now, perhaps I can let you go, but if you remain delusional, then don't blame me. Now no one can save you." Lu Chen just gave a faint smile, then said, "You want to see Yun Shenxian? It's not impossible. I will take you to her right now." Hearing this, Chen Tianzong hesitated, not expecting that Lu Chen would agree so readily when he had just claimed he didn't know who Yun Shenxian was. For a moment, Chen Tianzong became cautious. It seemed too simple, and he suspected that some emperor was plotting something. Lu Chen didn't care what Chen Tianzong was thinking. He turned around and flew toward Black Dragon City Imperial Palace on his spirit sword. Seeing Lu Chen flying away, Chen Tianzong thought he was trying to escape and quickly followed. Still trying to escape. Delusional. Then Chen Tianzong unleashed sword chi to attack Lu Chen, but Lu Chen was easily able to dodge them, appearing here one moment and there the next, leaving Chen Tianzong completely unable to hit him. Seeing this, Chen Tianzong grew an even worse feeling inside. Some emperor supposedly only had the cultivation of the yin-yang realm first layer, so how could he dodge his attacks so easily? Moreover, his movements were as if he was traversing through space. Could this be the path of space? Impossible. How could a yin-yang realm cultivator grasp the path of space? This must be some special cultivation technique. Regardless, he couldn't let this guy escape, so Chen Tianzong continued the pursuit. Before long, Lu Chen appeared inside the Black Dragon City Imperial Palace, and seeing Lu Chen landing in a courtyard and not continuing to flee, Chen Tianzong hurriedly followed up. Why not keep running? Lu Chen said, run. I said I would bring you to see Yun Shenxian, naturally, I keep my word. Do you really think I want to run? Chen Tianzong remained skeptical, not believing that some emperor would actually let him meet Yun Shenxian. Just then, a cold female voice came from inside the sleeping chamber. Brother Chen, long time no see. Hearing this voice, Chen Tianzong's heart jolted. This voice was too familiar to him. After all, he was also an inner disciple of mysterious Moon Palace who often followed Yun Shenxian on missions. Not long after the voice echoed from within the sleeping chamber, a familiar figure emerged slowly from inside. Upon seeing it was Yun Shenxian, Chen Tianzong was stunned once more. He hadn't expected that it was actually Yun Shenxian. Had the Sum Emperor truly brought him to meet Yun Shenxian? While Chen Tianzong was puzzled about what Lu Chen meant by this, he soon realized that Yun Shenxian's aura seemed stronger than his own. Although her oppressive aura was only of the yin-yang realm, her bearing had at least reached that of the myriad laws realm. Could it be that the Sum Emperor knew he was no match for him, so he simply brought him here to let Yun Shenxian finish him off? Just as Chen Tianzong thought this, Lu Chen spoke to Yun Shenxian, honored master, I found this person to be somewhat related to you, so I simply brought him back. When Chen Tianzong appeared before Lu Chen had learned from Chen Tianzong's personal information that he had once been a devoted disciple to Yun Shenxian. So, instead of attacking immediately, he brought Chen Tianzong back home to see how Yun Shenxian planned to deal with him. At that moment, Chen Tianzong said, Yun's senior sister, Lu Yanghua is now forcing the mysterious Moon Palace to hand you over within 1,000 years. If you don't return, the mysterious Moon Palace might be destroyed by Lu Yanghua. For the sake of the mysterious Moon Palace, and for your own sake, please come back with us. Yun Shenxian coldly responded, if I don't return, what do you plan to do? Chen Tianzong took a deep breath, if senior sister does not return, then don't blame your junior brother for taking action. As his words fell, Chen Tianzong gripped his sword tightly and his spiritual power surged forth. Yun Shenxian's aura was stronger than his, and he had to be extremely cautious. Seeing that Chen Tianzong was about to attack her, Yun Shenxian didn't plan to say much more. Anyone who wanted to take her back to the mysterious Moon Palace was her enemy. Even if this junior brother had once been personally admitted by her into the palace, she would show no mercy. In the next moment, a chill emanated from Yun Shenxian's body, instantly enveloping the entire courtyard in coldness, and a thin layer of ice formed on the ground. Chen Tianzong frowned, thinking of retreating. He had originally thought that Yun Shenxian's cultivation had been sealed, and even if her aura was strong, she might not be able to manifest strength corresponding to it. But, it now seemed he might have been wrong. At that moment, Chen Tianzong wondered if it would be better to retreat to the immortal boat and find some help. Yun Shenxian did not give him this opportunity. In an instant, cold air surged from her body and directly attacked Chen Tianzong. Chen Tianzong immediately spurred his sword qi. Countless streaks of sword qi were released from the spirit sword in front of him, causing turbulent waves of energy throughout the entire imperial palace. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen suddenly regretted bringing Chen Tianzong into the imperial palace. With the fight underway, the entire backside of the imperial palace might need renovation. However, the conflict didn't last, as Chen Tianzong retreated several meters and then spoke, Yun's senior sister, it was you who taught me at the mysterious Moon Palace that when danger arises, one must stand forth. Now that the mysterious Moon Palace is facing a crisis, all it needs is for you to marry Lu Yanghua, and the crisis would be resolved. Yet you refuse to step forward to help the mysterious Moon Palace through this crisis. Are you truly determined to be so selfish? Hearing this, Yun Shenxian coldly replied, from the moment the honored master sealed my cultivation, I ceased to be a disciple of the mysterious Moon Palace. Whatever happens to the mysterious Moon Palace has nothing to do with me anymore. Seeing that nothing he said was of any use, Chen Tianzong once again spurred his sword qi, preparing to attack first and then find an opportunity to escape. Catching Yun Shenxian alone was too much for him to handle, he would need others to help. Just as Chen Tianzong thought this, Lu Chen spoke, "Honored master, does this person still count as your junior brother?" Yun Shenxian coldly responded, "No." Lu Chen smiled and said, "So, he's an enemy. Since he's an enemy, there shouldn't be any problem if I kill him, right?" Originally, considering that Chen Tianzong was Yun Shenxian's junior brother, he had refrained from taking action. But now that Chen Tianzong was regarded as an enemy, he could confidently strike. Yun Shenxian responded coldly, "No problem." Seeing Yun Shenxian's insistence, Lu Chen decided not to waste any more time. If Chen Tianzong and Yun Shenxian continued fighting, his imperial palace would suffer, so it was better for him to take action himself. Upon hearing Lu Chen state he was going to kill him, Chen Tianzong burst into laughter and said, "You think you can kill me? Ridiculous." If Yun Shenxian had been the one to make a move, he might have been defeated and possibly killed, but the Sum Emperor was merely a Yin-Yang realm first-layer cultivator, how could he claim he would kill him? What arrogance! Lu Chen ignored Chen Tianzong's words and immediately activated the Great Array. In the next moment, a huge array pattern appeared in the sky above Black Dragon City. Seeing this, Chen Tianzong's expression drastically changed. This was an array. Black Dragon City even had an array. He must not linger. He sensed the terrifying power of the array. If he stayed, he would undoubtedly die. Immediately, Chen Tianzong struck first. Floating light sword. In an instant, a gigantic light sword appeared above Chen Tianzong's head. If it struck down, Lu Chen and the others might be able to escape, but the entire imperial palace would likely be destroyed. An attack from a cultivator in the Yin-Yang realm could easily destroy an imperial palace. Lu Chen couldn't allow Chen Tianzong to succeed. Without any hesitation, he directly manipulated the protecting Pulse 7 killing array, and the pattern of the array in the sky instantly transformed. Then, a beam of red light shot out from the center of the protecting Pulse 7 killing array. After sensing the threat, Chen Tianzong quickly dodged. However, even though Chen Tianzong had anticipated the danger, he still failed to evade the attack from the protecting Pulse 7 killing array. A thin red beam pierced directly through Chen Tianzong's head. Immediately after, Chen Tianzong's body slowly collapsed. As Chen Tianzong died, his pupils constricted, and his eyes widened in disbelief that he had actually died like this. The protecting Pulse 7 killing array was a heavenly array. The more powerful the person controlling the array, the greater the power it could unleash. With Lu Chen's current strength, controlling the protecting Pulse 7 killing array, not only could he kill a Yin-Yang realm cultivator, but even if a Myriad Laws realm cultivator came to Black Dragon City without any magic treasure, they would also be instantly killed. Even if a cultivator from the Divinity Transformation realm appeared in Black Dragon City, Lu Chen would likely have the power to fight. Seeing Chen Tianzong's corpse, Yun Shenxian showed no expression on her face. Now that she had aligned herself against Mysterious Moon Palace, those past fellow disciples were her enemies. As long as they wanted to capture her, she would ruthlessly strike them down. She would not have married Lu Yangwu then, and she would certainly not marry him in the future. Now, she was Lu Chen's woman, and she had decided to stay by Lu Chen's side for life. There was no way she could go back. After dealing with Chen Tianzong, Lu Chen instantly moved to Yun Shenxian's side. Yun Shenxian coldly asked, "Why did you bring him here?" With Lu Chen's power, even without activating the protecting Pulse 7 killing array, he could have easily handled Chen Tianzong. Lu Chen smiled and replied, "I thought since he was your junior disciple brother, if I killed him quietly without telling you, it might upset you." Yun Shenxian coldly responded, "Everything about Mysterious Moon Palace has nothing to do with me anymore. From now on, you can kill whoever you want." Lu Chen said, "Oh. What about your honored master?" Hearing this question, Yun Shenxian froze and didn't respond to Lu Chen. Yun Shenxian had a special affection for her honored master, who had raised her from childhood, and everything she had was given to her by her honored master. It could be said, without her honored master, she wouldn't exist as a person. But the idea that her honored master would send her to another man as a furnace cauldron was something she could never accept. Seeing that Yun Shenxian didn't speak, Lu Chen also knew that Yun Shenxian now didn't know how to face Yun Qingshu. Seeing Yun Shenxian remain silent, Lu Chen spoke at this time. According to my subordinates' investigations, your honored master is already on his way to the Tianqian world and will arrive in just a few years. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian frowned slightly, as she was unaware of how Lu Chen knew of her master's whereabouts. However, since Lu Chen mentioned it, it likely held truth. Yun Shenxian hadn't expected her master to personally come to capture her, and this thought only intensified her distress. Seeing Yun Shenxian's pained expression, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Do you think there's a possibility that when your master sealed your cultivation state, it wasn't to hand you over to Lu Yanghua, but to prevent your immortal spirit body from maturing too quickly?" Yun Shenxian's frown deepened before she said firmly, "Impossible." Lu Chen moved behind Yun Shenxian, gently encircling her waist with his arm, and whispered in her ear, "How can you be sure it's impossible? What if she really did it to protect you?" Yun Shenxian replied coldly, "You don't need to comfort me." Yun Shenxian thought that Lu Chen was trying not to let her be so heartbroken, and that was why he was offering these comforting words. Seeing Yun Shenxian's intense reaction, Lu Chen realized she must have been deeply hurt by her master, making her firmly believe that her master was nothing but a fair-weather friend. Lu Chen continued, "If your master really wanted to hand you over to Lu Yanghua, she wouldn't have sealed your cultivation state and locked you away in the mysterious Moon Palace. Instead, she would have given you to Lu Yanghua immediately. Think about it, with your cultivation state sealed, the maturation of your immortal spirit body has been greatly delayed. If your cultivation doesn't increase, your immortal spirit body would never mature, and you could stay in the mysterious Moon Palace forever." This. Having heard Lu Chen's analysis, Yun Shenxian found some logic to it. She had never considered these points, mainly because she was deeply hurt by her master. Every time she thought of her master, her heart ached, and naturally, she would not ponder these details. After Lu Chen's analysis, she began to feel that perhaps her master did seal her cultivation to protect her. However, she still did not harbor much hope. Among cultivators, let alone a master-disciple relationship, some cultivators would even forsake their own kin for immortality. For her master to save her own life, abandoning a disciple like her was inconsequential. Yun Shenxian didn't dwell on it any longer and said with an expressionless face, "Your wife is still battling over there, yet here you are doing this. Do you think that's appropriate?" At that moment, Lu Chen's hand subconsciously wandered on Yun Shenxian's body. Hearing her words, Lu Chen came to his senses. He stopped his movements and said, "With Hanyan's abilities, she shouldn't have much trouble dealing with those people." Once Su Hanyan donned the Shengwei armor, her strength was close to that of a Myriad Law's realm cultivator, and she would have no problem facing a Myriad Law's realm cultivator. There was no need for him to intervene. Of course, with his wife battling at the front while he did such things in the back, it did seem quite improper. Lu Chen refrained from continuing his wandering touches. Then he let go of Yun Shenxian. "It's about time to end this. I'll go over and take a look." With that, Lu Chen's figure vanished on the spot and, in the next moment, appeared behind Su Hanyan. By this time, Yu Lianche and the others had already been defeated. They were hiding inside the immortal boat, afraid to come out. Yu Lianche knelt on one knee, his right hand clutching his chest, his body covered in wounds. Seeing Lu Chen show up again, Yu Lianche immediately realized that Chen Tianzong was probably more dead than alive. Only then did it dawn upon him that this time, they had truly struck an iron plate. Still, Yu Lianche stubbornly said, "I admit you have some skill, but I am a disciple of Mysterious Moon Palace, and soon the Palace Master of Mysterious Moon Palace will visit the Tianqian world personally. Once she learns that you have killed a disciple of Mysterious Moon Palace, none of you will escape." As soon as Yu Lianche finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Lu Chen chuckled and said, "We are already at this point, do you still think we are afraid of Mysterious Moon Palace?" Hearing this, Yu Liance's heart skipped a beat. What did the Sum Emperor mean by that? Could it be that the Sum Emperor had some super force behind him that even Mysterious Moon Palace couldn't contend with, so they were not at all afraid of Mysterious Moon Palace? Thinking of this, Yu Lianche suddenly became extremely nervous. He had thought that this mission would be very simple, just a lower world, unlikely to have any strong beings. But the strength of this woman had turned out to be almost equal to that of the divinity transformation realm, and he simply couldn't withstand her. If it weren't for the fact that this woman was afraid that using her full strength would lead to the collapse of the Tiantian world, he would probably already be dead. Fortunately, he had just taken the opportunity to slip back onto the immortal boat when the woman wasn't paying attention. The immortal boat was also a defensive magical tool, so even if the opponent were a Washan realm cultivator, it could still hold up for a while. Moreover, the opponent was now afraid that the Tiantian world was too fragile and dared not use their full strength. Under these circumstances, it wouldn't be so easy for that woman to break through the immortal boat's defensive array. He could use this time to rest a bit, and as soon as he had recovered enough, he would immediately control the immortal boat and leave the Tiantian world. Thinking of this, Yu Lianche provocatively said, even if you're not afraid of Mysterious Moon Palace, you're afraid the Tiantian world will collapse. To break the defensive array of the immortal boat within the Tiantian world, you'd need the power of at least the Myriad Law's realm. If you act, this lower world may not be able to withstand your strength. I advise you to think it over. Hearing that, Lu Chen glanced at the protective barrier around the immortal boat. Indeed, the protective barrier of the immortal boat looked quite sturdy. To damage the barrier, it would require a very strong external force. The Tiantian world had not yet healed, the laws were incomplete, and it was still very fragile. If they acted rashly, the Tiantian continent might begin to collapse even before the barrier of the immortal boat was shattered. This was indeed troublesome. Seeing that the Sum Emperor and that woman were just floating in the air, quietly observing the immortal boat without talking or taking any further action, Yu Lianche knew that they were out of options and could only watch him slowly recover. Seeing that Yu Lianche had begun to absorb spiritual energy and recover his body, Su Hanyan turned her head slightly and asked Lu Chen beside her, do you have a way to break the immortal boat's barrier? In her heart, Su Hanyan thought that Lu Chen, with his numerous tactics, might have thought of a perfect solution that could both break through the barrier of the immortal boat and not affect the stability of the Tiantian world. Lu Chen answered with a smile, I haven't thought of a way yet. Seeing that even Lu Chen had no solution, Su Hanyan said no more. If even he had no way, then they could only watch the intruder inside the immortal boat recover his strength and then control the immortal boat to leave the Tiantian world. After all, the Tiantian world was just a lower world with incomplete laws. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and then he said to Yu Lianche inside the immortal boat with a smile, Yu Lianche, do you truly believe that we have no way of dealing with you? Seeing the Sum Emperor call out his name directly, Yu Lianche was slightly startled, but he quickly realized that the Sum Emperor must have learned his name from Chen Tianzong. Even if he knew his name, what could it do? The Sum Emperor still had no way with the immortal boat. Yu Lianche burst into laughter, if you had a way, you wouldn't be here wasting your words with me. You claim to have a method to break the immortal boat's barrier, so why don't you show us? Facing Yu Liangce's provocation, Lu Chen was unperturbed, and then he said, very well, I will show you now how I break through your immortal boat's barrier. Hearing Lu Chen's confident tone, even Yu Lianche couldn't help but frown, wondering to himself if the Sum Emperor truly had a method to break through the barrier of the immortal boat. Impossible. To break the immortal boat's barrier would require full force attack, and the Tiantian world could not withstand that woman's full strength strike. He didn't believe the Sum Emperor would risk the Tiantian world just to break through the immortal boat's barrier. The Sum Emperor was most likely bluffing. With this thought, Yu Lianche felt reassured. At this moment, Su Hanyan also curiously watched Lu Chen, eager to know what means Lu Chen had to break the immortal boat's barrier without damaging the Tiantian world. While everyone was watching Lu Chen, his eyes suddenly turned purple. Seeing this, Yu Lianche instantly realized something was wrong, recalling Yun Shenxian's heart-controlling skill, and quickly closed his eyes. But it was already too late. Although he closed his eyes quickly, not everyone in the immortal boat did the same. Those disciples of Zanyu Palace who had been watching Lu Chen all fell under the influence of Lu Chen's heart-controlling skill. Compared to Yun Shenxian's, Lu Chen's skill was even more terrifying, being able to control large groups of people once mastered fully. Then, Lu Chen manipulated those affected disciples to actively attack Yu Lianche. Yu Lianche had just closed his eyes, and upon realizing something was wrong, he opened them again. He quickly turned to look behind him and saw that the disciples next to him were being manipulated. Yu Lianche swiftly drew his sword and swept it at those controlled disciples of Zanyu Palace. As Yu Lianche took action, the barrier of the immortal boat thinned a bit. Although the immortal boat's barrier didn't need constant attention to maintain, if something went wrong with the person controlling the boat's barrier would be affected as well. Currently, the control of the immortal boat lay with Yu Lianche. Since Yu Lianche was compromised, the boat naturally was affected too. Lu Chen then smiled and said, "No matter how solid a fortress, it can always be breached from within." At this moment, a few disciples who were not yet influenced saw what was happening and quickly stepped in to help Yu Lianche, preventing the controlled disciples from getting close to him. Seeing the continuous changes in the immortal boat's barrier, Su Hanyan also readied herself to attack. As soon as the barrier vanished, she would strike immediately. The disciples of the Zanyu Palace controlled by Lu Chen weren't very strong. Although the heart-controlling skill could manipulate people, there needed to be a significant gap in realm. Even for cultivators of the same realm, only those with a weaker will could be slightly affected. Despite their lower realms, they were enough to cause trouble for Yu Lianche. Seeing his controlled disciples being killed one by one, Lu Chen didn't waste more time and directly controlled them to self-destruct their Dantian. Self-destructing their Dantian in the limited space of the immortal boat's barrier would be more powerful, especially with so many heavenly man realm cultivators involved. Although it was unlikely to kill Yu Lianche, a cultivator of the Myriad Laws realm, it could still inflict severe injuries on him. Just as Yu Lianche was about to kill all the disciples controlled by Lu Chen, he suddenly noticed a disciple in the distance turning crimson red, and Yu Lianche immediately sensed the danger. Not good. They're going to self-destruct. Before Yu Lianche could finish speaking, the disciples of the Zanyu Palace had already self-destructed, and the sounds of booming echoed instantly within the immortal boat's barrier, disrupting the internal formation. Though the immortal boat's barrier was solid, its internal formations were not as stable. A slight disturbance to the formations could cause the barrier to disappear. With Lu Chen controlling so many heavenly man realm cultivators to self-destruct at once, the internal formations of the immortal boat naturally could not withstand it, and soon the barrier began to flicker in and out of existence. Seeing this scene, Su Hanyan no longer held back and immediately stimulated her sword qi. Sky-cleaving slash. A gigantic sword of light descended from the sky, aimed directly at the immortal boat. Yu Lianche and his companions hadn't even had time to react before they were crushed to dust by Su Hanyan's sword qi. After the ravaging sword qi subsided, the state of the immortal boat came into view, with no one on it left unscathed. The immortal boat itself was crushed into countless fragments. Lu Chen used shadow shifting and appeared in front of a piece of the immortal boat's wreckage. He inspected the materials used to construct the immortal boat and muttered to himself, "These are indeed some fine materials." At this moment, Su Hanyan also arrived in front of the wreckage of the immortal boat. Seeing the scattered materials, she too felt a twinge of desire. In this lower world, the materials for making an immortal boat were naturally exceptionally precious. If she could get hold of these materials, she might be able to build a smaller immortal boat on her own without relying on Lu Chen. Then, she would be able to leave the Tianqian world. Thinking this, Su Hanyan said, "Your Majesty, the immortal boat is already destroyed and of no use, why not bestow these remnants upon us at the Misty Immortal Sect?" Hearing Su Hanyan's words, Lu Chen turned to look at her and then smiled, saying, "Sect Master Su, you've got quite the scheme brewing. Although this immortal boat is destroyed, the materials it was made from are treasures. If I were to give the materials to your Misty Immortal Sect, wouldn't you be able to build an immortal boat?" Seeing her intentions seen through by Lu Chen, Su Hanyan sighed in her heart. This man truly has the heart-controlling skill, knowing everything she thought without any privacy left. At this moment, she also thought of the mind control Lu Chen had just displayed, feeling even more certain about her guess. Lu Chen had the ability to manipulate the hearts of people. Naturally, it was normal for him to see through others' thoughts. Just then, Lu Chen waved his hand, and the wreckage of the immortal boat disappeared on the spot. Seeing this, Su Hanyan was slightly taken aback. Spatial manipulation. Does Lu Chen possess such a large spatial container? The debris of the immortal boat was substantial, yet Lu Chen easily stowed all of it away. However, considering that Lu Chen possessed the Fei Hong immortal boat with an artifact spirit, having such a large spatial container didn't seem strange. What Su Hanyan didn't know was that what Lu Chen used wasn't a spatial container but a child world. The child world that he and Chu Yukan had jointly nurtured was growing larger, and both he and Chu Yukan could place objects inside the child world, both possessing control over it. Having stored the debris of the immortal boat, Lu Chen moved behind Su Hanyan and wrapped an arm around her waist. Sect Master Su has helped me so greatly, how should I repay you? Feeling the growing enthusiasm from Lu Chen, Su Hanyan hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Defending against invaders is my duty as a cultivator of the Tiantian world. Your Majesty, no need for thanks. Thanks. Did she not know what Lu Chen's thanks entailed? Lu Chen said, No, you've made a significant contribution, and I must reward you. If I don't, wouldn't it chill the hearts of the cultivators everywhere? Who would then step forward to achieve merits? Su Hanyan then said, Your Majesty, I. Before Su Hanyan could finish her sentence, everything before her eyes went dark. When light reappeared, she found herself pinned down on the dragon bed in the Black Dragon City Imperial Palace by Lu Chen. After dealing with the intruders at Mysterious Moon Palace, Lu Chen rewarded Su Hanyan, the major contributor, for half a month, and only after fattening her belly did he let her leave the Imperial Palace. Now that the first batch of intruders at Mysterious Moon Palace had been dealt with, the next concern was the matters of the neighboring cultivation world. Black Dragon City, Imperial Palace. Early in the morning, dressed in a black gold dragon robe, Lu Chen arrived at Yun Shenxian's residence, looking refreshed and spirited. Half a month ago, Yun Shenxian's bedroom had been damaged, and afterward, Lu Chen had arranged for her to move to a different palace, where her current residence was much quieter. As Lu Chen stepped into Yun Shenxian's courtyard, he felt a tranquil and peaceful aura. The towering palace walls around the courtyard shut out the noise of the outside world, leaving only the faint scent of flowers and occasional bird chirps. In the center of the courtyard, there was an exquisite rockery, rugged and steep. Beneath the rockery, a pool of clear water quietly flowed, dotted with a few pink lotus petals that gently swayed with the breeze. Occasionally, a golden fish would leap from the water, creating ripples. Around it, the lush green bamboo swayed gently, rustling softly. At that moment, Lu Chen's gaze turned to the pavilion in the middle of the courtyard, where Yun Shenxian was sitting upright, meditating. Even though Yun Shenxian had already sensed Lu Chen's arrival, she didn't open her eyes and continued her cultivation. Seeing the icy, breathtaking fairy ignoring him, Lu Chen smiled faintly and then slowly walked into the pavilion, sitting down next to Yun Shenxian. At that point, Yun Shenxian coldly said, I'm curious, do you really think you can achieve greatness by relying on women? Always lying on women's bellies for half a month straight, not cultivating at all, you're more like a demon cultivator now than them. Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled and said, Wife, are you jealous? Yun Shenxian ignored Lu Chen's words. She wasn't jealous of this rebellious student of hers had so many women in his harem, often spending days and nights with them. If she were to get jealous, by now she would have been either sour to death or bloated with jealousy. She just thought that Lu Chen's cultivation method was unreliable. Although the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill was decent, it was, after all, a dual cultivation technique. Even demon cultivators wouldn't solely rely on a dual cultivation technique, but Lu Chen was different, he only used this method to enhance his cultivation state. She wondered if one day Lu Chen truly became an emperor, would he be titled as the Canon Emperor or the Seed Emperor? Seeing that Yun Shenxian remained silent, Lu Chen shifted closer to her, pressing his body against hers, and then extended his demonic hand to wrap around her slender waist. When Lu Chen started getting handsy, Yun Shenxian finally opened her eyes, turning her head to look at him. Her purple eyes intently stared into his, seeming particularly speechless. This guy had just exhausted Su Hanyan for half a month, and now he was here making advances on her. She really wondered if he had been some sort of beast in his past life. Lu Chen said with a smile, I don't think any demon cultivator is as formidable as I am. Yun Shenxian was even more speechless. This rebellious student of hers actually felt proud. Well, she didn't feel like talking to this guy now, and there was nothing good to say to such a defiant student. He even oppressed his own honored Mystera. Such a villain was no different from a demon cultivator, and whatever was said, he wouldn't listen. At this moment, Lu Chen was simply holding Yun Shenxian's body and didn't make any improper moves. He continued, Honored Master, your puppetry technique is more formidable than mine. Could you help me create a puppet of my size using the remnants of the mysterious Moon Palace immortal boat? Hearing this, Yun Shenxian curiously asked, What do you need a puppet for? Lu Chen replied, I want to control a puppet to explore the neighboring cultivation world. I need to investigate the situation over there so we can think of countermeasures in advance. The next door cultivation world might not have many Washan realm cultivators, but it was still a cultivation world, very different from the Tiantian world. The spiritual energy of Tiantian world had just revived, and most of the authentic cultivators had come from other worlds. The neighboring cultivation world had been developing for countless years. Even if they didn't have many top powerhouses, their overall strength was definitely stronger than that of Tiantian world. Lu Chen wanted to find out if they had any arrays or magic treasures capable of threatening Washan realm cultivators. If such things existed, then they would have to be cautious. His cultivation state hadn't reached the Washan realm yet, and he was temporarily unable to create a clone. So, he planned to try using puppetry technique to visit the neighboring world. However, his puppet-making skills were not as exquisite as those of Yun Shenxian, even though he had already reached the pinnacle of primary puppet skill. Perhaps it was because women were more meticulous and cleverer in using spiritual power, making her puppets resemble real humans more closely. After hearing Lu Chen's plan, Yun Shenxian directly said, Bring out the materials you have prepared. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen brought out the remains of the immortal boat, which had mostly spirit wood, a critical material for making puppets. Yun Shenxian then released her spiritual power, retrieved a piece of spirit wood from the air, and began to shape it with her magic. Lu Chen didn't disturb Yun Shenxian and simply watched from the side. Soon, a wooden figure nearly identical to Lu Chen appeared. Lu Chen immediately bit his finger, sent a drop of blood with his spiritual power onto the puppet, and started refining it. At this moment, perhaps influenced by Lu Chen's mindset, the puppet's face underwent some changes and didn't resemble Lu Chen anymore. Seeing this, Yun Shenxian immediately cast a spell and, together with Lu Chen, refined the puppet, using magic to restore the appearance of Lu Chen. After a moment, the humanoid puppet of Lu Chen was finally refined. The puppet looked exactly like Lu Chen, perfectly replicating his body, even down to the weapon he carried. At this time, Lu Chen let go of Yun Shenxian, walked over to his humanoid puppet, and examined it seriously while admiring it and saying, Honored Master's puppetry technique is indeed exquisite. Yun Shenxian then reminded him, the distance for controlling a puppet is limited. It won't be easy to use a puppet from this world to gather information from another world. Hearing this, Lu Chen paused. Indeed, a puppet wasn't like a clone that could go wherever it wanted and might even be completely independent from the main body, such as Lu Qingqiu's clone, which was now out of his control. Puppetry technique required constant control by a person, and the control distance depended on the person's cultivation state. With Lu Chen's yin-yang realm cultivation, he might not be able to control a puppet to another world. Thinking of this, Lu Chen sighed slightly, it was indeed a troublesome matter. Well, he might as well find an opportunity to try it out. When the time came, he would control the puppet at the interface of the two worlds. Even with the distance limitation, he might still enter that world and gather some intelligence. After the puppet had been refined, Lu Chen directly went to where the two worlds intersected. At this moment on the vast sea, several huge immortal boats were floating, and there were also some floating islands. Seeing Lu Chen's immortal boat appear above the sea, the elders in charge of guarding the crack in the barrier and the generals of Great Sum immediately came to greet him. Your Majesty, long live the Emperor, may you live forever. Lu Chen said indifferently, dispense with the formalities. As Lu Chen's words fell, the great elder Wei Jixing of the Wengxian sect immediately came before Lu Chen. Your Majesty, may I ask what brings you here this time? Lu Chen replied, I am just casually looking around. You all don't need to mind me too much, go back to your respective duties. Hearing this, the elders from other powers tactfully dispersed, except for Wei Jixing who, after all, was the main person in charge of guarding the barrier. With the emperor's arrival, he naturally had to stay by his side the whole time. Lu Chen then came to the crack in the barrier and, after glancing at the rock that had intruded into the Tiantian world, he asked, there shouldn't be any anomalies at the crack, right? Wei Jixing answered, Your Majesty, there aren't any. We don't know if the people from the other world have yet to discover this crack. Ever since we've been here, there hasn't been even the slightest spiritual power fluctuation at the crack. Lu Chen said, the other side is the cultivation world. They couldn't possibly fail to sense such a huge change, but perhaps they don't know they've collided with a lower world, so they dare not rashly send people to explore. Wei Jixing agreed, what your Majesty says is true. At this moment, Lu Chen looked at the crack and fell into thought. If he sent a puppet to the other side and there were people guarding the crack, wouldn't it be a direct confrontation? The fact that no one from the other side had come to probe indicated they still had some wariness of the Tiantian world. Once they found out that he had sent over merely a puppet, they might believe that this world was of no great concern, which could lead to more people entering this world. Thinking of this, Lu Chen started to hesitate on whether to send the puppet over. After some time, Lu Chen convinced himself. If they never investigated the other side's situation, they could only remain in a stalemate. After all, it was just a puppet. He didn't believe the other side could discern much from a puppet, and with this thought, Lu Chen directly took out the puppet. Seeing someone who looked exactly like Lu Chen appear beside him, Elder Wei was stunned for a moment, but he quickly noticed that this person had only a trace of spiritual power fluctuation, nothing compared to Lu Chen's aura. Still, Elder Wei misunderstood, thinking that the person beside Lu Chen was a clone of himself, as the two looked identical. This shocked Elder Wei. He didn't expect that their majesty had not yet reached the divinity transformation realm and yet was already capable of creating a clone. Under Elder Wei's gaze, Lu Chen sent the puppet into the crack and then employed the puppetry technique to share the puppet's vision. After the puppet entered the crack, Lu Chen's vision was a vast expanse of white and saw nothing at first. After a while, the perspective of the puppet gradually became clear. Beneath the puppet's feet lay a continuous mountain range, and the giant rock that crashed into the Tiantian world was one of the peaks. The mountains had an endless forest, and it was incredibly quiet. Aside from the plants, nothing else seemed to be around. Lu Chen tried to sense the surroundings through the puppet but realized the puppet couldn't release much spiritual power, as it was only a product of the primary puppet skill. Lu Chen frowned. In this state, he could only rely on sight to glean information about this world. No matter, finding people was the priority. He then controlled the puppet to walk down the mountain. However, after only a few steps, Lu Chen discovered he could no longer control the puppet to move forward. What? How far had he gotten? Lu Chen then tried several more times, but it was no use. It seemed he could only control his puppet to walk that far. Lu Chen then asked the system, I was able to control a puppet across several counties in the Tiantian world, so why isn't it possible now? As soon as Lu Chen's words fell, the system's prompt sounded. Although the two worlds appear to have collided, they have not fused. The laws of the two worlds are different, so the distance over which you can control a puppet is also restricted by these laws. Did this mean that his plan to explore that world through controlling a puppet had failed? At that moment, a line of small print appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. Ziyang World. This appeared to be the name of this world, but apart from the name, Lu Chen still knew nothing about this world's circumstances. Forget it. I might as well send people over directly. Thinking this, Lu Chen recalled his puppet. He always felt that there was something strange about that world, a large mountain surrounded by forests, yet without any animals or insects, as if it were a land of the dead. No wonder that after the collision of the two worlds, the Ziyang world had not sent anyone over. There might be some problem with that mountain, and even if the people of the Ziyang world were aware of the collision, they probably wouldn't dare to send anyone into that mountain lightly. In a short while, Lu Chen withdrew his puppet. Seeing that Lu Chen's puppet had returned so quickly, Grand Elder Wei Jixing curiously asked, "Your Majesty, did you encounter any enemies?" Lu Chen said indifferently, "No, the place where the worlds collided is a large mountain. Inside the mountain, aside from plants, there seems to be no sign of life. It's extremely quiet and a bit eerie. I plan to send people over to explore in some time." Having said this, Lu Chen then turned around and spoke, "All right, Elder Wei, you continue to oversee here. I am going to head back." As his words ended, Lu Chen and his puppet returned to the Fei Hong immortal boat, where Wei Jixing bowed and said, "I bid your majesty farewell." After returning to the immortal boat, Lu Chen went back to the Daxia Imperial Palace. He was now feeling a bit frustrated. He had thought he could control a puppet to clearly find out about the situation in that world, but there turned out to be nothing in that large mountain, and the range of puppet control had been limited. Considering the strange circumstances of that mountain, he also didn't dare to directly send people in. Forget it. This just gives me more time to prepare. After all, it will take 100 years for the two worlds to fully fuse. In the evening, at the Daxia Yancheng Imperial Palace, Wind Cloud Palace. At this time, Chu Yukon, Mu Zixuan, and Yelv Nanyan were still in the Great Hall, as they were the three who would serve Lu Chen tonight. At that moment, Lu Chen was controlling Yelv Nanyan's waist while busily attending to his own matters, speaking to Chu Yukon on the side, "Madam Chu, today I controlled a puppet to go explore the neighboring cultivation world." Hearing these words, Chu Yukon straightened up in her seat and looked at Lu Chen, asking, "Did you encounter any cultivators from that world?" Lu Chen replied, "No, the place where it touches the Tiantian world is a large mountain, but apart from plants, there were no other living creatures." "Hoo-ha, Madam Chu, what do you think could be inside that mountain?" As his words ended, Lu Chen began to exert force on Yelv Nanyan, and after thinking a moment, Chu Yukon responded, "Could it be that something is sealed beneath that mountain, which is why the animals and the cultivators from that world dare not approach?" Hearing Chu Yukon's words, Lu Chen exercised while thinking, feeling there was some truth to them. The mountain was indeed a bit strange. Even though it was a puppet he had sent into the mountain, the sensations transmitted back to him through the puppet still felt somewhat oppressive. The key issue was the puppet's perception was too singular. To understand the exact situation, he would likely have to go there himself. However, he was a cautious man. Until he was certain that the other world was absolutely safe, he had no intention of going there himself. At this moment, Yelv Nanyan dared not make too much noise. Fearful of interrupting Lu Chen's train of thought, she could only murmur and mumble. But then, Lu Chen suddenly intensified his efforts, and Yelv Nanyan couldn't hold back any longer, letting out a cry of, "Ah!" Lu Chen spoke up again, "It's also unclear what level of strength the thing sealed beneath that mountain possesses." Chu Yukon suggested, "Why not send someone to investigate?" Lu Chen flipped Yelv Nanyan over to face him and, submerging himself, said, "That's what I was thinking. But not right now. For the two worlds to merge, it would take at least 100 years. If no one from the other world comes over, I plan to drag it out until the people from the Black Dragon Holy Land arrive." Yin Zhengye was a powerhouse at the Divinity Transformation realm, and the Black Dragon Holy Land had no lack of powerful individuals. By the time they would arrive, even if the Ziyang world truly had some formidable entities, with the Black Dragon Holy Land involved, it shouldn't be a big problem. Seeing that Lu Chen had his own plans, Chu Yukon didn't say much more. At this time, Yelv Nanyan suddenly rolled her eyes back, and Lu Chen finally let her be, his gaze instantly turning towards Mu Zixuan, who was staring off into space. Mu Zixuan was staring at Lu Chen with her mouth agape, realizing that his ability to multitask was getting stronger and stronger. He was clearly engaged in such activities but was still able to discuss issues with Chu Yukon normally. Seeing Mu Zixuan blush and look at him, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Zixuan, you're still watching. If you keep it up, Nanyan might just blow her top." Mu Zixuan immediately understood Lu Chen's meaning, and she then lay down slowly in front of him. At this time, Chu Yukon continued, Chenur, have you visited my child world recently? It seems that animals have started to appear there. Lu Chen replied, I did. The flow of time in the child world is different from ours, and it won't be long before intelligent life emerges there. 1 year in the child world was equivalent to just 1 day in their world. The years had gone by, and thousands of years had already passed within the child world. As Lu Chen finished speaking, he and Mu Zixuan got into it again, starting to play with Mu Zixuan once more. At this point, Chu Yukon continued to inquire, I feel like my strength has been increasing rapidly lately. It might be related to the emergence of animal life in the child world. Lu Chen replied, Huffa, that is indeed the case. The more flora and fauna in the child world, the stronger the main body becomes. With that said, Lu Chen looked down at Mu Zixuan, whose eyes swirled with seduction, and asked with a laugh, Zixuan, do you also want to nurture a child world? You have fully activated the mysterious female technique. Mu Zixuan did not answer, letting Lu Chen do as he pleased. Chu Yukon asked, then how would Zixuan and the others be able to nurture child worlds? Their talents weren't sufficient, and their strength increased slowly. If they could nurture a child world and borrow its power, this would compensate for their lack of talent. To that, Lu Chen responded, to nurture a child world, one needs abundant chi fortune of the world. At the very least, one needs to absorb half of a lower world's chi fortune. Zixuan and the others are not yet capable of nurturing a child world. Chu Yukon then asked, what about the Tiantian world's chi fortune? Upon hearing this question, Lu Chen paused for a moment, and after a while, he began to move again. Simultaneously, he asked the system in his mind, System, if I let my wives absorb half of Tiantian world's chi fortune, would they be able to nurture child worlds? The system immediately responded, yes. Upon hearing this response, Lu Chen was immediately tempted, and his actions became even fiercer. Mu Zixuan, with barely a breath left, said, Your Majesty, spare my life. As the surging spiritual power poured into Mu Zixuan's body, Lu Chen quickly regained his composure. On second thoughts, if Mu Zixuan really absorbed half of the Tiantian world's chi fortune, wouldn't Tiantian world be especially unlucky from then on? Thinking this, Lu Chen asked the system, what might happen to the Tiantian world if my wives were to absorb half of its chi fortune? The system replied, there might be collisions with multiple worlds, but a world's chi fortune is tied to the people within it. Even if it loses chi fortune, it will recover in time. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. He needed to become stronger, and to do so, he needed the system's help. Betting half of the world's chi fortune for a reward from the system seemed worth it. If he was lucky, he might obtain something valuable. With this in mind, Lu Chen said to the system, how do I absorb the chi fortune of the world? The system responded, become the master of this world. As the realm master of Tiantian world, you can absorb its chi fortune whenever you wish. Lu Chen then looked down at Mu Zixuan and attempted to feel the world's chi fortune. The next moment, he saw what seemed like invisible goldish clouds in the sky. Could this be the chi fortune? As the question formed in Lu Chen's mind, the system's prompt sounded, yes. But that is the national fortune of the Daxia dynasty. The world's chi fortune is the white clouds farther away. Lu Chen stopped his actions, paying careful attention. The next moment, his divine sense seemed to leap out of the Tiantian world, hovering above a spherical globe with white clouds floating inside. Is that the chi fortune of Tiantian world? The system prompt sounded again, yes. Lu Chen then attempted to absorb the world's chi fortune, and with just a thought, the white clouds rushed towards him. In a short moment, half of Tiantian world's white clouds had entered his body. Lu Chen felt carefully and realized that this chi fortune seemed to have no effect. With so much chi fortune entering his body, he did not feel overwhelmed. It was as if it did not exist at all, quite mysterious. At this moment, the purple mist above his head suddenly surged, and Lu Chen realized that this must be the chi fortune of Tiantian world transforming into his own chi fortune. Could it really work like this? Then, the chi fortune he lost when having children, could it be replenished in this way? Meanwhile, Mu Zixuan, realizing that Lu Chen had stopped, gazed at Lu Chen with deep and quiet eyes. Although she had pleaded for mercy just now, she certainly hadn't meant for Lu Chen to stop completely. After a while, Lu Chen's gaze returned to Mu Zixuan. Lu Chen asked with a smile, Zixuan, will you help me nurture a child world too? Mu Zixuan did not understand what a child world was, but she knew Lu Chen would not harm her. She squirmed slightly and softly hummed in agreement. Without any more hesitation, Lu Chen leaned down, kissed Mu Zixuan's red lips, and began to invest himself wholeheartedly in her. Afterward, he transformed the absorbed Qi fortune from Tianqian world into purple Qi fortune and wildly funneled it into Mu Zixuan's body. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly become so fierce, Yelv Nanyan, who stood aside, felt a lingering fear, grateful that her turn was over. The Qi fortune of the world was incredibly dense, and Lu Chen had spent half a month transferring all the Qi fortune he had absorbed to Mu Zixuan. However, Mu Zixuan, for now, only possessed the conditions necessary to cultivate a child world, and it would still require Lu Chen's efforts to actually bring it forth. In the following half-year period, Lu Chen's focus was entirely on Mu Zixuan, making her somewhat miserable. She initially thought that cultivating a child world would be as easy as bearing a child, but half a year had passed without any sign of progress. During this time, she felt her body becoming more and more voluptuous. She didn't know if it was because Lu Chen was transferring spiritual power to her daily. Despite exercising every day, her body seemed to become even more curvaceous. Wind Cloud Palace. Dressed in a long red gown, the dignified Mu Zixuan was half reclining on a large bed. Based on her experiences over the past 6 months, Lu Chen would likely come to the Wind Cloud Palace again tonight. Just as the setting sun gradually faded away and the red twilight shone into the hall, a long figure appeared in the middle of the hall. Upon recognizing it was Lu Chen, Mu Zixuan's expression was complex, filled with anticipation and a bit of fear. She then squeezed out a slight smile and slowly got up. Your Majesty, this servant greets you. Lu Chen, with a smile, approached Mu Zixuan and held her jade arm, saying, you came again, we're already an old couple. As soon as he finished speaking and before Mu Zixuan could respond, Lu Chen wrapped his arms around her voluptuous body and pressed her onto the soft couch. Mu Zixuan lay on the soft couch, staring intently at Lu Chen as he gently caressed her jade-like face, saying, Zixuan, you have suffered a lot these past 6 months. Mu Zixuan replied, this servant is only doing her duty. Lu Chen also knew that Mu Zixuan was somewhat overwhelmed, although her cultivation state might have improved due to the influence of the Qi fortune in the last 6 months, reaching the second realm of heavenly man. But Lu Chen was aware of his own strength. Neither Yun Shenxian nor Su Hanyan could withstand his torrential poundings. How could Mu Zixuan, who had just become a celestial cultivator, possibly be his match? Lu Chen felt a pang of sympathy for Mu Zixuan. Every time they cultivated together, he found it hard to control himself, especially since Mu Zixuan was also practicing the mysterious female technique. Of course, both of them knew the rejuvenating skill, so they never felt discomfort. But the main reason Mu Zixuan struggled was because the joy brought by cultivation clouded her senses. Particularly after the act, when the sensation still lingered, she would feel as if she was floating when she walkida, a feeling even the rejuvenating skill couldn't dispel. At that moment, Mu Zixuan asked, Your Majesty, Sister Chu mentioned that the beings born in the child world would all be considered our children. Lu Chen answered with a smile, That's true, but the children of the child world are different from Feng'er and the others, there's no blood relation between us and the children of the child world. Hearing Lu Chen's response, for some reason, maternal instincts surged within Mu Zixuan. Suddenly, she longed to see her and Lu Chen's offspring populate the entire child world, with countless people calling her mother. While Mu Zixuan was lost in thought, Lu Chen's hand moved under her skirt. Mu Zixuan blushed slightly and gazed at Lu Chen affectionately, not asking any more questions. They were an old couple by now, and both knew very well what to do next. As Mu Zixuan's clothes disappeared, Lu Chen lowered himself upon her. With a soft murmur from Mu Zixuan, Lu Chen sealed her red lips with his mouth, their lips and teeth meshing together. While moving, Lu Chen silently asked the system in his mind, System, it's already been half a year. Why hasn't Mu Zixuan cultivated a child world yet? Surely she meets the conditions by now. The system replied, cultivating a child world is similar to bearing offspring. The higher the host's cultivation state, the less likely it is for a child world to be cultivated. The host needs to try harder. Hearing the system's response, Lu Chen sighed inwardly. Well, it seemed he would have to push Mu Zixuan even harder. Just as Lu Chen thought this, a surge of spiritual power flowed into Mu Zixuan's body. After another half-month had passed, Lu Chen finally heard the system's icy prompt in his ear. Congratulations to the host and his consort on conceiving a child world, awarded with saint-level puppetry technique. Hearing this, Lu Chen, who was in the midst of action, instantly got excited, his spirit greatly lifted, and he became more fierce. Your Majesty, spare my life. As spiritual power entered Mu Zixuan's body, Lu Chen did not continue to torment her. Mu Zixuan's lips slightly parted, her chest heaving continuously as she took deep breaths. She began to wonder if her inability to conceive a child world had angered Lu Chen, who hadn't been this fierce in a long time. She felt her soul was about to leave her body. After Mu Zixuan had rested for a while, Lu Chen embraced her body and rolled over, letting her lie on his chest, then his large hand embraced her fragrant shoulder. Zixuan, I have some good news for you. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan, who was resting, felt a jolt in her heart and instantly guessed what it might be. To her, the only thing that could be good news now was that she had conceived a child world, so Lu Chen wouldn't have to focus all his attention on her. Nervously, Mu Zixuan asked, Is it pregnancy? Seeing her excitement without even having described the good news, Lu Chen said with a smile, Yes, you are pregnant. Hearing Lu Chen's affirmative reply, Mu Zixuan felt immensely happy, her delicate body trembling with joy. Then Mu Zixuan used her spiritual power to sense her own condition and found that, except for a slight bulge in her lower abdomen, there seemed to be nothing unusual about her body. Mu Zixuan then asked, Your Majesty, my body doesn't seem to have anything unusual. Lu Chen said with a smile, Close your eyes and sense carefully, you will soon be able to feel the child world. Mu Zixuan quickly closed her eyes, trying hard to control her restless heart and calm down quickly. After a while, she indeed discovered a magical space inside her own world. But that world was still very dark, barren, with nothing on the land. Mu Zixuan thought to herself, Is that the child world? After observing for a while, Mu Zixuan shifted her attention back, and Lu Chen continued, The child world may not have life at the beginning, but life in the child world will generate itself, and within a decade, intelligent life, such as humans, should appear. Mu Zixuan said, I understand. Mu Zixuan sighed in relief, happy that she was finally pregnant, now she could rest well. Just as Mu Zixuan thought this, Lu Chen said with a mischievous smile, My lady, conceiving a child world is different from conceiving a child. Even if you have birthed a child world, I can still make love to you. This. Mu Zixuan's body and mind shuddered, but she quickly realized Lu Chen was just teasing her. Even if it was possible to make love while having birthed a child world, she was already pregnant. Lu Chen, having many consorts, had no need to single her out for torment. Mu Zixuan then said, I am your Majesty's woman. Serving your Majesty is my privilege. Seeing that Mu Zixuan wasn't scared, Lu Chen just smiled, then embraced her, turned over again, and positioned her beneath him. After spending another day with Mu Zixuan, Lu Chen finally let her leave the Wind Cloud Palace. When Mu Zixuan had left, Lu Chen soaked alone in the bath, his eyes fixed on the system interface. Saint-level puppetry technique. Saint-grade puppetry technique, 4 levels in total. Cultivate this puppetry technique to perfection, and the puppet and the host's strength and perception can be communicated 100%. Within this universe, you can control the puppet to go anywhere, regardless of the distance. Lu Chen was startled upon seeing the function of the puppetry technique. His first thought was to use the puppet to explore the Ziyang world, as he was initially planning to wait for the people from the Black Dragon Holy Land before trying to explore. He didn't expect the system to reward him with a puppetry technique that could ignore distances so quickly. However, exchanging half of the Tianqian world's chief fortune for a saint-level puppetry technique, why did he feel somewhat shortchanged? Right, for harboring a child world and nurturing it, he could receive rewards. The current reward from the system was only for Mu Zixuan harboring a child world. Once she nurtured the child world, he could receive another reward. He remembered when Chu Yukon was harboring a child world, and the reward was just the formless sand needed to repair Tiantian world. Compared to the saint-level puppetry technique, formless sand was nothing. Mu Zixuan had received such a great reward for harboring a child world this time. Would the rewards be even better when she nurtured the child world? Thinking this, Lu Chen felt a flicker of excitement. After all, he had consumed half of Tiantian world's chi fortune, he deserved some good returns. Since absorbing half of Tiantian world's chi fortune, the cultivators of Tiantian world had become unluckier, with a significantly higher failure rate in their breakthroughs. This had little effect on ordinary people. Lu Chen seriously suspected that Tiantian world was compensating for its own chi fortune by absorbing the chi fortune of individual cultivators, resulting in the current plight of the cultivators being more ill-fated than ever. Of course, this was just Lu Chen's speculation, he had no evidence. Lu Chen then closed the system interface and quickly finished his bath, then headed to an underground palace in the Imperial Palace. Over the years, the Imperial Palace had undergone renovations which included constructing a vast palace underground primarily used for the seclusion of his consorts and children. Lu Chen's consorts and children used it frequently, yet he had never used it himself. His previous method of cultivation had been through women, and he had no need for secluded cultivation. This time, however, he wanted to cultivate the puppetry technique to perfection quickly, so he decided to seclude himself for cultivation. Since the system had upgraded, he could no longer cultivate through women. The system explained that cultivating on his own was faster than improving through women. When Lu Chen entered the underground palace, the maids looked at him in surprise. Their Majesty had voluntarily come to the underground palace today. What was His Majesty doing at the underground palace? Was it possible that he wanted to be intimate with some noble concubine, and since she was not above, he had personally come down to find someone and intended to indulge here directly? The underground palace was just as splendid as above, with bright lighting that was far from dim. Now, the industry of the Daxia dynasty had developed to a certain level, improving the qualities of manufactured light bulbs. The items used by the emperor, naturally, were even more luxurious. Lu Chen walked through the corridor of the underground palace, arrived at the Wind Cloud Palace below, and then said to the maid guarding it, "I am going into seclusion for cultivation. Unless there is something important, no one is to disturb me." After hearing Lu Chen's words, the maid was initially startled but quickly responded, "Yes. Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty has decided to enter closed-door cultivation. This is indeed huge news. Everyone in the Imperial Palace knows what kind of person Lu Chen is, yet now he's actually saying he wants to enter closed-door cultivation. Has the sun risen from the west today?" Lu Chen paid no heed to the astonished gazes of the maids as he walked straight into the Wind Cloud Palace. Once the palace doors closed, he began to cultivate the saint-level puppetry technique. Soon, the news of Lu Chen's closed-door cultivation spread throughout the entire Yancheng Imperial Palace. Upon hearing that Lu Chen intended to enter closed-door cultivation, his wives and concubines were all stunned, and quickly they gathered together. Inside Wind Cloud Palace, the women looked at each other in curiosity. Mu Zixuan broke the silence. "Chu, why did His Majesty suddenly decide to cultivate in seclusion? Did something happen?" Chu Yukon responded, "I don't know either. Chanur went to the underground Wind Cloud Palace without telling me. It seems you were the last woman he saw before he went into seclusion. Didn't he mention anything to you about it?" Mu Zixuan thought for a moment and then replied, "No, he didn't say anything to me." At this, the women again exchanged looks, and Chu Yukon turned to look at Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing was Lu Chen's personal maid. Surely she must know something. "Sister Bai, you should know why Chanur has gone into seclusion, right?" Bai Qingqing shook her head and said, "This consort also has no idea." Yelv Nanyan spoke up, "How could His Majesty not even tell Sister Bai? Could it be that something really has happened, and His Majesty doesn't want us to worry, so he didn't tell us?" Upon hearing this, a worried expression appeared on the faces of all the women. After all, Lu Chen was someone who had never practiced in seclusion before. His usual method of cultivation was dual cultivation with his wives and concubines. This sudden seclusion caught everyone off guard. The key issue was that he had told them nothing beforehand and hadn't asked the maids to pass on any messages. It was impossible for them not to worry. Chu Yukon thought for a moment about Lu Chen's identity and then said, "Let's not think too much. Perhaps Chen'er just wanted to be in seclusion. There probably isn't anything wrong." Chu Yukon recalled that Lu Chen was the son of the great emperor, a figure who, in his former life, was an ascetic who disregarded romance and avoided women, solely focused on cultivation. Now, it was just a matter of entering seclusion, and they needn't be so tense. After hearing Chu Yukon's words, Wang Qingqi said, "What Chu said is true. Alas, we just don't know how long His Majesty's seclusion will last." Wang Qingqi thought to herself that it had been a long while since Lu Chen had visited her, although she knew it wasn't because of her, but simply because it hadn't been her turn yet. Just when her turn was approaching, Lu Chen had gone into seclusion. How could she cope without Lu Chen's presence? Zhou Yuyu also whispered, "His Majesty's seclusion won't last 100 years, will it?" Xiao Wenyao joined in, "It's hard to say. I've heard that higher-leveled cultivators sometimes go into seclusion for 100 years. Chu Qingli then said, "If he really is in seclusion for 100 years, what will we do?" Seeing that all of Lu Chen's wives and concubines looked worried, Chu Yukon felt somewhat speechless. Lu Chen had only just entered seclusion, and here they were, already fretting about when he might come out. It's not like they were that enthusiastic usually. They would start pleading for mercy not long after they got into bed, and now they were suddenly concerned that Lu Chen's seclusion might last too long. Lu Chen's seclusion spread like wildfire, and soon not only the people of Black Dragon City Imperial Palace knew about it, but the commoners of the Daxia dynasty were also aware of the matter. An emperor who had never entered seclusion suddenly chose to do so, and people's first reaction was to wonder if there was a problem with the Sum Emperor's health. Of course, even though such thoughts existed, most forces still dared not act rashly, as to date, the Sum Emperor had never been defeated. Lu Chen's wives and concubines from Black Dragon City Imperial Palace immediately went to Yancheng Imperial Palace to inquire about Lu Chen's condition after learning of his seclusion. Seeing that Chu Yukon and the others were unaware of why Lu Chen had entered seclusion, Wu Junwan and the others also began to worry. They suspected that Lu Chen might have been injured during a battle with the invaders, otherwise, why would someone who had never entered seclusion choose to do so now? Lu Chen was unaware of the situation outside, as he had devoted all his attention to cultivation. His seclusion lasted for 3 months, and as Lu Chen did not emerge after that period, the women grew even more concerned. Of course, not everyone was worried. Chu Yukon and Yun Shenxian were not so concerned, as both knew that Lu Chen's identity was quite special. In the cultivation world, it was normal to enter seclusion for decades or even centuries. In their eyes, Lu Chen might have chosen seclusion due to some enlightenment. This was not necessarily a bad thing. On the contrary, it might be a good thing. Perhaps when Lu Chen emerged from seclusion, his strength would have greatly increased. Meanwhile, at the rift in the boundary wall of Tianqian world, a wisp of black qi spread out from the crack where the two worlds collided. At that moment, an elder of the 100 Changes sect was patrolling the boundary rift with disciples. Upon seeing the black qi emerging from the crack, Li Xingwei immediately grew alert. "Everyone, be careful. There's something happening." Although it was uncertain what the black qi was, the mass gave a very oppressive feeling, clearly indicating that it was not something benign. Hearing Li Xingwei's words, the disciples of the 100 Changes sect immediately drew their swords, each fixed their gaze on the mass of black qi. Li Xingwei then said to a disciple nearby, "Immediately report what has happened here to Elder Wei." No sooner had Li Xingwei finished speaking, before his disciple could respond, the mass of black qi charged towards them. Li Xingwei's face turned pale as the black qi approached, he seemed to sense the threat of death. "Not good, everyone scatter." Li Xingwei had a premonition that they must not come into contact with this mass of black qi, otherwise they would certainly die. However, even though he realized the danger of the black qi, they ultimately couldn't avoid it. The speed of the black qi was too fast, and in an instant, Li Xingwei and the disciples were enveloped by it. Following that, the black chi entered their bodies through their 7 orifices, and the next moment, their bodies twisted into strange, eerie positions. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. As Lu Chen secluded himself, the center of power in the Daxia dynasty gradually began to shift towards Lu Changfeng. Unlike previous emperors of dynasties and their relationship with their crown princes, even though Lu Changfeng had taken over the entire Great Sum and possessed supreme authority, he never thought about wresting control of Great Sum from Lu Chen. He saw himself more as taking on the role of helping Lu Chen manage Great Sum, rather than thinking of himself as the emperor. Perhaps it was because of the way they were raised. Among Lu Chen's children who also craved power, none sought to contend with Lu Changfeng for power and profit. The children also got along fairly well with each other. From an early age, they were taught that harmony within the family was of utmost importance. Growing up together, and under the influence of Lu Chen, except for some princes being rather lascivious, they didn't have many other significant faults. The prince's lasciviousness was unavoidable, since Lu Chen himself was amorous. Fortunately, Lu Changfeng, as the crown prince, was more focused on state affairs, so the other prince's lasciviousness wasn't likely to have a major impact on Great Sum. In that year, many events occurred, especially in Black Dragon County, where the cultivators seemed to have become somewhat restless. The annual cultivator conference saw many powers failing to attend, perhaps because they believed that the Sum Emperor might really have been seriously injured, and Lu Changfeng was just a kid who had no qualification to lead them, or perhaps for other reasons. As for the cultivators of Black Dragon County, Lu Changfeng also didn't have a good way to deal with them. His father, the emperor, had not left any instructions when he went into retreat, so he could only deal with the cultivators' issues according to his own thoughts. Mainly, it was because he was not strong enough, so he couldn't assert himself. Thankfully, Su Hanyan, his aunt, had supported him at the cultivator conference, otherwise, it was uncertain whether the conference he presided over could even continue. Yancheng Imperial Palace, Wind Cloud Palace. Another day passed, and Mu Zixuan and her numerous companions sat in the Wind Cloud Palace waiting for Lu Chen to emerge from his retreat. However, it looked like Lu Chen wouldn't come out of retreat today. It had been a year since the women had seen Lu Chen, and they were already missing him dearly. At that moment, Wang Qingqi sighed and said, His Majesty probably won't come out of retreat today. Ladies, I will take my leave first. Having said this, Wang Qingqi slowly got up and directly left the Wind Cloud Palace. After Wang Qingqi left, Xiao Wenyao and Yelv Nanyan also departed, leaving only Chen Wanrong, Lin Wanyan, and Mu Zixuan in the Grand Hall. Chen Wanrong had just returned from the mysterious Moon Palace, so she wasn't in a hurry to leave. At the same time, inside the underground Wind Cloud Palace, Lu Chen opened his eyes and immediately felt filthy all over. This was his first retreat, and also the first time he had gone so long without the touch of a woman since getting married. Thinking of his wives who were eagerly waiting for him, Lu Chen became restless. He then circulated his spiritual power to sense the level of his saint-level puppetry technique. As expected of a saint-grade cultivation technique, he had only managed to cultivate to the second level after 1 year. However, the second level was sufficient. The puppets he now created could withstand some of his power. At that moment, Lu Chen took out a puppet created by Yun Shenxian and began to control it with the puppetry technique. The puppet possessed the strength of the first level of the Genesis realm, and its sensory abilities were acceptable. Satisfied, Lu Chen put away the puppet, stood up from the ground, and then sensed the situation throughout the imperial palace. Feeling that there were 3 women in the Wind Cloud Palace, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he shadow shifted and appeared in the Wind Cloud Palace. Seeing Lu Chen, who now had grown a long beard, Mu Zixuan, Chen Wanrong, and Lin Wanyan were all startled, but then Mu Zixuan quickly reacted, excitedly saying, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you have finally come out of retreat. Smiling, Lu Chen said, Zixuan, we'll talk about everything later. I'm going to take a bath first. After saying that, Lu Chen entered the bathroom next to the Wind Cloud Palace, where the maids immediately brought tools to help him deal with his beard and bathe. When Lu Chen returned to the Wind Cloud Palace, he was back to his original handsome and ethereal appearance. However, Lu Chen was not wearing a single piece of clothing, and upon seeing Lu Chen's fervent state, the three women's faces blushed slightly. Lu Chen said with a smile, "My three ladies, it's been a year since we've seen each other, have you missed me?" Mu Zixuan said without hesitation, "Yes, this concubine has missed your majesty every single night." Lu Chen said, "Oh. I don't think you have missed me enough. Since you missed me so much, why aren't you coming over?" After Lu Chen said that, there was no more hesitation, and the three ladies joined Lu Chen on the bed in the Wind Cloud Palace. The news of Lu Chen emerging from seclusion quickly spread throughout the entire imperial palace, and the women immediately regretted leaving Wind Cloud Palace. They returned to Wind Cloud Palace as soon as they heard the news. However, when they arrived, they found Lu Chen already busy. Chen Wanrong had completely transformed into his vessel, and they witnessed her sobbing and screaming deeply. The women felt somewhat relieved, as they had some concerns that Lu Chen, after emerging from seclusion, might have changed and wouldn't care about romance anymore. It turned out, they had worried too much. His Majesty remained the same. At that moment, Lu Chen glanced at the wives gathered at the doorway, watching the spectacle, and smilingly said, "Today, none of you are leaving. All come here." Thissa. The women looked at each other in hesitation. Although they could accept this, the number of women involved was still too many. Given that starting with Lu Chen often took half a month, wasn't this going to take a lot of time? Of course, Lu Chen had no such intention, he just planned to alleviate their longing for him. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a year and could barely bear it anymore. At this time, Wang Qingqi immediately ran to Lu Chen's side without a word. "Your Majesty, you've finally emerged from seclusion. I've missed you so much." Seeing Wang Qingqi take the initiative and pose provocatively, Yelv Nanyan and the others decided not to pretend either and straightforwardly crowded around him. After 2 days of soothing, the longing of Lu Chen's wives had greatly eased, but Yun Shenxian and Chu Yukan were not among them. Both women did not attend this grand event. After regaining her memories from her past lives, Chu Yukan wasn't as uninhibited, and Yun Shenxian greatly disliked sharing Lu Chen with others. Yun Shenxian disdained it, deeming it filthy. Used there she was a person with germophobia who preferred exclusivity. After all of Lu Chen's wives had left Wind Cloud Palace one by one, only Mu Zixuan and Bai Qingqing remained. Lu Chen, embracing both women, said, "Tell me about any major events that occurred in Tianqian World this past year." The women promptly informed Lu Chen about some incidents that had occurred in Tianqian World. After listening to them, Lu Chen fell into contemplation. Then, he spoke after a while, "Feng really has grown up, able to stand on his own now. I didn't expect that just a year of seclusion would lead to so much happening in Tianqian World. Some people really can't stay calm. It seems I need to teach them a lesson." Subsequently, Lu Chen continued to comfort Mu Zixuan and Bai Qingqing. After a bath, he then headed to Yun Shenxian's bedchamber. Inside Yun Shenxian's icy bedchamber, cold air permeated everywhere with ice blocks all around, and the attending maids, despite wearing padded clothes, shivered continuously. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly appear in the grand hall, the maids hurriedly bowed and said, "We greet your Majesty, long live, forever and forever." Lu Chen slightly nodded his head and said indifferently, "Rise." As those words fell, Lu Chen's gaze turned toward Yun Shenxian's soft couch. At that moment, Yun Shenxian had her eyes closed, seemingly ignoring his presence completely. But obviously, Yun Shenxian knew he was there. She was pretending not to see him. Lu Chen gave a slight smile, immediately approached Yun Shenxian's soft couch, and then reached out to hold her jade hand. "Honored master, you seem a bit unhappy." Yun Shenxian still didn't open her eyes and said coldly, "You're imagining things." Seeing the cold fairy's forbidding demeanor, Lu Chen momentarily felt his heart stir and, not wanting to continue talking, directly pushed her down and kissed her lips. "Mima." At this point, Yun Shenxian finally opened her eyes and began to struggle a bit. She had thought that Lu Chen would take things slowly, but he started making advances right off the bat. After kissing for a while, feeling it was about enough, Lu Chen directly got intimate with Yun Shenxian. This act instantly turned the cold fairy warm. Yun Shenxian felt a bit sulky, This rebellious disciple was truly her nemesis, never letting her put on airs. While moving, Lu Chen said, "Honored master really missed me. You had already prepared your body before I even arrived." Yun Shenxian glared at Lu Chen in embarrassment and anger but said nothing. Lu Chen didn't continue to tease Yun Shenxian. He smiled and asked, "Honored master, did you go to Black Dragon County again during this time?" Yun Shenxian replied, went there. I just came back." Lu Chen said, "I heard from Zixuan and Bai that the situation in Black Dragon County seems somewhat bleak, huh?" Yun Shenxian said, "There are quite a few forces, that seem to want to overthrow your rule, gently." Lu Chen said, "I just secluded myself for cultivation, and they already think I'm severely injured. They really dare to imagine." Yun Shenxian said, "Perhaps, not just because of that reason. I feel like there are more demon cultivators in Black Dragon County. Why did you stop?" Yun Shenxian's beautiful eyes looked at Lu Chen as her delicate body involuntarily started to twist slightly. Lu Chen smiled and continued his actions. "What about them?" Yun Shenxian said, "They might have demon cultivators instigating them from behind." Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, "If it's demon cultivators, then it's relatively easy to handle, but I don't know the strength of the person behind them. Since they have the intention to rebel, it means that the person inciting them is very strong." Yun Shenxian said, "To you, they don't pose much threat." Lu Chen said, "Although they pose no threat, they are indeed annoying. The first time I seclude myself for cultivation, someone pops up creating trouble. If I often seclude myself in the future, won't there always be someone causing trouble? We must find the mastermind behind this and set an example by making a stern warning." Ouch. Before Yun Shenxian could say anything, Lu Chen suddenly became more forceful, shifting his entire focus onto Yun Shenxian and ceasing to discuss the problems of Black Dragon County. Yun Shenxian no longer maintained her aloof demeanor and began practicing the mysterious female technique in coordination with Lu Chen. After all, she was already this rebellious disciple's woman. There was no need for pretenses in front of him, she might as well let herself go. A day later, Lu Chen left Yun Shenxian's bedchamber and headed to Chu Yukin's room. Chu Yukin had already sensed that Lu Chen would come. She was already sitting on the bed, waiting for his arrival. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Chu Yukin asked, "Chenur, did you seclude yourself to practice some cultivation technique?" With a shadow-shifting technique, Lu Chen moved beside the bed, wrapped his arms around Chu Yukin's voluptuous body, and replied with a smile, "Madam Chu knows me best, guessing right away why I secluded myself." Chu Yukin smiled lightly and said no more. Without hesitation, Lu Chen directly kissed the beautiful woman's lips and slowly laid her down on the soft couch. Although Lu Chen had shifted his focus to women right after ending his seclusion, he didn't consider himself overly lecherous. He had that many wives and concubines, he needed to satisfy them. They hadn't seen him for so long, and their hearts were filled with so much longing that needed to be released. So his actions were not licentious, but rather a display of responsibility. Probably no other man in this universe could match his sense of duty. After playing with Chu Yukin on the soft couch for 2 days, Lu Chen then headed to Black Dragon County. He had another woman there in Black Dragon County, whom he hadn't sought out in a year. She must have missed him dearly. Moreover, this year she had been of great help to Lu Changfeng at the Cultivators' Conference. As Lu Changfeng's father, it was naturally incumbent upon him to properly thank her. If he was to give thanks, then he must do so with real action. At this very moment, inside the bamboo house on the back hill of the Misty Immortal Sect, Su Hanyan suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help but sneeze. Su Hanyan furrowed her brows instantly. She, a Myriad Law's realm cultivator, actually sneezed. Immediately after, Su Hanyan coldly said to the air, "Come out." As soon as Su Hanyan's words fell, a mass of black mist appeared outside her bamboo house, and then a figure walked out of the mist. Sect Master Su, truly worthy of being a Myriad Law's realm cultivator, detected my presence the moment I arrived. Su Hanyan glanced at the old man before her and chuckled, No wonder sect leader Li was able to kill the former sect leader of the 100 Changes sect and take control. It turns out he has become a demon cultivator. Li Xingwai lightly said, so what if I have become a demon cultivator? Whether righteous or evil, we are all cultivators, all seeking immortality. Moreover, the deeds of the so-called righteous and demon cultivators are not much different. Su Hanyan coldly said, Sect leader Li, did you come to me today just to say these things? Li Xingwai smiled and said, of course not. I have brought a piece of good news for Sect Master Su today. Su Hanyan coldly replied, I hardly think a demon cultivator can bring any good news to me. Li Xingwai said, what if this news could free you from the Sum Emperor's control? At these words, Su Hanyan faltered slightly, and Li Xingwai caught the expression on her face. Regaining her composure, Su Hanyan scoffed and said, Sect leader Li, you surely know the relationship between me and the Sum Emperor. I am his woman. Are you here to stir up trouble between me and the Sum Emperor? Li Xingwai said, the reason why Sect Master Su became the Sum Emperor's woman in the first place was merely because you were not as strong as the Sum Emperor. You were helpless and, coupled with the fact that he possessed the immortal boat, only by relying on the Sum Emperor could you leave the Tianqian world. In Li Xingwai's view, Su Hanyan was not truly devoted to Lu Chen and would certainly betray him if given the chance. After hearing Li Xingwai's words, Su Hanyan fell silent. Indeed, she had become Lu Chen's woman out of compulsion. Seeing that Su Hanyan did not continue speaking, Li Xingwai knew his guess was right, and continued, now that the Sum Emperor has been in seclusion for a long time, he must have been seriously injured. Now, if we join forces, we will be able to kill the Sum Emperor and seize the immortal boat from him. Then it would be easy to leave the Tianqian world. Su Hanyan indifferently said, if you truly think the Sum Emperor is seriously injured, why not go directly to him? Why do you need to recruit me? From the aura you've displayed, you should have already broken through to the Myriad Law's realm, haven't you? With your strength, are you still afraid of not being able to deal with an injured Sum Emperor? Li Xingwai said, although I believe the Sum Emperor has been injured, no one knows what trump card the Sum Emperor holds. If I can pull in Sect Master Su, then even if the Sum Emperor really has some tricks up his sleeve, we should be able to handle them easily. Hearing Li Xingwai's words, Su Hanyan chuckled. Li Xingwai was indeed playing a clever game. But speaking of which, if Li Xingwai had approached her in the past, she might have actually agreed to cooperate with him, considering she also did not want to become that kind of vessel for Lu Chen. However, things were different now. She was very aware of Lu Chen's strength. If they really fought, Lu Chen's methods would surely suppress them easily. Of course, this was not the main reason, nor even a secondary reason. The true reason she would not betray Lu Chen was that she had fallen in love with him and could no longer leave him. Although she always felt that Lu Chen might be training her to be someone who would stand in crises, even with such thoughts, she could not leave Lu Chen, especially after not seeing him for a year. Her longing for Lu Chen had become incredibly intense, making her realize her feelings for him. Her feelings for Lu Chen were of both love and hatred, but even though she hated the terrible way Lu Chen acted, she could not possibly join forces with a demon cultivator to hurt Lu Chen. Of course, Su Hanyan did not plan to refuse Li Xingwai right now. She then asked, Sect leader Li must not only be trying to recruit me. Li Xingwai said, naturally, half of Black Dragon County's forces have already chosen to cooperate with me. The immortal boat of the Sum Emperor is big enough to accommodate all of us leaving the Tianqian world. Su Hanyan continued to ask, when does Sect leader Li plan to take action? Li Xingwai said, as long as Sect Master Su is willing to cooperate with me, we can attack Yan County this month. Su Hanyan said, all right, I agree. Seeing Su Hanyan agree, Li Xingwai's lips curved slightly upward as he said with a smile, I knew Sect Master Su would not submit to others. At that moment Su Hanyan said, however, I have one more condition. Li Xingwai said, please speak, Sect Master Su. Su Hanyan snorted coldly, the Sum Emperor has insulted me repeatedly, treating me as his tool for venting. I have long been desperate to tear him to pieces. Thus, the life of the Sum Emperor must be ended by me. Li Xingwai said, all right, no problem. Now that our cooperation has been agreed, I will take my leave. In 3 days, I will host a meeting at the Hundred Changes sect, and Sect Master Su must attend. As soon as Li Xingwei finished speaking, his body once again transformed into a mass of black fog and left the bamboo house. After Li Xingwei left, a look of disdain appeared on Su Hanyan's face, and she chuckled softly, really foolish. Just after Su Hanyan finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed behind her, who's foolhardy. Su Hanyan's body shivered, the voice was too familiar, but she had not heard it for a year. When Su Hanyan came back to her senses, she immediately turned around and indeed found Lu Chen half lying on the soft couch in her bamboo house. Su Hanyan then asked, "Did you hear everything?" Su Hanyan thought that Lu Chen had arrived earlier, so he must have heard her conversation with Li Xingwei. At this moment, she was somewhat anxious, afraid that Lu Chen would take her words seriously and truly believe that she had allied with Li Xingwei. Lu Chen asked with a smile, "Hear what? I just arrived." With that, Lu Chen glanced around the entire bamboo house and continued, "The demonic qi in this bamboo house is quite heavy, it seems a major demon has just been here. I've only been in seclusion for a year, and Sect Master Su can't stand the loneliness, hooking up with a major demon. It truly chills my heart." Su Hanyan hastily said, "Your Majesty misunderstands, Iya." Before Su Hanyan could finish, Lu Chen suddenly raised his hand, used his spiritual power to lift Su Hanyan's body, and directly pulled her into his embrace. Su Hanyan wanted to continue explaining something, but Lu Chen did not give her the chance. His expression fierce, he said, "Sect Master Su, are you ready to receive your punishment?" "Your Majesty, Iya am a mima." Before Su Hanyan could finish, her lips were sealed, followed by a ripping sound inside the bamboo house. Lu Chen's movements were violently fierce, and Su Hanyan at one point thought he wanted to kill her this way. But Su Hanyan soon realized that the bastard Lu Chen wasn't actually angry, he was just looking for an excuse to abuse her. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Chen finally spoke to Su Hanyan, "Sect Master Su, I didn't expect that after a year, your body would still be this delightful." Su Hanyan snorted lightly and turned her head away, not saying a word. Seeing that Su Hanyan was a bit moody, Lu Chen didn't indulge her but instead increased his intensity, prompting Su Hanyan to hurriedly say, Your Majesty. I was wronga." Lu Chen then continued to ask, "Who is it that came just now?" Su Hanyan answered, "100 changes sects Li Xingwei." Lu Chen thought for a moment, continuing his actions as he spoke, "I remember him, when did he become a demon cultivator?" Su Hanyan said, "It was about a year ago. After he returned from Thea the boundary line defense he killed the sect leader of the 100 Changes sect and made himself the sect leader." Lu Chen asked further, "What is his cultivation state now?" Su Hanyan replied, All-Law Realm. Lu Chen thought for a while, considering that to advance to the All-Law Realm in such a short time implied that there was more to him than just turning into a demon cultivator. Putting it together, it seemed very likely that this Li Xingwei was the one behind the current situation in Black Dragon County, although there were probably others behind Li Xingwei. Lu Chen looked at Su Hanyan and continued asking, "What did he come to find you for?" Lu Chen was very confident about his woman. He naturally did not think that Su Hanyan had betrayed him. When he said those words earlier and pretended to be angry, it was just to add a bit of excitement. Su Hanyan answered, "He thinks you've been seriously injured and wants Toa to draw me a Vera Ahaiya." At that point, Su Hanyan's eyes rolled up, and her hands gripped Lu Chen's arms tightly. After a moment, Su Hanyan caught her breath and continued, Yuga he plans to ally with the forces of Black Dragon County to attack Yan County, and Thena to snatch the immortal boat from you. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly, no wonder you said he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. It turns out he truly doesn't. Su Hanyan went on, in 3 days, he is holding a meeting at the 100 Changes sect. The forces he has drawn a Yuga they will probably all attend. Lu Chen said with a smile, then let's give them a surprise in 3 days. At that, Lu Chen bent down, kissed Su Hanyan's red lips, and busied himself with his own matters earnestly. Since Li Xingwei had chosen rebellion, there was only one path left for him, but Lu Chen always had a feeling there were others behind Li Xingwei. Li Xingwei had become a demon cultivator after coming back from the boundary line defense, and Lu Chen vaguely sensed that it might be demon cultivators from the Ziyang world who had infiltrated. What exactly the situation was, he would know in 3 days. For the next 3 days, he helped Su Hanyan relieve her longing for him thoroughly. After these 3 days with Lu Chen, Su Hanyan reaffirmed that she indeed couldn't do without this fellow. Although this past year, her desires were low, since as a cultivator she had strong self-control, she always felt something was missing during her cultivation, and her mind was often somewhere else. After being handled by Lu Chen like this, she felt a lot more spirited, and her mood wasn't as gloomy as before. But what irritated her immensely was that the bastard had used all kinds of methods to mold her, as she felt she had really become some kind of vessel. Thinking how she had become like an animal, Su Hanyan felt an immense shame. She was a cultivator, and yet, she had now become addicted to such matters. It was all Lu Chen's fault, that bastard. If not for him, she would still be a cold and lofty fairy. 3 days later. At the Hundred Changes sect. The Hundred Changes sect was abuzz with activity today, with more than a dozen flying boats in the sky. Almost half of the forces from Black Dragon County had arrived at the Hundred Changes sect. They were ostensibly there to hold a conference of the young elite, to let the younger generation spar with one another. In truth, however, they were preparing to discuss how to attack the Daxia dynasty and kill Lu Chen. In their hearts, they still harbored some fear of Lu Chen. Even though there were rumors that Lu Chen had been seriously injured and was currently in seclusion, they still felt Lu Chen had some tricks up his sleeve. A wounded tiger was still a tiger, and so, while many harbored their thoughts, they did not dare to overtly show them. But ever since Li Xingwei had approached them, they realized that overturning the Daxia dynasty might not be impossible. Li Xingwei was now at the third layer of the Myriad Law realm, fully capable of fighting the Sum Emperor head-on. Moreover, Li Xingwei said that Su Hanyan was also likely to join them, which would mean 2 from the All-Law realm. 2 from the All-Law realm should certainly be a match for the Sum Emperor, especially since the Sum Emperor was also rumored to have suffered a serious injury. Under Li Xingwei's instigation, soon half the forces of Black Dragon County chose to follow the Hundred Changes sect. At this moment, Li Xingwei stood on the cultivation ground of the Hundred Changes sect, his lips curving into a slight smile as he scanned the flying boats above. Just then, the sect leaders and elders of various factions arrived before Li Xingwei. Sect leader Li, whether we can succeed rests entirely upon you. Sect leader Li, if this endeavor succeeds, we will elect you as the hierarch of the Immortal Alliance. Sect leader Li, you mentioned personally inviting sect master Su. What was her response? Li Xingwei was about to speak when a particularly luxurious flying boat appeared in the distant sky. Seeing the flying boat, those present were taken aback for a moment. That was the Misty Immortal sect's flying boat. Li Xingwei actually did invite Su Hanyan to come. That meant they were set this time. With 2 all-law realm powerhouses, they would certainly be able to break through Yan County. At this very moment, in Su Hanyan's room on the Misty Immortal sect's flying boat, Lu Chen's demonic hand grasped Su Hanyan's waist, busily helping Su Hanyan relieve her longing. Su Hanyan was fuming with irritation. They were about to reach the Hundred Changes sect, and yet Lu Chen wasn't wasting even this brief moment of time. Well, whatever. Who asked for that man to be her own? At that moment, a female disciple's voice rang out at Su Hanyan's door, "Sect Master, we have arrived." The female disciple, hearing the noises from within the room, blushed crimson. Although everyone in the Misty Immortal sect had long known about the relationship between Lu Chen and their sect master, it was still their first time encountering Lu Chen brazenly taking liberties with their sect master aboard the Misty Immortal sect's flying boat. Their sect master had already reached the All-Law realm, and yet, in the presence of the Sum Emperor, she still couldn't control herself, acting like a wanton person. Upon hearing the female disciple's words, Su Hanyan turned her head to look at Lu Chen. "Your Majesty, we should focus on the important matters." Lu Chen said, "Hama, indeed, we'll continue after the matters are dealt with." Hearing this, Su Hanyan glared at Lu Chen, cursing him inwardly. Damned man. Lu Chen, unconcerned with Su Hanyan's gaze, had the maid tidy him up, then used the yin-yang mirror to change his appearance. Meanwhile, the sect leaders and elders from the Hundred Changes sect were still excitedly watching the Misty Immortal sect's flying boat. Before long, Misty Immortal Sect's flying boat had flown above the Hundred Changes sect. The Misty Immortal Sect's flying boat came to a halt, and Su Hanyan led Lu Chen and a group of elders from the sect down from the flying boat. By this time, Lu Chen had concealed his aura, and people did not recognize him, thinking he was one of the Misty Immortal Sect's elders. As soon as Su Hanyan landed, Li Xingwai immediately came forward and, with a smile, said, "Sect Master Su, I knew for certain you would come." Su Hanyan replied, "This is an opportunity to seek personal revenge, I naturally had to come." Li Xingwai then said, "Since everyone is here, please follow me." Since the matter was to be discussed, they naturally could not stand out in this plaza to discuss and had to change locations. After that, the sect masters and elders of various major powers followed Li Xingwai to the Hundred Changes sect's meeting hall. Once everyone was seated, a sect master spoke up and asked, "Sect leader Li, are you certain the Sum Emperor has indeed suffered a serious injury?" Li Xingwai did not immediately respond, but smiled at Su Hanyan before saying, "That question should be directed at Sect Master Su." Sect Master Su has once joined forces with the Sum Emperor to resist invaders from another world. If the Sum Emperor were injured, it would have to have been during that time. As Li Xingwai's voice fell, all eyes turned towards Su Hanyan. With a faint smile, Su Hanyan then said, "Sect leader Li's conjecture is not wrong. Indeed, the Sum Emperor was struck by invaders during that time. As for whether he was seriously injured, I do not know." Hearing this from Su Hanyan, those present believed even more that the Sum Emperor must have chosen to enter seclusion due to his serious injuries. Given that the Sum Emperor had already been seriously injured, this was the best opportunity for them. Li Xingwai continued, "Even with the Sum Emperor's myriad of methods, in his injured state, facing two cultivators from the Myriad Law's realm, he doesn't stand a chance. However, I've heard that Yan County has a formation, and breaking through it poses some difficulty. Therefore, I hope you all will lend your strength to break through this formation." Although Li Xingwai no longer viewed Lu Chen as a concern, he was still somewhat worried about the formation in Yan County. He wanted these sect representatives to probe for him and assess the strength of the formation. As Li Xingwai finished speaking, those present readily agreed. "Rest assured, Sect leader Li, the Sum Emperor is our common enemy, we will give it our all. Sect leader Li, just say the word when it's time to attack Yan County. Sect leader Li, we've had enough of the tyranny of the Daxia dynasty, we're with you." Upon hearing the crowd's words, Lu Chen chuckled. He then sensed Li Xingwai's demonic qi once more. The demonic qi on Li Xingwai was somewhat special, unlike normal demonic qi, more akin to the heavenly demon power. With this in mind, there must be a heavenly demon behind Li Xingwai. Could it be that the Ziyang world is sealing a heavenly demon and Li Xingwai was influenced by the heavenly demon's qi while guarding the boundary wall, thus transforming into a demon cultivator? But, after all, whether it's a heavenly demon or not, any demonic or demonic cultivator in front of him was only destined to be countered. Not to mention that with the Shengwei armor, he already possessed the strength of the Myriad Law's realm. Even without the armor, relying solely on the demon-expelling banner and the demon-burying spell, he could easily take care of Li Xingwai. However, Lu Chen did not intend to act immediately. He still wanted to extract more information from Li Xingwai. Just then, Li Xingwai noticed Lu Chen laughing beside Su Hanyan and immediately inquired, "May I ask what amuses this fellow Taoist to laugh?" Upon hearing Li Xingwai's words, the hall instantly fell silent, and all eyes turned to Lu Chen. Lu Chen said indifferently, "I just think it's rather presumptuous for us to deem the Sum Emperor as good as dead without knowing the full extent of his situation. It's purely a case of self-comfort, so I laughed." Upon hearing these words, the people in the hall instantly became restless. "What do you mean by that? Such favoritism toward the Sum Emperor, could it be that you are one of the Sum Emperor's men? Sect Master Su, can a person like this serve as an elder of your Misty Immortal sect?" After a while, the noise in the hall gradually quieted down, and Li Xingwai gave Lu Chen a look. For some reason, this young elder gave him a very dangerous feeling, making him quite uncomfortable. He had not noticed before that there was such a dangerous individual within the Misty Immortal sect. With a frown, Li Xingwai said, Fellow Taoist, are you suggesting that with our current strength, we are still unable to confront the Sum Emperor? Lu Chen said directly, yes, unless sect leader Li, you have other methods. Otherwise, with the cultivation state at the Myriad Law's realm, I fear that we truly might not be a match for the Sum Emperor. The Sum Emperor, relying on his own strength, can fend off invaders from other worlds. Even if he really was injured, he's not someone the average Myriad Law's realm cultivator can defeat. As Lu Chen finished speaking, Su Hanyan added, Sect leader Li, I believe there is some merit to what Elder Chen has said. That day I personally witnessed the Sum Emperor in action, and his strength is already approaching the divinity transformation realm. If we don't have some kind of measure on hand, perhaps we're truly no match for the Sum Emperor. Seeing Su Hanyan speak this way, the people in the hall once more began to waver. The divinity transformation realm. Aha, if the Sum Emperor truly possessed strength at the divinity transformation realm, then it might be best to let it be. Even an injured cultivator of divinity transformation realm couldn't be opposed by two Myriad Law's realm cultivators, not to mention the Sum Emperor likely had other methods at his disposal. Seeing the people in the hall already wavering, Li Xingwei suddenly released the demonic qi from his body, instantly intimidating everyone in the hall. Li Xingwei said with a big laugh. Ha ha ha, what of it if he is a cultivator of the divinity transformation realm? Feeling the terrifying demonic qi from Li Xingwei, the sect masters and elders were stunned. Although they knew Li Xingwei had become a demon cultivator, they did not expect him to possess such a dense demonic qi, and clearly, the demonic qi from Li Xingwei was not the same as that of a typical demon. The demonic qi from Li Xingwei was suppressing the spiritual energy within everyone's bodies. Such demonic qi was clearly the heavenly demon's demonic qi. At the thought of Li Xingwei siding with a heavenly demon, the faces of everyone in the hall instantly turned pale. Li Xingwei then continued to say, do you really think I dared to make a move against the Sum Emperor without having any methods? Behind me stands a heavenly demon. With the heavenly demon's power, even if the Sum Emperor is truly a divinity transformation realm cultivator, he won't be able to exhibit the strength of the divinity transformation realm in front of me. Now, do any of you still worry that I am no match for the Sum Emperor? At this point, Li Xingwei's scarlet pupils swept over everyone present, as though if they dared to back down, he would immediately strike them down. Those in attendance were frightened into silence. The heavenly demon is the bane of cultivators, and with a heavenly demon behind Li Xingwei, no one knew if Li Xingwei had already been assimilated by the heavenly demon. Maybe if Li Xingwei became displeased, he would treat them as food and consume them. The entire hall fell into a dead silence, and after what felt like an eternity, a voice once again broke the stillness of the hall. The heavenly demon. Is sect leader Li joking with us? Where did the heavenly demon in the Tianqian world come from? Li Xingwei's gaze instantly shifted to Lu Chen, seeing that it was this man opposing him once again. Li Xingwei's intent to kill rose sharply. Then he said coldly, since you do not believe, then let me show you the power of the heavenly demon. As Li Xingwei's words ceased, the demonic qi surged towards Lu Chen, seemingly intent on killing him. However, Lu Chen showed no fear on his face. He sat quietly in his place, waiting for Li Xingwei's demonic qi to arrive. Just when everyone from the other sects thought Lu Chen was doomed, Li Xingwei's demonic qi seemed to encounter some sort of obstruction, unable to get closer to Lu Chen. Seeing his demonic qi halting in front of Lu Chen, Li Xingwei was entirely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why can't my demonic qi harm this person? Everyone present also froze, for it was clear Li Xingwei had just attempted to kill, he wouldn't have held back. Now, with the demonic qi lingering in front of the man, it was obvious that he had utilized some method to block it. Does the Misty Immortal sect actually have someone who can resist the erosion of demonic qi? At this moment, Li Xingwei felt increasingly dismayed, and the sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger. With a dark face, he demanded, who are you? Instead of answering Li Xingwei's question, Lu Chen fired back, Sect Master Su, you haven't yet told me where your heavenly demon power comes from, as the Tianqian world certainly doesn't have any heavenly demons. You're not bluffing, are you? Seeing Lu Chen's disbelief, Li Xingwei sneered and said, this seat has never claimed that the heavenly demon power within me comes from the Tianqian world. Lu Chen then said indifferently, if it's not from the Tianqian world, then it must be from the neighboring Ziyang world. I didn't expect sect leader Li to be in cahoots with the enemies of the Ziyang world. Upon hearing this, Li Xinghuai's heart quivered. Then, he said coldly, who on earth are you? While he spoke, the demonic qi around Li Xinghuai surged, the pressure making even the cultivators present find it difficult to breathe. Seeing Li Xinghuai's strong reaction, Lu Chen didn't continue with the pretense. The reaction all but confirmed that Li Xinghuai's demonic qi came from the Ziyang world. Since it was confirmed that the heavenly demon existed in the Ziyang world, Li Xinghuai was of no further use. Lu Chen then manipulated the yin-yang mirror, reverting to his original appearance. As Lu Chen's visage was revealed, the people present were shocked. The Sum Emperor. It's the Sum Emperor. This is bad, we've been tricked. The Sum Emperor has appeared here. Seeing it was Lu Chen, Li Xinghuai first paused, then burst into laughter. I had wanted to keep you for a while longer, but I didn't expect you to come to me so willingly. Lu Chen replied with a smile, do you really think that with the support of the heavenly demon behind you, you are a match for me, Li sect leader? Li Xinghuai snorted and retorted, whether I am your match or not, we'll know once we fight. As he spoke, Li Xinghuai immediately set his demonic qi in motion, attacking Lu Chen. Lu Chen, not wanting to waste any more time, directly took out the demon-expelling banner. As the demon-expelling banner appeared, the demonic qi in the entire hall was instantly cleansed. When the golden light of the demon-expelling banner shone upon Li Xinghuai, he immediately felt an excruciating pain in his body. Li Xinghuai finally understood why Lu Chen dared to confront him directly. Lu Chen possessed an artifact that could restrain demonic qi. Thereupon, Li Xinghuai addressed everyone present, the Sum Emperor is here. Let's join forces and subdue him. As the words of Li Xinghuai fell, Su Hanyan and the elders of the Misty Immortal sect immediately stood up, and then Su Hanyan directly lunged at the sect leaders and elders present. Su Hanyan said expressionlessly, gentlemen, I'm afraid I've let you down. I am the woman of the Sum Emperor, it is impossible for me to betray him. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present drastically changed. The Sum Emperor himself possessed the strength of the All-Law realm, and now there was Su Hanyan, another powerhouse of the All-Law realm. Adding to that, Li Xinghuai was suppressed by the Sum Emperor, they now had no chance of victory whatsoever. In an instant, those present immediately chose to flee. Su Hanyan had no intention of giving them a chance to escape, and promptly used Phantom Mist Shadow. In a moment, the entire hall was enveloped in purple mist. Then Su Hanyan began the slaughter, and soon many of the cultivators in the hall were dead. Seeing this, Li Xinghuai immediately tapped into the heavenly demon power and coldly said, I don't believe you can fully resist the heavenly demon power. As he spoke, a pair of black misty hands emerged behind Li Xinghuai, reaching straight for Lu Chen, who immediately activated the demon-burying spell and once again urged the demon-expelling banner. The demon-expelling banner instantly shone with a brilliant golden light, and the hands formed by the gathering of the heavenly demon power were shattered by the light. Seeing this scene, Li Xinghuai's face showed a terrified expression. No. Impossible. That's the heavenly demon power. How could any cultivator fully withstand the heavenly demon power? The heavenly demon was the bane of all cultivators. Faced with the heavenly demon, most cultivators could only flee, even when facing a weak heavenly demon. At best, they could only seal it with some formations. Li Xinghuai had thought that by siding with the heavenly demon and possessing its power, no cultivator in the Tianqian world would be his match. He didn't expect that the Sum Emperor could counter the heavenly demon power. Isn't demonic qi supposed to suppress spiritual power? Aren't cultivators just food for the heavenly demon? Why does the heavenly demon power on him have no effect on Lu Chen? Even if Lu Chen had treasures that could resist demonic qi, he shouldn't be able to completely withstand the heavenly demon power. Realizing he might not survive, Li Xinghuai once again summoned the heavenly demon power within him, then yelled, Great heavenly demon, save me. As Li Xinghuai's words fell, a stream of black qi suddenly descended from the sky, piercing through the roof of the hall and pouring into Li Xinghuai. Lu Chen did not stop his attack because of the black qi, he again urged the demon-expelling banner, then took out the Slayer spear from his system space, and with a shadow-shifting move, arrived behind Li Xingwei. Li Xingwei hastily turned around and struck out with his palm, but the demonic qi he emitted dissipated before it could even touch Lu Chen. Lu Chen thrust forward with his spear, piercing through Li Xingwei's body instantaneously. The demonic qi gushed out of Li Xingwei's chest as if finding an outlet for floodwaters. The qi, as if conscious, directly flew towards the sky, as if trying to escape. Seeing this, Lu Chen chuckled. You've come all this way, thinking you can run. Next, Lu Chen once again activated the demon-expelling banner, which released countless purple light waves. As these light waves touched the black demonic qi, the qi evaporated as if being purified, disappearing in a very short time. Lu Chen withdrew the Slayer spear from Li Xingwei's body, as Li Xingwei's eyes widened and his body fell to the ground, unwilling in death. At that time, the elders of the various sect forces began crying out to surrender, but Lu Chen did not grant them this opportunity. Since he was making an example of them, he couldn't show mercy. If every time he secluded himself, some would rebel, that would be truly bothersome. To achieve a deterrent effect, none of those who intended to rebel could be spared. Soon, those forces that intended to rebel were completely eradicated by Lu Chen and Su Hanyan. However, the matter wasn't over just yet. The ones dealt with now were only the leaders and elders, merely the upper echelon of those factions. Lu Chen then ordered the 10,000 Immortal sect to wipe out all the forces involved in the rebellion. News of Black Dragon County being obliterated by half its forces swiftly spread throughout the entire county. Upon hearing that Li Xingwei and those who had tried to rebel were annihilated by the Sum Emperor, the remaining sect cultivators felt immensely relieved. Relieved that they had not heeded the rumors and truly believed the news of the Sum Emperor's severe injuries, even more relieved that they had not accepted Li Xingwei's invitation to join the rebellion. The cultivators now suspected the Sum Emperor had intentionally secluded himself, then had someone spread news of his injury, all to root out those restless forces. After dealing with the rebellious forces, the remaining forces became extremely compliant. Lu Chen's prestige once again reached new heights, and more cultivators chose to join the army of the Daxia dynasty. Once everything had settled, Lu Chen once again arrived at the intersection of Tianshan World and Ziyang World. Now that the saint-level puppetry had been cultivated to the second level, he was able to control puppets to travel further, hopefully without any restrictions on the puppet's range. Arriving at the shattered spatial rift, Lu Chen immediately sent his puppet into Ziyang World. Entering Ziyang World, the puppet appeared in the same place as last time. Lu Chen then used the puppet to survey the surroundings. This time, the puppet's exploration capabilities had substantially improved, and Lu Chen instantly detected the presence of demonic qi through the puppet, which was exceptionally dense. Beneath that great mountain in Ziyang World, it was highly probable that a heavenly demon was sealed. Of course, all this was speculation for now. Only by entering that world himself could he determine if it truly was a heavenly demon, or perhaps a great demon that had been assimilated by a heavenly demon. Regardless of whether it was a heavenly demon or a demon cultivator, this situation could somewhat benefit Tianshan World, as the people of Ziyang World dared not easily enter that great mountain. Thus, they couldn't come through the rift to this world. However, the things sealed beneath the mountain might occasionally release some demonic qi into Tianshan World, turning some Tianshan cultivators into demon cultivators. This needed to be watched closely. After reflecting for a moment, Lu Chen controlled his puppet to fly towards the other side of the mountain. Meanwhile, deep beneath the mountain, there was a vast palace. Within the depths of the palace, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly appeared within a cloud of black mist. Feeling the object flying overhead, the heavenly demon burst into laughter. 1,000 years have passed, and finally, food has been delivered to my door. I can finally feast. With those words, the heavenly demon immediately released demonic qi, attempting to pull down the object flying above the area of the ceiling. However, as his demonic qi touched the puppet in the sky, it simply dissipated on its own, utterly unable to catch the object. The heavenly demon was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Why couldn't he catch it? From his observations, the object in the sky was clearly a cultivator. Normally, any cultivator touched by his demonic qi would be corrupted by it, without him exerting any force, and the cultivator's body would fall. Yet now, not only did the cultivator not fall, but he continued flying towards the outer periphery of the sealing grounds as if nothing had happened. This was unacceptable. Considering the human cultivator's flying speed, it wouldn't be long before he flew out of the sealing grounds. The heavenly demon released his demonic chi again, this time using even more in an attempt to bring Lu Chen's puppet down from the sky. However, the result was the same as before, achieving nothing. That human cultivator continued to fly towards the distance. At that moment, Lu Chen in Tianqian world also perceived the approach of a vast amount of demonic chi through his puppet. Lu Chen then glanced through the puppet's vision at the mountain below. At that moment, a lot of black chi emerged from the forest of the mountain, clearly the power of the heavenly demon, forming hands like those of humans, attempting to pull down the puppet. Seeing this, Lu Chen's lips curved slightly upwards. It seemed that the thing sealed beneath the mountain thought the object flying above was a cultivator, hence trying to pull it down. Unfortunately, the puppet also inherited half the power of the demon-burying spell. Even without the demon-expelling banner, just relying on the demon-burying spell alone, those streams of demonic chi couldn't approach his puppet. Lu Chen disregarded the demonic chi-formed hands and continued flying out of the sealing grounds. Seeing that the cultivator in the sky had not been affected at all, the heavenly demon became extremely agitated. Why? Why can my demonic chi not affect the human cultivator? After the heavenly demon became agitated, the entire mountain also began to shake, affecting the humans outside the sealing grounds. Soon, Lu Chen flew out of the sealing grounds. Outside the sealing grounds was a human city. This city was not large, but its walls were built along the mountain, much like the Great Wall on Earth. Clearly, the people of the Ziyang world were aware of the existence of demonic-related things inside the sealing grounds, hence the defensive wall was constructed. To avoid arousing the suspicions of the cultivators of this world, Lu Chen descended from the sky to the ground and walked towards the city. As he approached the entrance of the city, a woman suddenly appeared before Lu Chen, blocking his way. The woman was dressed in a pink cloud gown, her figure graceful, like a delicate flower swaying gently in the breeze. Her features were as lovely as the moon, her brows and eyes exuding a cold aura, like the ice and snow on the mountain pure and inviolable. Her hair fell like a waterfall, shining black, each strand seeming to contain the vitality of life. Her eyes were deep and bright, like the most dazzling stars in the night sky, shimmering with the light of wisdom. Her lips were red and rosy, slightly upturned, full of allure. Her skin was pale as snow, smooth and delicate, as if nature's most perfect masterpiece. At that moment, puppet Lu Chen glanced at the spirit sword in the woman's hand. Evidently, this woman was a cultivator. Subsequently, Lu Chen used his system to identify the woman's identity. Name: Ji Chuyu. Identity: City Lord of Black Moon City in the Great Chu Dynasty of the Ziyang world, 900 years old, Genesis realm in strength. She is very curious about your identity, wanting to know why you dare to come to Black Moon City at this time. Score: 96. Favorability: 30. Without expression, Ji Chuyu asked, "Who are you?" Lu Chen calmly replied, "A man." Hearing this, Ji Chuyu gave Lu Chen a speechless look, thinking that was a dumb statement. Since Lu Chen did not understand the situation in this world and feared exposing his identity, he said, "I felt that the demonic chi in the depths of the mountain was getting denser, so I came to see how things were here. If the situation here looks bleak, I might consider whether it's time to leave the Great Chu Dynasty." Hearing this, Ji Chuyu thought to herself, so he came to scout the status of the sealing grounds. Then Ji Chuyu scoffed and said, "Another one who fears death." Nowadays, the demon sealing forbidden zone has become increasingly unstable, and the internal divisions within the Great Chu Dynasty are quite severe. Each faction is reluctant to send their people to defend Black Moon City. As the city lord of Black Moon City, Ji Chuyu felt immense pressure. If the demonic tide continued to expand, the number of demon cultivators might increase, and the entire Great Chu might eventually become a granary for the heavenly demons. After hearing Lu Chen's response, Ji Chuyu immediately labeled him a coward. Initially, she thought this man knew about the demonic tide tonight and had specially come to help Black Moon City fend it off. She had been somewhat pleased, but now she had no good feelings about the man in front of her. Ji Chuyu then turned around and headed towards the city gate, saying as she walked, "Tonight there will be a demonic tide. Spineless as you are, just scram." Hearing the words, demonic tide, Lu Chen curiously asked, "What is the demonic tide?" This question from Lu Chen stunned Ji Chuyu. She turned her head to face him with a look of disbelief. Was there actually someone in this era who didn't know what a demonic tide was? Ji Chuyu then asked, "You don't even know what a demonic tide is? Probably no one in the Ziyang world doesn't know about the demonic tide, right?" Lu Chen, smiling, said, "I've spent most of my time in seclusion, and several decades ago, I suffered a cultivation deviation which injured my divine soul and made me lose much of my memory, so I've forgotten quite a lot." Ji Chuyu didn't overly doubt Lu Chen's words. Indeed, it's true that cultivators can lose their memory due to cultivation deviations. Ji Chuyu said, "Every once in a while, the demons from the demon ceiling forbidden zone leave and invade human cities. That is what we call the demonic tide." Having explained the demonic tide, Ji Chuyu turned back and continued towards the city gate. Lu Chen quickly followed her and then continued asking, "Are there still demons inside the demon ceiling forbidden zone?" Lu Chen had just come from the demon ceiling forbidden zone and hadn't sensed any demons there, so he was curious about where these demons came from. Ji Chuyu said impatiently, "If there are no demons inside the demon ceiling forbidden zone, where else would they be?" Lu Chen continued to inquire, "What about the strength of these demons?" Ji Chuyu, visibly displeased, said, "If you want to know the strength of those demons, why not just stay tonight and see for yourself?" Lu Chen said, "All right, I'll stay tonight and see." Seeing that Lu Chen wanted to stay, Ji Chuyu was taken aback for a moment. She turned her head to size him up again, and through her senses, she deduced that this man had at least the power of the creation realm. If this man could stay and help her fend off the demonic tide, then tonight she might be in for an easier time. Ji Chuyu then asked, "Are you sure you want to stay?" Today the demonic chi in the demon ceiling forbidden zone surged again, making tonight's demonic tide potentially much larger than usual. Lu Chen said, "Yeah, I'll stay to see how things go." Ji Chuyu turned again and headed back into the city, saying as she walked, "I hope you won't regret this tonight." After all, she had warned this man. If he insisted on staying, whatever happened would not be her responsibility. The puppet Lu Chen also followed Ji Chuyu into Black Moon City. Inside Black Moon City, the atmosphere was incredibly bleak. There were very few people on the streets, and most of them were cultivators, though their powers were mostly around the celestial human realm level. The Ziyang world, being a cultivation world, surprisingly allowing a creation realm cultivator to be the city lord indicated that the powers of cultivators in this world were indeed not that formidable. After entering the city, a group of soldiers from the Great Chu dynasty approached Ji Chuyu. "City lord, all preparations are complete." Ji Chuyu nodded and said, "Immediately report the surge of demonic chi in the demon ceiling forbidden zone to His Majesty and ask His Majesty to send more people." "Yes, City Lord." After the soldiers left, Ji Chuyu continued towards the inner city and quickly realized something was off. It seemed wherever she went, that man followed. She turned to look at Lu Chen. "Why are you following me?" Lu Chen said, "I'm not familiar with Black Moon City, who else would I follow?" Question mark question mark question mark. Ji Chuyu felt utterly speechless. Where did this man come from, and why did he always seem a bit off? She wasn't anyone to him, so why follow her? Moreover, whether he was familiar with Black Moon City had nothing to do with her. She was the city lord of Black Moon City and didn't have the time to show this guy around. At that moment, Ji Chuyu realized something. This guy had mentioned he suffered from cultivation deviation, resulting in some memory loss. This made her think he might have suffered some damage to his divine soul, which could explain his odd behavior. With this in mind, Ji Chuyu softened her approach a bit and said, "I am the city lord of Black Moon City and don't have time to wander around with you. If you're not familiar with the city, find someone from Black Moon City to guide you." Lu Chen said, "I'm not wandering around, I'll go wherever you go." Ji Chuyu frowned slightly. Why did she suddenly feel like this man had ulterior motives and was trying to take advantage of her? Just as Ji Chuyu was about to warn Lu Chen, he spoke first. I've noticed the cultivators in Black Moon City don't seem very strong. I possess the strength of the third level of the creation realm, which should be of great help to you. Ji Chuyu thought for a moment and then said, if you want to follow, then follow. Ji Chuyu couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with Lu Chen and went straight back to the city lord's mansion. When the servants at the city lord's mansion saw their city lord returning with a man, they were all shocked. Everyone in Black Moon City knew their city lord was a woman who stayed away from men, and yet here she was, bringing a man with her. After Ji Chuyu returned to the city lord's mansion with Lu Chen, she told the housekeeper, prepare a room for him and have the kitchen make him some food. Ji Chuyu thought it over. Since this man intended to help her tonight, it wouldn't be wrong to treat him well. The great Chu dynasty might not send anyone tonight, and having an extra person would make resisting the demonic tide much easier later. Under the guidance of the mansion's housekeeper, the puppet Lu Chen was led to a bedroom. Once inside the bedroom, the real Lu Chen stopped controlling the puppet. Having followed Ji Chuyu and watched her every move, the real Lu Chen felt somewhat aroused. Lu Chen planned to leave the fracture in the realm barrier and return to Yan County to see if he could still control the puppet. If he could still control the puppet after returning to Yan County, he could practice with his wives and concubines while simultaneously controlling the puppet to explore the Ziyang world. With this in mind, Lu Chen stored away the Fei Hong immortal boat, then used shadow shifting and instantly returned to Yancheng Imperial Palace, arriving in Chu Qingli's room. Chu Qingli was meditating on a soft couch when suddenly her body tilted toward the edge of the bed. Before she could react, Lu Chen kissed her. Chu Qingli opened her eyes and saw it was Lu Chen, then immediately shot him a glare. The next moment, she heard a ripping sound, followed by Lu Chen's body sinking down. As Lu Chen severely injured Chu Qingli, he simultaneously attempted to control the puppets of the Ziyang world. The movement of the puppets was not greatly affected, although as the distance increased, their strength seemed to diminish slightly. Chu Qingli clearly felt that Lu Chen was not fully focused. He would act sporadically, stirring things up before pausing, ostensibly lost in thought. It was obvious that he had approached her with intentions to be intimate, but even then, he had not been earnest, his mind wandering to other matters while they were supposed to be serious. This left Chu Qingli quite dissatisfied. Then, Chu Qingli activated her mysterious female technique. Just as Lu Chen was distracted, she felt a surge of oppressive force, and he immediately snapped back to reality, looking down intently at Chu Qingli's delicate face. Seeing the resentment in her eyes, Lu Chen gave a slight smile and then focused his attention on Chu Qingli. Before long, Chu Qingli began begging for mercy. Although she had not wanted Lu Chen to divert his attention elsewhere, as soon as he concentrated, she immediately couldn't handle it. Soon, evening approached in the Ziyang world. After sensing a surge in the demonic qi from the sealed area, Lu Chen's physical self stopped what he was doing and didn't continue. Lu Chen turned over while holding Chu Qingli, letting her rest on his chest, then said, I have something to attend to. If you still want more, you can come to me. Hearing this, Chu Qingli snorted lightly. What nonsense. Her mind was still in a complete haze. Chu Qingli then lifted her arm and embraced Lu Chen's robust waist, quietly lying on his chest without moving. This was quite nice too, maintaining that close contact allowed them to feel each other without overwhelming sensations. However, Chu Qingli was curious. Lu Chen said he had something to do. What could that be? If he had something to do, what was he still doing here? He had already been absent-minded. Although curious, Chu Qingli did not ask further. Simply being one with him like this was quite nice. Meanwhile, in Ziyang world, Black Moon City, Lu Chen's puppet had still not left the room when a maid stepped up to the door and said, Sir, the demonic tide is approaching, the city lord asks you to come to the city tower. Hearing this, Lu Chen responded immediately, all right, I'm on my way. Then, Lu Chen controlled the puppet to head towards the city tower of Black Moon City. When Lu Chen arrived next to Ji Chuyu, he saw a man in golden armor standing by her side, displaying a sycophantic smile. Chuyu, I heard there was trouble at the sealed demon area, so I brought people over immediately. Don't worry, with me here, there won't be any problems. Hearing this, Lu Chen glanced again at Ji Chuyu's expression and saw her look of impatience, instantly grasping the situation. It seemed this man was one of Ji Chuyu's suitors. Then, Lu Chen approached Ji Chuyu and said, Lord Ji, I'm here. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Bai Wenbin, looking displeased, said, Can't you see I'm discussing how to handle the demonic tide with Lord Ji? What are you interrupting for? As he finished speaking, Bai Wenbin turned and glared at Lu Chen, but when he sensed the aura emanating from Lu Chen, he furrowed his brow. He realized this person also possessed the strength of the creation realm. He had thought it was some tactless soldier interrupting them, only to discover it was actually a creation realm cultivator. This realization instantly unsettled Bai Wenbin. The most important thing was that he had apparently never seen this man before. Bai Wenbin asked with a dark expression, Who are you? Lu Chen replied with a smile, My name is Lu Chen, and I am a loose cultivator who came to Black Moon City to investigate the situation at the sealed demon grounds. Hearing Lu Chen's response, Bai Wenbin sighed with relief, realizing it was just a loose cultivator, so there was nothing to fear. Just a mere loose cultivator, not even capable of competing with him for a woman. After all, he was a general of the Great Chu dynasty, commanding over 100,000 soldiers in Qinshui County. At that moment, Ji Chuyu turned around, glanced at Lu Chen, and then said, Fellow Taoist Lu, I trouble you for tonight. Hearing Ji Chuyu's words, Bai Wenbin immediately became unhappy. He had brought tens of thousands of troops to help Black Moon City withstand the demonic tide, yet Ji Chuyu was indifferent toward him, but now she was thanking a loose cultivator. Bai Wenbin then said, Chuyu, he's just a loose cultivator, what role can he possibly play? Ji Chuyu replied indifferently, one more creation realm adds one more strength. Alright, I'm going to conduct a patrol. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Chuyu flew away, leaving Bai Wenbin and Lu Chen standing there, with Bai Wenbin looking at Lu Chen with a look full of disdain. However, he didn't say much to Lu Chen since he didn't see any ill intentions from Lu Chen, nor did he regard this loose cultivator as a competitor. It was just that he had been disturbed by Lu Chen just now, and he harbored a strong resentment towards him. Bai Wenbin snorted coldly and then immediately followed Ji Chuyu. Seeing Bai Wenbin following behind Ji Chuyu, Lu Chen chuckled. Ji Chuyu was the first woman he had met in the Ziyang world with a score over 90, she was destined to be his woman, and no amount of fawning from Bai Wenbin would help. However, his true form was still in Tianqian world, so turning Ji Chuyu into his woman would take some time. At that moment, Lu Chen turned his head toward the sealed demon grounds, the demon qi soared into the sky, and within the forest, black figures were slowly moving towards Black Moon City. Lu Chen carefully investigated and discovered that those black figures were various animals, leading him to wonder if the lack of living creatures in the mountain was because these animals had been demonized. Demonic creatures causing the surge, so it's called a demonic tide, right? Lu Chen noticed that the soldiers' weapons seemed unusual, all black in color, with black arrowheads that seemed to emit black qi. Lu Chen then asked a soldier, Young man, what material are your weapons made of? The soldier looked puzzled, not understanding why someone wouldn't know what material these weapons were made of, but he answered honestly, Sir, our weapons are made from black gold. Lu Chen curiously asked, Black gold? What is it used for? The soldier answered, Black gold can suppress demonic qi, like this. Before the soldier could finish, Lu Chen interrupted, Oh, I see, I understand now. Speaking of suppressing demonic qi, Lu Chen understood what it was about. He then took an arrow from the soldier's quiver and closely examined the black gold material on the arrowhead. Such a material didn't exist in Tianqian world. When the two worlds merged, he would definitely arrange for the Daxia army to also be equipped with weapons made from this black gold metal, like adding black gold fragments to bombs or bullets so that when encountering demon cultivators, the Daxia army needn't fear. As Lu Chen was thinking about the black gold material, a loud drum sound suddenly erupted from the city walls. The commanding officer then shouted loudly. The demonic tide has arrived. Prepare for attack. The commanding officer had barely finished speaking when those animals radiating demonic qi went mad, charging toward the city walls. Then the soldiers atop the walls continuously drew bows and shot arrows, and the next instant, a rain of arrows showered down upon the demonic creatures. As the arrows made of black gold made contact with the bodies of the beasts, they immediately drove away the demonic chi. The moment the creatures were struck by the arrows, they vanished on the spot, leaving only their demon cores behind. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. These black gold arrows were this effective. They could easily kill the demonic creatures. He wondered if they would have the same effect against demon cultivators. Under the barrage of arrows produced by Black Moon City, the first demonic tide was quickly held back, but things were far from over. The demonic chi within the sealed demon lands was getting denser and denser. Clearly, a much larger demonic tide was gathering. At this time, Ji Chuyu, accompanied by Bai Wenbin, returned to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen spoke up, "Lord Ji, I don't have a weapon forged from black gold. Could I borrow a black gold sword?" Upon hearing this, Bai Wenbin let out a cold snort and said, "A loose cultivator is indeed a loose cultivator, so poor that you can't even afford a black gold sword." Without hesitation, Ji Chuyu tossed a sword from a nearby soldier to Lu Chen. Catching the sword, Lu Chen said, "Thank you, Lord Ji." As the words fell, Lu Chen drew the sword and seriously sensed the state of the black gold sword. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the dark aura emitting from the black gold sword seemed to be that of heavenly demon power. After he had taken the black gold sword, the demon burying spell within him started running on its own, and the dark aura on the sword also began to dissipate quickly. Lu Chen appeared to understand something. Was it possible that this so-called black gold, which could kill demons, was manufactured from the demons themselves? However, on the other hand, why didn't the heavenly demon power emitting from these black gold items become nourishment for those demonic creatures, making them stronger, instead of becoming a weapon that could kill them? While Lu Chen was puzzled, the system alert sounded. Heavenly demons and the bodies of demonic creatures both contain two kinds of power. One is the power of demons, and the other is the power to seal demons. If there is only the power of demons without the power to seal demons in check, heavenly demons and demonic creatures will completely fall and become senseless fallen demons. The substance on black gold is not demonic chi, nor is it heavenly demon power, but the power to seal demons. When some powerful heavenly demons fall, the sealing power within their bodies will solidify into black gold. Hearing the explanation from the system prompt, Lu Chen instantly reacted. So that was the story. It's much like how the human body has oncogenes and tumor suppressor genes. You can rely on oncogenes to proliferate cells, but you can't let oncogenes grow unchecked. At that point, you need tumor suppressor genes to impose limits. The power to seal demons was similar to tumor suppressor genes, restricting the demon power from crazily increasing in heavenly demons and demonic creatures, ensuring a balance within their bodies. Lu Chen couldn't help but remark inwardly at how elaborate the bodies of demons were. At this very moment, the demonic chi above the sealed demon lands grew denser, but the second wave of the demonic tide had yet to arrive, which felt very unsettling to Ji Chuyu. She would naturally be pleased if the demonic tide ceased, but the current situation seemed more like the calm before a storm. With such dense demonic chi accumulating above the sealed demon lands, there was no telling how many demonic creatures had gathered below. If those creatures swarmed in, Black Moon City might not be able to hold. For a moment, Ji Chuyu's face was riddled with anxiety. Gradually, the sun had fully set, and the sky grew darker, but those demon creatures still had not emerged from the sealing ground. At that time, a full moon slowly rose from the horizon, but the surging demonic chi covered most of the moon, revealing only a ring of light making it appear like a black moon, which was the origin of Black Moon City's name. Ji Chuyu's expression grew uglier with each passing moment, as the demon creatures had not come out for so long. No one knew how large the second wave of the demonic tide would be. At this point, everyone was on edge, even Bai Wenbin shifted his attention from Ji Chuyu to the sealing ground. He had initially thought that even if there were disturbances in the sealing ground, it would not cause a significant demonic tide. After all, there had been previous outbursts of demonic chi in the sealing ground, but those hadn't amounted to much. His presence there was simply to take advantage of the situation to get closer to Ji Chuyu and cultivate a relationship with her. However, considering the current situation, it seemed the disturbance in the sealing ground was no ordinary event, a true trouble was afoot. Just when everyone was holding their breath awaiting the emergence of the demon creatures from the sealing ground, suddenly, a giant shadow flew out from within. The soldiers immediately descended into chaos. Flying demon. It's a flying demon. Everyone, be careful. Quick, use the demon-slaying arrow. After hearing the soldiers' words, Lu Chen then noticed weapons similar to siege crossbows on the city wall. While they resembled siege crossbows, the giant arrows were made of black gold. Clearly, these so-called demon-slaying arrows were designed to deal with such large demon creatures. The soldiers hurriedly aimed the siege crossbows at the flying demon in the sky, but before they could launch the arrows, the airborne demon suddenly shot out countless black feathers, each as sharp as an arrow. In an instant, numerous soldiers on the city wall were pierced through by the black feathers. The soldiers defending the city were all cultivators of the heavenly human realm, whose strength would be considered quite good in the Tiantian world. But in this world, they were no different from ordinary people. Watching one soldier after another fall, Ji Chuyu couldn't hold back any longer. She leapt into the air, ready to personally slay the flying demon. At that moment, the ground began to shake, and in the next instant, a wave of demon creatures surged out of the sealing ground like a tide. The soldiers on the city wall frantically began firing arrows, but this time there were simply too many demon creatures, and their strength seemed to have increased. While the first wave of creatures would die upon contact with the black gold arrows, it took several arrows to kill the creatures of this wave. The faces of the soldiers turned deathly pale. This scene was new to them. Although they had seen large-scale demonic tides before, they had never encountered a scene of fierce beasts charging at the city wall, piling upon one another. Black Moon City's walls were high enough, but they were utterly defenseless in the face of such a massive demonic tide. Soon enough, some demon creatures climbed up the city walls by stepping on the bodies of others. The soldiers had no choice but to engage in close combat with the demon creatures with their swords. Ji Chuyu bit her silver teeth, channeled her sword qi, and swiftly slew the flying demon in the sky, before returning to the city wall to help the soldiers defend against the onslaught. Seeing this scene, Bai Wenbin became utterly blank, not having expected such a multitude of demon creatures to assail them. Bai Wenbin gripped his sword tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. If it were only the initial demonic tide, the tens of thousands of soldiers he brought could have withstood it. But under the current circumstances, the soldiers he brought, combined with those of Black Moon City, simply could not hold back the tide. The number of monsters was so vast that they were piling up as high as the city walls. What chance did they have? No. He couldn't die here. He was a general of the great Chu dynasty with a bright future ahead of him. Although he was very fond of Ji Chuyu, he only coveted her beauty. There were so many beautiful women in the world, he did not want to lose his life over a woman he had not even slept with. With this in mind, Bai Wenbin immediately turned and ran, not even leaving behind a single word. He knew Ji Chuyu's character. At this point, Ji Chuyu was most likely not going to leave. Furthermore, persuading Ji Chuyu would take some time, and if he delayed too long, the demonic tide might already have surged up. If he did not leave now, he would be even less likely to escape later. At this moment, Ji Chuyu had not realized that Bai Wenbin had already fled. She clenched the sword in her hand and continued valiantly slaughtering the monsters. But the number of monsters was too great, and soon the entire city tower was overrun with them. The number of surviving soldiers on the walls of Black Moon City was dwindling rapidly. Black Moon City originally had only about 150,000 soldiers, and adding the tens of thousands of soldiers Bai Wenbin brought, there were only about 200,000 in total. However, the number of monsters clearly exceeded 200,000, and it could even reach 1,000,000. Moreover, the strength of the monsters rushing towards the walls had greatly increased, making them a match that the soldiers of the heavenly human realm could not withstand. Just then, a massive monster charged at Ji Chuyu, who quickly harnessed her sword qi to fight back. The monster was incredibly powerful. Ji Chuyu's sword qi barely scratched it, and it was imbued with a power to suppress the spiritual power of a cultivator. Ji Chuyu immediately felt a sense of dread. This was the power of the heavenly demon, a force that could severely suppress cultivators. Indeed, all of this must have been orchestrated by the heavenly demon sealed within the sealing grounds. It seemed the seal of the heavenly demon had already loosened. But now was not the time to dwell on these thoughts. If things continued this way, all of the common people of Black Moon City would become food for the monsters. Once Black Moon City fell, the monsters would quickly spread to other parts of the Great Shu dynasty. If the monsters escaped from Black Moon City, stopping them would not be so easy. At this moment, Ji Chuyu gritted her silver teeth. The emperor of the Great Shu dynasty was really a fool, assigning her just 150,000 soldiers to guard such a crucial place and leaving her as the only creation realm cultivator. How was she to defend it? Just as Ji Chuyu dodged the monster's thrust, another monster identical to the first suddenly appeared behind her. Ji Chuyu instantly sensed the danger at her back. Not good. It was already too late for Ji Chuyu to dodge, as she saw the second monster's claws about to swing down at her. Countless flashbacks flitted through her mind. The fear in Ji Chuyu's heart suddenly disappeared at that moment, and she became incredibly calm. She had long known that defending Black Moon City would eventually lead to a deathly end. However, just as Ji Chuyu believed she was certainly going to die, streams of spiritual energy spread from afar. As these energies touched the bodies of the monsters, each one of them scattered in terror. Ji Chuyu was immediately stunned upon seeing the two monsters beside her flee in fear. She had never witnessed such a scene before. She then turned her head towards the source of the spreading spiritual energy and was stunned once again when she saw Lu Chen. Could it be him? Lu Chen threw out his sword, followed by activating his sword chi. Ice 8 level sword. In the next instant, countless sword chi streams rushed towards the demonic tide, and wherever the sword chi went, all the demons were frozen in place. In just a split second, hundreds of thousands of demons were swiftly annihilated. Seeing this scene, whether it was the soldiers on the city wall or Ji Chuyu, all were stunned. This was the first time they had seen someone able to kill so many demons in a blink of an eye. These demons, under the influence of the heavenly demon, either more or less, had some immunity to spiritual power. Therefore, even if Ji Chuyu used swordsmanship, it was difficult to annihilate demons on a large scale. Relying solely on the power of an individual cultivator to eradicate demons was very difficult, they could basically only depend on black gold weapons. But now, this man, relying on some kind of swordsmanship, had obliterated so many demonsa. How did he manage to do that? He looked like he was the natural nemesis of demons. At this moment, the onslaught of the demonic tide weakened a bit, and some demons had already begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. The scene just now not only stunned everyone but also greatly deterred the demons present. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Ji Chuyu's beautiful eyes. Who on earth was this man? Why did he possess such power? While Ji Chuyu was lost in thought, Lu Chen took action for the second time. Ice 8 level sword. Once again, in an instant, the demons near Lu Chen were all frozen into ice, then immediately turned into icy rubble. It was the first time Lu Chen had used the heaven rank sword technique, the Ice 8 level sword, in actual combat. He had not expected the effect to be so remarkable. Of course, this was mainly because he had cultivated the demon burying spell, which allowed his sword chi to dispel demonic kia, a lethal threat to demons. As Lu Chen took action, the demons had clearly realized something was amiss, and some of them began to flee towards the demon sealing grounds. Lu Chen then took action once again and, in less than a quarter of an hour, had completely dispersed the demonic tide. Those present felt as if they were dreaming. They had never imagined that there would come a day when facing the demonic tide could be so effortless. Who was this man? He was too strong. Ji Chuyu also watched Lu Chen from afar, her feelings somewhat complex. She had initially thought that Lu Chen was just an ordinary creation realm cultivator, keeping him simply for an extra set of fighting abilities. She hadn't expected he would become the key figure to turn the tide. Such a powerful being, why had she never heard of him before? Logically, someone like him who could easily kill demons, even if not particularly high in cultivation state, shouldn't be unknown. Lu Chen wasn't aware of the gazes of those around him. He stood on the city tower, looking towards the demonic chi above the demon ceiling land in the distance. The demonic chi above the demon ceiling land was still very dense, but perhaps because of his intervention, those demons only dared to stay inside the demon ceiling land and didn't dare to leave. This scene felt unbelievably magical. One person was enough to prevent the demonic tide from stepping out of the demon ceiling land. Were they really not dreaming? If this man were to stay in Black Moon City, wouldn't the demons henceforth not dare to leave the demon ceiling land? Wouldn't that mean the end of the demonic tide? Once they thought about Lu Chen staying in Black Moon City, from now on Black Moon City wouldn't have to fear the demonic tide, and the soldiers of Black Moon City suddenly had their eyes shining, almost wishing they could lock Lu Chen up. At that time, Ji Chuyu also had the same idea. Since becoming the city lord of Black Moon City, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. One person defending a city, it was clear that Lu Chen was the nemesis of the demons, and although she did not know why he restrained the demons, as long as he stayed, future demonic tides would not be so difficult to deal with. After seeing that the demons were no longer stirring, Lu Chen finally turned his head to look at Ji Chuyu, and saw that Ji Chuyu's beautiful eyes were fixedly staring at him. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Then he used the system to check on Ji Chuyu's favorability, and her favorability towards him had already reached 80. It had to be said, the move of playing the hero to save the beauty really was effective on most girls. After Ji Chuyu came back to her senses, she immediately went over to Lu Chen's side. Cultivator Lu, you're truly impressive, so easily repelling the demonic tide. Lu Chen said with a smile, I didn't expect these demons to be so weak, I thought I might meet my end here today. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu's eyelids twitched slightly. So weak. Lu Chen actually thought these demons were weak. Alright, for him, these demons indeed weren't that strong. He could eliminate hundreds of thousands of demons with a single sword technique. The strength of the demons truly was nothing in front of him. Ji Chuyu said, I'm somewhat curious, what sort of swordsmanship did Cultivator Lu use to eliminate the demons so easily? Lu Chen said, this is the swordsmanship passed down by my sect, and I cannot disclose it to outsiders. Ji Chuyu felt slightly disappointed in her heart. She thought if Lu Chen's swordsmanship could be passed on to others, wouldn't it be much easier to deal with the demons in the future? However, she also understood that sect cultivation techniques were generally not disclosed to outsiders, not to mention that Lu Chen's swordsmanship had such a powerful effect on demons, its value was imaginable, and Lu Chen was even less likely to hand it out so readily. But she had no intention of giving up just like that. This swordsmanship was too useful for them, and she had already been thinking about whether to use some means to deceive the swordsmanship from Lu Chen. What Ji Chuyu didn't know was that Lu Chen's ability to eliminate demons so effortlessly was not primarily because of the swordsmanship, but rather the demon-burying spell. The Ice 8 level sword that Lu Chen cultivated was a heaven-rank swordsmanship, although its power was indeed very great, but if it weren't for the aid of the demon-burying spell, the sword chi that Lu Chen unleashed would not have been able to cause such a great injury to the demons. Just as Ji Chuyu was about to say more, a general came before Ji Chuyu, City Lord, General Bai has escaped. Hearing this, Ji Chuyu finally reacted, realizing that she hadn't seen Bai Wenbin's figure since a while ago. Ji Chuyu then asked, when did he leave? The general replied, when the second wave of the demonic tide appeared, General Bai left. Ji Chuyu didn't pay too much attention to it, she hadn't been counting on Bai Wenbin anyway. What kind of person Bai Wenbin was, she knew better than anyone. Ji Chuyu said indifferently, if he has run away, then so be it. Having said this, Ji Chuyu glanced at the soldiers left behind by Bai Wenbin. Although Bai Wenbin had run away, the soldiers he brought were still on the front lines, which could be considered as contributing a bit. Meanwhile, Bai Wenbin was on the deck of a flying boat, looking towards the distant sealed demon grounds, watching as the rising demonic chi became denser and denser. Bai Wenbin was shaken to the core, thinking that Black Moon City must have fallen by now. At that moment, a flying boat flew in from a distance. The one operating the flying boat was one of his subordinates. He had escaped in such a hurry earlier that he had left all his subordinates behind. Soon a man flew from the opposite flying boat and said to Bai Wenbin, Commander Bai, good news. After hearing his subordinate's words, Bai Wenbin was stunned for a moment. Good news. What good news could there be at this time? Bai Wenbin then asked, what's the good news? Backquote, backquote, backquote. The subordinate replied, the crisis of the demonic tide in Black Moon City has been resolved, and those demon creatures have all retreated back to the demon sealing lands. Huh. Upon hearing this, Bai Wenbin was completely stunned. The crisis had been resolved just like that. That quickly. Wasn't Black Moon City supposed to be overrun by demon creatures? What happened? Bai Wenbin then asked, those demon creatures didn't attack. The subordinate replied, not exactly. It was all thanks to the loose cultivator that Lord Ji invited. That cultivator was particularly powerful, eliminating hundreds of thousands of demons with a single sword strike. The rest were scared off by him and retreated back to the demon sealing lands. This. Bai Wenbin was stunned once again. He then asked again, the loose cultivator you mentioned, is that the creation realm cultivator named Lu Chen? The subordinate said, I do not know his name, but he should be the man Commander Bai mentioned, the one who had a conversation with the commander earlier. Bai Wenbin frowned. He was keenly aware that the loose cultivator named Lu Chen only possessed the strength of the creation realm, so how could he be so formidable? Could it be that he was hiding his true power? Bai Wenbin continued, tell me the details of what happened. After that, his subordinate recounted the events that had unfolded in Black Moon City. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Bai Wenbin fell into deep thought. Why did it feel like Lu Chen had some special cultivation technique to deal with demons? Otherwise, how could he so easily kill those demons? If only he could acquire the cultivation technique Lu Chen possessed. Thinking this, the corners of Bai Wenbin's mouth curled up slightly. He then instructed the soldier piloting the flying boat, return to Black Moon City immediately. At this moment, Ji Chuyu was still trying to cozy up to Lu Chen, hoping to learn the swordsmanship he possessed. She could no longer treat Lu Chen as she had before. Lu Taoist friend, didn't you say you were a loose cultivator? How come you have a sect? Your sect possesses such powerful swordmanship, surely it must be a great force. Lu Chen replied with a smile, my sect is not powerful and has long since vanished. I am the last member of my sect, so I present myself as a loose cultivator when outside. Ji Chuyu said, I see. Ji Chuyu continued to ask, may I know where you plan to head next, Lu Taoist friend? Lu Chen replied, I haven't decided yet. Ji Chuyu said, then how about you stay here? With Lu Taoist friend in Black Moon City, we would no longer have to fear the demonic tide in the future. I will report your achievements to the Great Chu Imperial Court, and I will recommend that the Imperial Court bestows upon you the identity of Deputy City Lord. How does that sound, Lu Taoist friend? Only by keeping Lu Chen here would she have the chance to obtain the sword technique capable of slaying demons from him. Upon hearing Ji Chuyu's words, Lu Chen smiled slightly and then said, alright, I will stay in Black Moon City for the time being. Seeing that Lu Chen had agreed, Ji Chuyu became somewhat excited. She immediately said, rest assured, Lu Taoist friend, your achievements will soon reach His Majesty's ears, and His Majesty will undoubtedly grant you a generous reward. No sooner had Ji Chuyu finished speaking than a man's voice came from afar, achievements. It might not necessarily be considered an achievement. If Lu Taoist friend is so powerful, why didn't you take action sooner? Black Moon City and my troops have suffered such heavy losses, can this really be considered an achievement? Lu Chen and Ji Chuyu both turned their heads to look at Bai Wenbin, and Ji Chuyu's eyebrows furrowed when she realized who had arrived. Then Ji Chuyu said, Commander Bai, why have you come back? Black Moon City is so dangerous, it would be better for Commander Bai to stay farther away. Seeing Ji Chuyu with a dark expression, Bai Wenbin quickly said with a smile, Chuyu, I didn't run away just now. I saw that there were simply too many monsters, and Black Moon City's soldiers couldn't hold the fort, so I went back to get reinforcements. Ji Chuyu laughed derisively but did not say much. Bai Wenbin then glanced at Lu Chen and continued, Chuyu, you should be careful with this fellow by your side. If he really wanted to help Black Moon City, he would have acted when the demonic tide appeared, not wait until Black Moon City lost so many soldiers before taking action. At the most dangerous moment for Black Moon City, he obviously wanted to play the hero saving the beauty, to win your favor. I think he has ulterior motives, certainly scheming something. Hearing this, Ji Chuyu said indifferently, fellow Taoist Lu is visiting Black Moon City for the first time and also encountering the demonic tide for the first time. Perhaps fellow Taoist Lu did not know initially that his cultivation technique was so lethal to the monsters. Ji Chuyu was no fool. How could she not know that Lu Chen might intentionally be playing the hero to win her favor? But the current situation was that she wanted Lu Chen to stay. Even if Lu Chen really had designs on her, she would not speak outright, instead acting as if she knew nothing. This was the silent understanding between Tama. You pretend to be demure, understanding my hidden agenda, and I acknowledge your valiance, each keeping the tacit agreement. Seeing Ji Chuyu siding with Lu Chen, Bai Wenbin's face darkened. Just as Bai Wenbin wanted to say more, Ji Chuyu spoke up, fellow Taoist Lu, we'll be troubling you with the demonic tide matters next. The demonic qi hasn't dispersed, and the demonic tide may sweep over us again at any moment. Hearing this, Bai Wenbin felt a jolt in his heart. He then turned to look at the situation at the sealed demon grounds. Indeed, the demonic qi in the sealed demon grounds was still gathering, and it seemed more monsters were accumulating. No one knew if those monsters would launch a third attack. If they did attack again and Lu Chen chose to do nothing, then wouldn't they suffer again? Bai Wenbin instantly understood the meaning behind Ji Chuyu's words. Ji Chuyu seemed to be speaking to Lu Chen, but in reality, she was warning him. Bai Wenbin snorted unwillingly and did not say more, eager to see just how capable this Lu Chen really was. And so, they stood on the city wall all night, but the monsters did not attack again. With the first rays of dawn stretching across the land, the demonic qi inside the sealed demon grounds was gradually dissipating. Seeing this, people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Chuyu once again addressed Lu Chen, fellow Taoist Lu, we owe you a great debt for this time. I will write a memorial shortly to commend you for your bravery. Lu Chen said, it's what I should do. Hearing their conversation, Bai Wenbin stood to the side, feeling quite bitter, but he remained silent. He started to think about how he might drive Lu Chen away. If he continued to let him stay in Black Moon City, who knew what might develop between Lu Chen and Ji Chuyu. Meanwhile, on a mountain outside Black Moon City, a man clad in a black robe saw the demonic tide retreat, and his face immediately showed an expression of furious frustration. How could this be? Why hasn't the demonic tide spread out? What on earth happened? How could Ji Chuyu alone have defended Black Moon City? The man's face became incredibly contorted, looking extremely fearful. After roaring for a while, the man eventually turned and left. At this time, Ji Chuyu and Lu Chen had already returned to the city lord's mansion. Ji Chuyu had the servants prepare a lot of food for Lu Chen, but he did not eat anything. After returning to the city lord's mansion, he began to meditate and cultivate behind closed doors. Ji Chuyu originally wanted to have a chat with Lu Chen to get some information, but after seeing Lu Chen cultivating behind closed doors, she did not disturb him. Seeing that Lu Chen and Ji Chuyu had separated, Bai Wenbin came to Ji Chuyu once again, continuing to speak ill of Lu Chen. Chuyu, there must be something wrong with Lu Chen, maybe he is a demon cultivator. Think about it, this world has never seen swordsmanship that can restrain demons before, and yet here's this unknown loose cultivator wielding such swordsmanship. Do you find that reasonable? If such swordsmanship really existed, it would have been famous throughout the world by now, so why has it only appeared now? I suspect he is a demon cultivator who has used some devilish skill to temporarily repel those demons, then took the opportunity to rely on your connections to climb higher. Hearing Bai Wenbin's words, Ji Chuyu blandly replied, Commander Bai, if he really were a demon cultivator, I would have sensed it already, and you wouldn't need to remind me now. A demon cultivator would certainly have demonic qi on them, no matter how well hidden it might be, and Ji Chuyu, who had been dealing with demons year-round, was even more sensitive to demonic qi. Even if Lu Chen came into contact with demons and had a trace of demonic qi on him, she would have been able to detect it. But Lu Chen had not a trace of demonic qi on him. Clearly, Lu Chen was not a demon cultivator. Even if Lu Chen really had ulterior motives, as long as they were not related to demon cultivators, that was none of her concern. The imperial court had abandoned Black Moon City to die. She had long been displeased with the imperial court. Black Moon City had suffered countless demonic tides, yet the imperial court had not sent reinforcements and even withheld the soldiers' provisions. Now the soldiers of Black Moon City were being maintained with money from the city lord's mansion, and Ji Chuyu's dissatisfaction with the imperial court had a long history. Even if Lu Chen were a rebel against the Great Chu dynasty, Ji Chuyu wouldn't care at all. She wished that such a dynasty would collapse soon. Seeing Ji Chuyu still speaking up for Lu Chen, Bai Wenbin's brows furrowed, and he continued, Chuyu, do you really have to wait until something happens before you'll regret it? Ji Chuyu blandly stated, Commander Bai, all I know is that when the demonic tide erupted, Lu Chen did not run, but you did. Hearing that, Bai Wenbin was momentarily taken aback, then defensively retorted, I was going to fetch reinforcements. Ji Chuyu said, thank you for your good intentions, Commander Bai, but given last night's situation, I fear that your reinforcements wouldn't have arrived before Black Moon City had fallen, and I would have been dead. So Lu Chen is the life-saving benefactor of the entire Black Moon City, as well as my own. If Commander Bai continues to speak ill of him, then please, Commander Bai, you may leave. Chuyu, I. Before Bai Wenbin could finish, Ji Chuyu directly turned and left the courtyard, returning to her own room, leaving Bai Wenbin standing there alone. Seeing Ji Chuyu just walk away, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he clenched his fists involuntarily. No, he absolutely couldn't let Lu Chen continue to stay by Ji Chuyu's side. No matter who this Lu Chen was or what his intentions might be, daring to vie with him for a woman meant only one thing: a dead end. Lu Chen didn't know what kind of crisis his puppet was about to face, nor did he care. At this time, he had already shifted his attention back to his actual body. Right now, Chu Qingli was still lying on top of Lu Chen, but she remained motionless. She distinctly felt Lu Chen was distracted and not focusing on her. Just then, Chu Yukan suddenly felt much more fulfilled. She instantly sat up, gazing down at Lu Chen beneath her. Clearly, Lu Chen had come back to his senses, and Chu Qingli curiously asked, Your Majesty, what were you just thinking about? Lu Chen didn't conceal anything and told the truth, I had just sent my puppet on a trip to the neighboring Ziyang world. Hearing Lu Chen's reply, Chu Qingli was slightly startled. Could it be that Lu Chen had been distracted all night because he was controlling the puppet? Had Lu Chen's puppetry technique become so powerful? Chu Qingli continued to inquire, Can Your Majesty still sense the puppet even when it's in the Ziyang world? Lu Chen responded, Yes, my puppetry technique has improved further. After thinking for a moment, Chu Qingli then asked, I wonder if your consort could learn Your Majesty's puppetry technique. Lu Chen said with a smile, If you take good care of my avatar, I'll teach you the puppetry technique. Chu Qingli gave Lu Chen a glare, but she didn't say anything else and began to practice the mysterious female technique. Feeling Chu Qingli's actions, Lu Chen smiled faintly and simply lay there, enjoying the pleasure Chu Qingli brought him. During the following days, Lu Chen controlled his puppet every night to help Ji Chuyu guard the city. However, after a few days, the demonic tide did not erupt again, perhaps due to the passage of time. Word of Lu Chen's affairs soon spread throughout Black Moon City. Hearing that Lu Chen possessed sword techniques capable of combating demons, many people in Black Moon City began to ponder. Great Chu Dynasty. Capital City, Imperial Palace. Inside a pavilion in the royal garden, an old man with a wrinkled face dressed in a dragon robe was meditating. Beside him stood another elderly man. At that moment, a figure appeared in the courtyard, Your Majesty, a letter from the city lord of Black Moon City. The Chu Emperor said indifferently, Read it. The guard proceeded to recite the matters reported by Ji Chuyu. Hearing the letter mention someone who could restrain demons, the complexion of the old man beside the Chu Emperor instantly darkened. Xiao Chunghua thought to himself, Black Moon City hadn't fallen because of that person. How dare he undermine his grand plan? That person absolutely could not be left alive. If he remained alive, the demonic tide would never break through Black Moon City, and the demons wouldn't be able to enter the Great Chu Dynasty, nor would they bring more demonic qi. After hearing the contents of the letter, the Chu Emperor opened his eyes and muttered to himself, This is the first time I've heard of a sword technique that can restrain demons. If this is true, then I must meet this Lu Chen. With that said, the Chu emperor turned to Xiao Chunghua and asked, State preceptor, what do you think? Xiao Chunghua immediately replied, Your Majesty, I wonder if there might be some conspiracy involved here. We have never heard of a sword technique that could restrain demons, and this Lu Chen is a loose cultivator. It's even less likely for a loose cultivator to possess such a sword technique. I feel even more that he is a demon cultivator, who has mastered some special devilish skills, thus able to control those demons and send them temporarily back to their sealing grounds. The Chu emperor said, the state preceptor's words make sense. What does the state preceptor think should be done about this person? Xiao Chunghua said, I think, since this person claims to possess a sword technique that can restrain demonic qi, then he should be made to reveal it. If he can't, it proves he is lying, and your majesty should convict him of the crime of deceiving the sovereign. The Chu emperor replied, but the memo was written by Ji Chuyu, not that Lu Chen. Xiao Chunghua said, even if we do not punish him for the crime of deceiving the sovereign, we must still thoroughly investigate whether he has any ties to demon cultivators. The Chu emperor said, indeed, we should investigate thoroughly. However, Lu Chen did establish his merit this time, so the rewards he is due must still be given. Summon someone, draft an edicta. Several days later. Black Moon City. Lu Chen's puppet was in the room when suddenly, a flying boat appeared in the sky above Black Moon City. Seeing the flag atop the flying boat, Ji Chuyu knew that the royal family had sent someone. Hence, she immediately said to the maid by her side, go and call for Taoist Lu. The maid quickly went to the door of Lu Chen's room and knocked. Lord Lu, someone from the imperial court has arrived, there should be an edict. As the maid's voice fell, there was no response from the room. The maid continued to call out, Lord Lu, are you in the room? Still, there was no response from the room. The maid called out several more times before finally hearing Lu Chen's voice. Aha, that's refreshing. What is it? Hearing Lu Chen's voice, the maid at the door was taken aback for a moment. His voice made it seem as if he was doing something indecent in the room. However, she quickly regained her composure and said, someone from the imperial court has come, and the city lord asks that you come over immediately. Hearing this, the puppet Lu Chen did not hesitate, opened the door, and followed the maid to the front courtyard. However, as soon as Lu Chen arrived at the front courtyard, the flying boat had already left, leaving only Ji Chuyu standing there with the sacred decree. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen asked curiously, weren't they here to deliver the decree? Why isn't the messenger here? Ji Chuyu turned around and handed the sacred decree to Lu Chen, they've already left. At this point, Ji Chuyu chuckled lightly, a bunch of cowards fearing death, they couldn't even wait a moment. The eunuch who came to deliver the decree was afraid of the demonic tide, so after passing the sacred decree to Ji Chuyu, he left directly and did not wait for Lu Chen to receive the decree himself. After all, it was the same whether Lu Chen personally accepted the decree or not. Lu Chen then opened the sacred decree Ji Chuyu handed to him and glanced over it. The decree was straightforward, praising him for his meritorious actions, appointing him as the deputy city lord of Black Moon City, and instructing him to hand over the demon exorcising sword technique. Seeing the content of the sacred decree, Lu Chen smiled wryly. To think they wanted his demon burying spell in exchange for a mere position as a deputy city lord, it was wishful thinking. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen said, City Lord, it seems I must leave. Ji Chuyu hastily asked, Taoist Lu, why is this? Lu Chen said, the sacred decree clearly states that I should hand over the demon exorcising sword technique. Isn't this just blatant robbery? For me, the position of Deputy City Lord of Black Moon City is optional, but I will not casually impart my swordsmanship to outsiders. I once took an oath before my honored master that if I were to pass this sword technique onto outsiders, I would have no place to be buried when I die. If I break my oath, the heavenly Tao surely will punish me. As a cultivator, you should understand how important oaths are, City Lord. Thissa. Ji Chuyu was stunned. She had not expected Lu Chen to be so adamant. However, she realized this was indeed a problem and, of course, she could see what the imperial court was thinking. Such an important sword technique, who wouldn't want it? Naturally, the imperial court wanted it too. Ji Chuyu quickly came to her senses and said eagerly, Taoist Lu, you don't need to take the sacred decree to heart. If you don't want to give it, then don't. You can still be the deputy city lord of Black Moon City. Ji Chuyu certainly didn't want Lu Chen to get away. Even if Lu Chen didn't impart the demon exorcising sword technique, his existence was of utmost importance to Black Moon City. If Lu Chen were not there, the next time a demonic tide occurred like the one a few days ago, relying solely on Black Moon City's power would simply not be enough to hold out. They had to retain Lu Chen at all costs. Hearing Ji Chuyu's words, Lu Chen said, "But the emperor has issued an imperial edict, wouldn't there be punishment if I don't comply?" Ji Chuyu said with a smile, "Can the great Chu emperor even manage to control Black Moon City? Now the great Chu dynasty is torn apart. Although in name Black Moon City is still part of the great Chu dynasty, in reality, it has already become independent. Even if the great Chu dynasty wanted to replace me as city lord, as long as I don't agree, they can't do it." Hearing Ji Chuyu's words, Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Could she really say something like that? Since Ji Chuyu dared to say so, it seemed that the great Chu dynasty really couldn't manage its subordinates anymore. Ji Chuyu continued, "Taoist Lu, rest assured, as long as I am in Black Moon City for a day, even if you don't teach the demon exorcising sword technique to others, you can still be deputy city lord of Black Moon City." After she finished speaking, Ji Chuyu looked at Lu Chen expectantly, wanting to know if he would stay. Lu Chen said, "Since the city lord has said so, then I will stay. After all, I have nowhere else to go right now." Hearing Lu Chen's response, Ji Chuyu was overjoyed inside. It was fine as long as Lu Chen was willing to stay. In the following month, Lu Chen toured the entire Black Moon City in his capacity as deputy city lord and discovered that Black Moon City was larger than he had imagined. No wonder Ji Chuyu said Black Moon City was almost independent. Black Moon City was divided into two parts. One was the outer city responsible for fending off the demonic tide, and then there was a vast inner city, which was almost the size of a small country. The key was that Black Moon City's control extended not just over one city, but over a large area of land around it. Black Moon City had already formed a complete economic trade system. It could be said that Black Moon City was now a country within a country. During this time, Lu Chen used his status as deputy city lord to inquire about this world from its inhabitants. There were many dynasties and nations in this world. Of course, one of the most important reasons for this was that the Ziyang world was much larger than Tianshan world, which led to the formation of so many countries and dynasties. In the Ziyang world, the five greatest powers were Tianji Pavilion, Zishao Dynasty, Shangmo Tower, Blood Rainbow Pavilion, and Shuiyu Temple. Zishao Dynasty had the most land in the world and was the most powerful dynasty on the surface. However, in terms of true strength, in the eyes of the people in this world, Tianji Pavilion was the strongest because Tianji Pavilion was mysterious enough, and the unknown was the most daunting. After figuring out the power structure of this world, Lu Chen focused his investigation on the Zishao dynasty and Tianji Pavilion. He now very much wanted to know the strength of Zishao dynasty and Tianji Pavilion. One day, Lu Chen was patrolling the city wall with Ji Chuyu when he glanced at the distant sealed demonic lands, then said, "City Lord, if the sealed demonic lands are so important, why doesn't the Zishao dynasty personally send someone to guard it, instead leaving everything to the great Chu dynasty?" Ji Chuyu sighed and said, "I was originally sent by the Zishao dynasty, and that's why the great Chu dynasty has never dared to touch me. In the past, the Zishao dynasty would send someone to inspect the sealed demonic lands regularly every year to check the seals, but these past few years, with the Zishao dynasty in turmoil, they seem to have forgotten about the sealed demonic lands." Hearing Ji Chuyu's answer, Lu Chen realized. So that was it. He had wondered why such a significant threat as the sealed demonic land hadn't attracted more attention. Continuing, Lu Chen said, "The sealed demonic land concerns the entire safety of the Ziyang world. Besides, other powers should be paying attention as well, right? Like the Tianji Pavilion." Ji Chuyu replied, "Disciples from Tianji Pavilion do make their annual visits, but they don't station anyone here permanently. Perhaps in their eyes, the sealed demonic land isn't likely to encounter any issues." Lu Chen thought to himself that the people of the Ziyang world really had rampant disregard. At this point, Ji Chuyu continued, ultimately, they just want to shirk responsibility. Lu Chen thought about it and agreed. With so many powers in the Ziyang world, passing the buck was only too typical. It was just like the saying about too many monks and not enough water, and no one wanted to guard the sealed demonic land, a place thick with demonic qi and scarce in spiritual energy. Who would willingly watch over it? It was only because the Great Chu dynasty's territory was located here that they had no choice but to dispatch troops to guard the place. Should the demonic tide spread, the Great Chu dynasty would be the first to suffer. Then, Lu Chen stopped walking and, looking at Ji Chuyu, he asked, City Lord, haven't you ever thought of leaving Black Moon City? Given that you're not originally from the Great Chu dynasty, you are under no obligation to risk your life for it. Hearing this, Ji Chuyu smiled and said, at first, I did think about leaving. But later, I became accustomed to this place, and the sealed demonic land holds special significance for me. So, I cannot leave. Curious, Lu Chen asked, special significance. Ji Chuyu now turned her head to look at Lu Chen. Gazing into his eyes, she said, tens of thousands of years ago, the Ji family paid a heavy price to seal the heavenly demon in the sealed demonic land. Since then, guarding the sealed demonic land has been the mission of the Ji family's disciples. Moreover, when the heavenly demon was sealed, it had marked the blood and aura of the Ji family members. If the seal were ever broken and the heavenly demon emerged from within, it would seek out the Ji family for revenge immediately. Lu Chen responded, I see. At this moment, Ji Chuyu smiled and said to Lu Chen, I'm glad you're here, Taoist Lu. With you in Black Moon City, I believe the demonic tide will never breach the city's defenses. Lu Chen also revealed a faint smile. City Lord, are you still going to address me as Taoist Lu? You might as well use my name. Catching Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly recovered and promptly said, Lu Chen, the safety of Black Moon City is in your hands now. Lu Chen replied, no problem. As long as I'm in Black Moon City, I won't let the demonic tide advance one more step. Alright, let's continue our patrol. As Lu Chen's voice fell, he walked toward the distant parts of the city walls, and Ji Chuyu didn't say anything more. The two of them strolled on the city walls as if they were a pair of celestial beings, seemingly a perfect Taoist couple. The current mood stirred subtle feelings within Ji Chuyu's heart. It was Lu Chen who had saved her life. Despite knowing Lu Chen might have ulterior motives, she couldn't help but feel a growing fondness for him. Moreover, Lu Chen was so handsome, her thoughts about him became even more numerous. However, after spending a month together, she realized that Lu Chen didn't seem to harbor any special feelings towards her, which troubled her deeply. After a while, Ji Chuyu spoke again, Lu Chen, do you have a Taoist couple? Without missing a beat, and without a blush, Lu Chen answered, no, City Lord. Why do you ask? Lu Chen thought to himself that he indeed didn't have a Taoist couple, even though he had a bevy of wives and concubines. However, what Ji Chuyu asked about was a Taoist couple, and his response wasn't really a lie. Seeing Lu Chen say he didn't have a Taoist couple, Ji Chuyu's heartbeat suddenly quickened. No Taoist couple. Then did she not have a chance? Lu Chen had mentioned that the demon exorcising sword technique was not to be passed on to outsiders, so if she became Lu Chen's Taoist couple, wouldn't she no longer be an outsider? At this thought, Ji Chuyu felt slightly excited, and then she asked again, then, do you plan to find a Taoist couple? Being a loose cultivator must be quite lonely, right? Hearing this, Lu Chen smirked slightly. Ji Chuyu's words had reached this point, how could Lu Chen not know what she meant? However, from her personal information, Lu Chen could tell that Ji Chuyu wanted to become his Taoist couple more for the non-existent demon exorcising sword technique and not purely out of romantic affection. Of course, romantic affection was there. Ji Chuyu's favorability towards him was already in the high 80s, it was impossible to say there were no feelings. Lu Chen replied, I have indeed thought about it, but I trust more in fate. I won't deliberately seek it out. When fate arrives, the Taoist couple will naturally appear. Hearing this, Ji Chuyu fell silent for a moment, then directly asked, what do you think of me? Lu Chen turned his head, pretending to be confused and looked at Ji Chuyu, what do you mean? Ji Chuyu continued, I mean, do you think I'm suitable to be your Taoist couple? As she spoke, a faint blush appeared on Ji Chuyu's cheeks. Although she indeed had the ulterior motive of acquiring Lu Chen's demon exorcising sword technique through their relationship, she genuinely liked Lu Chen. At this moment, Ji Chuyu also felt a bit shy. Lu Chen feigned an expression of shock, remaining silent for a long while. After a while, Lu Chen finally spoke, as the city lord jesting with me. Ji Chuyu bit her silver teeth lightly, then said, I'm serious. Lu Chen fell silent again. Seeing that Lu Chen did not reply, Ji Chuyu grew anxious, her impulsiveness might end up frightening Lu Chen away. Ji Chuyu quickly added, if you're unwilling, let's forget it. Lu Chen appraised Ji Chuyu for a moment. Ji Chuyu was tall and slender, dressed in a pink cloud patterned dress that clung to her graceful body, revealing and concealing in turn, full of seduction. Her face was extremely beautiful, with a delicate nose, cherry lips, and smooth hair spilling down to her waist, her forehead adorned with a petal pattern. If Lu Chen's true body were here, he would undoubtedly wish to be intimate with her right now. Unfortunately, his true body was not present. Lu Chen then said, I didn't say I was unwilling, however, don't you think this is a bit hasty, City Lord? I've heard from the soldiers that the City Lord has never had feelings for any man, and that Bai Wenbin pursued you for over a decade without your acceptance. I've only known the City Lord for a short time, and you don't know enough about me. Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? Ji Chuyu responded, if you were really a bad person, then you wouldn't have saved me during the demonic tide outbreak, nor would you have saved the common people of Black Moon City. Ji Chuyu had thought it through. Other than her beauty, there really wasn't much she had that was worth Lu Chen's scheming, so she didn't believe Lu Chen stayed in Black Moon City because he harbored ulterior motives. Backquote. In her view, even if Lu Chen's background was unknown, he couldn't possibly be a bad person, and she didn't want to miss this opportunity. She believed that since Lu Chen's demon exorcising sword technique had such a lethal effect on those demons, it might also be useful against the heavenly demon. If she could learn Lu Chen's demon exorcising sword technique, then the day the heavenly demon emerged from the sealed demonic grounds, she too could use Lu Chen's technique to confront it. To learn Lu Chen's sword technique, she was willing to give up her purity to him, especially since she already harbored some affection for Lu Chen. Even if she did give herself to him, she wouldn't be at a loss. Lu Chen was the first man to ever make her heart stir since she was born. He would be a fitting partner as her Taoist couple. Smiling, Lu Chen said, City Lord, I can be your Taoist couple, but... Ji Chuyu was taken aback for a moment, then asked, but what? Lu Chen continued, but I've been cultivating a special technique recently, and for a certain period, I must refrain from intimate contact with women. Hearing this, Ji Chuyu instantly understood Lu Chen's meaning, and her complexion became even rosier. Seeing her look this way, Lu Chen asked, City Lord, what's wrong, your face is becoming so red. After regaining her composure, Ji Chuyu shot Lu Chen a glance, as if flirting as lovers would, are you still calling me City Lord? Lu Chen feigned embarrassment with a smile, oh. Ah, I see now, Chuyu. Hearing Lu Chen call her intimately, Ji Chuyu's heart raced. She had not expected to have a Taoist couple so soon, having thought she'd end up alone in Black Moon City for her entire life. She also understood why she suddenly wanted to find a Taoist couple. It's likely due to the demonic tide over a month ago that made her face the peril of death, sparking her eagerness for such a connection. She didn't wish to die before experiencing the affections between a man and a woman. At this point, Lu Chen continued with concern, Chuyu, are you alright? Your face is getting even redder. Ji Chuyu hurriedly said, I'm fine, stop asking. At that, Ji Chuyu, flushed with embarrassment, continued walking ahead, thinking to herself that this guy really didn't understand women at all. Couldn't he tell why her face was red? Watching Ji Chuyu's retreating figure, Lu Chen chuckled and then followed her. After confirming their relationship as Taoist couples, Ji Chuyu found herself uncertain about how to converse with Lu Chen. She had never sought a Taoist couple before, and Lu Chen was her first man. She wasn't sure what she was supposed to do. Evening. The setting sun dipped low in the sky. Pacing in her room, Ji Chuyu had yet to see Lu Chen arrive and asked the maid beside her, "Where is the deputy city lord now?" The maid replied, "City lord, the deputy city lord has returned to his own room." Although Ji Chuyu and Lu Chen had confirmed their relationship as a Taoist couple, only the two of them were aware of this. No one else knew, including the servants of the city lord's mansion. Ji Chuyu did this also to protect Lu Chen. She worried that if she announced her relationship with Lu Chen so hastily, someone might look to cause trouble for him, Bai Wenbin in particular. Hearing that Lu Chen had returned to his room, Ji Chuyu frowned slightly. Now that they were Taoist couples, they surely couldn't continue living separately. Thinking this, Ji Chuyu headed straight to Lu Chen's room. When Ji Chuyu reached the door to Lu Chen's room, she hesitated, her finger lingering on the door, unable to knock. At that moment, Ji Chuyu thought, if she knocked on the door now and took the initiative to enter Lu Chen's room, would it make Lu Chen think she was a frivolous woman? However, she quickly reconsidered, since she and Lu Chen had already confirmed their relationship as a Taoist couple, shouldn't Taoist couples be together? Although she did not have experience with matters between men and women, she had lived long enough to understand them. Then she thought again, hadn't Lu Chen mentioned that he was practicing some cultivation technique that forbade him from engaging with women lately? Even if he couldn't be involved with women, there shouldn't be a problem with them just staying together, right? As long as they did not engage in activities between men and women, wouldn't that be okay? For a moment, Ji Chuyu was extremely conflicted. As she struggled internally, Lu Chen's voice suddenly came from inside the room. "Chuyu, the door is open, come in." Hearing this, Ji Chuyu's mind went blank, and a blush instantly appeared on her cheeks. Following that, Ji Chuyu pushed open the door and entered Lu Chen's room. Seeing Ji Chuyu's shy demeanor, Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Chuyu, what brings you here so late? Is there something you need?" At this question, Ji Chuyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing Ji Chuyu standing there dumbfounded, Lu Chen continued, "Could it be that you came to discuss matters of cultivation with me?" Ji Chuyu then snapped back to reality and hastily replied, "Yes, I just had a question about cultivation that I wanted to ask you." To ease the awkwardness, Ji Chuyu had no choice but to take the cue Lu Chen had given her. She couldn't possibly say that she was here to sleep with him, how awkward would that be? Lu Chen smiled and said, "Then come over and sit down." Saying this, Lu Chen took a seat in front of the tea table. Ji Chuyu then sat down across from him at the tea table, and Lu Chen asked, "What was your cultivation question?" Ji Chuyu quickly responded, "I actually figured it out at the doorway just now, so there's no need to trouble you." Lu Chen replied, "I see." At this, Lu Chen picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip of tea, and then looked into Ji Chuyu's eyes with a smile and asked, "Chuyu, you wouldn't happen to have come here to sleep with me, would you?" Facing Lu Chen's direct statement of her inner thoughts, Ji Chuyu was taken aback, her face turning even redder. She wished she could just find a crack in the ground to crawl into. However, Ji Chuyu did not outright deny it but said, "Now that we are already Taoist couples, isn't it quite normal for Taoist couples to spend the night together, discussing and sharing insights on cultivation?" Lu Chen smiled and responded, "Naturally." Ji Chuyu then looked into Lu Chen's eyes and asked, "Then why didn't you come find me tonight?" Lu Chen smiled and replied, "Didn't I tell you this afternoon? I have been practicing a special cultivation technique recently and until I make significant progress, I must avoid female company. Chuyu, you are so beautiful, and if we were to stay in the same room at night, I definitely couldn't resist." Thissa. Hearing Lu Chen's reply, Ji Chuyu's cheeks flushed deeper with another layer of crimson. "Thissa, I see. Then Ia should probably go back." As she finished speaking, Ji Chuyu stood up, ready to leave. But just as she got up and turned to leave, Lu Chen suddenly reached out, grabbed her arm, and didn't let her leave. "Chuyu, since you're already here, why not stay a bit longer? There's no need to rush off." At this point, Lu Chen directly pulled Ji Chuyu into his arms, and at that moment, Lu Chen, through the puppet, could also feel the touch of Ji Chuyu's body. Of course, a puppet body wouldn't possibly react, but Lu Chen's real body instead did react at this time. though his real body was now in the Daxia Imperial Palace in Tianqian World, and Ji Chuyu couldn't possibly feel that. After being pulled into Lu Chen's embrace, Ji Chuyu's entire being became incredibly nervous. This was her first time being so close to a man. However, after calming down a bit, Ji Chuyu always felt something was strange. Lu Chen's body seemed too calm, she didn't even feel his heartbeat, but she thought it was because Lu Chen hid his presence and didn't think much of it. At this moment, Lu Chen whispered in Ji Chuyu's ear, "Chuyu, you coming to me so actively, could it be you want to engage in dual cultivation?" Hearing this, Ji Chuyu's face grew even hotter. She outwardly didn't harbor such thoughts, but deep down, that might not be the case. She felt like her coming to find Lu Chen was very likely driven by some thoughts of dual cultivation. Ji Chuyu hurriedly said, "No, not at all, I just wanted to discuss some cultivation insights with you." Seeing Ji Chuyu so flustered, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Ji Chuyu's appearance had already revealed her inner thoughts. There weren't many women in his harem who were so proactive on the first meeting. At that time, Lu Chen's hand lightly brushed over Ji Chuyu's bottom, causing her delicate body to immediately tremble, and she felt her body become very strange. No. She couldn't continue like this anymore. Ji Chuyu felt if she continued being entangled and embraced by Lu Chen like this, she would be driven mad. Ji Chuyu quickly twisted her delicate body and then said, Lu Chen, I just remembered I still have something. Lu Chen continued to whisper in Ji Chuyu's ear, Chuyu, you're not trying to run away, are you? Seeing her thoughts exposed, Ji Chuyu hastily said, no, not at all. Lu Chen didn't continue to trouble Ji Chuyu, his current body was just a puppet. Keeping Ji Chuyu here, he couldn't really do anything to her. Moreover, being stimulated by Ji Chuyu's body, his real body was already very uncomfortable at the moment, needing to immediately find a wife to help him. Lu Chen then released Ji Chuyu. Alright then, you go ahead and get busy. Seeing Lu Chen release her, Ji Chuyu internally breathed a sigh of relief, but deep down, she felt a tinge of disappointment. If Lu Chen had continued, it wouldn't have been unacceptable. Ji Chuyu shook her head, quickly stifling the thoughts deep in her heart, then turned to look back at Lu Chen's handsome face. Lu Chen, I'll go back first. Lu Chen smiled and said, alright. Then, Ji Chuyu turned around and left the room. After Ji Chuyu left, Lu Chen's attention completely returned to his real body. At that moment, Tianqian World, Daxia Imperial Palace. Lu Chen used shadow shifting to arrive in Zhou Yuyu's room. At the time, Zhou Yuyu was sitting by the bed, embroidering something, and her sister Zhou Xiaoxiao was also sitting beside her. Now Zhou Yuyu was no longer the playful and cute little girl she once was. She had matured a lot and also exuded the aura of a wife. After all, the children were already so big. Seeing Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu together, Lu Chen revealed a slight smile. Just then, the two women suddenly noticed Lu Chen's presence. They quickly got up. Greetings, Your Majesty. As soon as Zhou Yuyu finished speaking, Lu Chen directly toppled her onto the soft couch. Yuyu, I'll need your help next. Ah. Zhou Yuyu hadn't reacted before she heard a tearing sound. Lu Chen and his wives already had a profound understanding, especially Mu Zixuan and the Zhou sisters. Whenever Lu Chen entered their room, they could quickly get into the mood without much conversation. Although both Zhou sisters were mothers, each time they faced Lu Chen, they acted as shy as young girls. At the moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao was sitting to the side, watching what was happening next to her. Her face was flushed, her heartbeat accelerated, and her consciousness was somewhat blurry. Despite not being the focus yet, she felt something similar to Zhou Yuyu, probably due to a sisterly bond. At that time, while continuing his actions, Lu Chen said to Zhou Yuyu, Yuyu, you're being naughty. Soon there will be fish in your room. Hearing this, Zhou Yuyu blushed even more. Your Majesty, your concubine, ah. Zhou Yuyu didn't know what to say, and now she couldn't speak at all. She could only let Lu Chen manipulate her. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen suddenly looked towards Zhou Xiaoxiao. Startled by his sudden gaze, Zhou Xiaoxiao trembled, knowing it was now her turn to fulfill her duties. Then Zhou Xiaoxiao lay down, but at this time, Lu Chen didn't do anything to her. He had already gotten up and was sizing her up. Seeing Lu Chen look at her without making a move, Zhou Xiaoxiao became curious, wondering what he was up to. A moment later, Lu Chen revealed a smile. Before Zhou Xiaoxiao could react, Lu Chen grabbed her jade arm and flipped her body onto Zhou Yuyu. The Zhou sisters were now face to face. Their cheeks reddened further. They knew what Lu Chen wanted to do. After all, they had been married to him for many years and knew him well. Then Lu Chen continued to help the Zhou sisters with their cultivation. In the following months, Lu Chen manipulated a puppet to maintain an ambiguous relationship with Ji Chuyu while enjoying his time in the palace with his wives and concubines. Occasionally, Lu Chen himself would also spend some time in the Black Dragon City Imperial Palace. As the days passed, the world seemed to stabilize. The Daxia dynasty was steadily developing and growing more prosperous, especially since the creation of the Cultivation Academy, which weakened the influence of the major sect powers on the cultivators. Newborn cultivators, when choosing their paths, no longer thought first of joining these sect forces but of the Daxia Cultivation Academy. Now the cultivators were essentially tied to the Daxia dynasty. The sect forces, knowing that Lu Chen was undercutting their foundation, were powerless to stop him. In the Imperial Palace of Black Dragon City, Lu Chen was being affectionate with Wu Junwan in the yard when a maid entered. "Your Majesty, Lady Su requests an audience." Hearing this, Lu Chen paused momentarily. Su Hanyan seldom came looking for him. She was quite fearful of how he might treat her and knew that once caught by him, she wouldn't leave the bed for 10 days to a half month. She was actually seeking him out today. Lu Chen asked, "Did she mention what it's about?" The maid replied, "No, she just said she has a matter to discuss with your majesty." Lu Chen then said, "I understand." As he spoke, his gaze returned to Wu Junwan in his arms, and he smiled. "Junwan, it seems I have to leave for a bit." Wu Junwan didn't mind at all. She calmly said, "Your majesty should hurry over." Lu Chen came to her, and one doesn't have to guess what he wanted. This guy was already in the mood, she thought. Sitting in his arms, she could feel his passion. It was just short of him tearing her gown. Now that Su Hanyan had come looking for him, she had narrowly escaped an ordeal. Compared to the women at Yancheng Imperial Palace, the women of Black Dragon City Imperial Palace were not so interested in matters between men and women. Once or twice a year was enough. Wu Junwan and the others were more interested in cultivation. Perhaps it was because of cultivation that their desires had become particularly low. Of course, if Lu Chen had come to them wanting to start something, they wouldn't have been unwilling. At this moment, after hearing Wu Junwan's words, Lu Chen whispered in her ear, "Junwan, why do I feel like you can't wait for me to leave?" Wu Junwan said calmly, "Your Majesty is overthinking it. The honored master wouldn't normally come looking for you. Since he made the effort to come by himself, it must mean he has something important. I just don't want your Majesty to miss out on important matters." Lu Chen asked, "Is that so?" Wu Junwan replied, "Yes, that's what I think." Lu Chen then let go of Wu Junwan. "All right then, I'll come to find you in a few days." Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan's brows twitched slightly. A few days. It was unlikely that Lu Chen would get up from Su Hanyan's side in less than 10 days or half a month. He probably wouldn't come in just a few days. However, Wu Junwan didn't mind. It was good that her honored master had bought her some more time. She could use this time to cultivate. Lu Chen directly used shadow shifting to arrive at Su Hanyan's courtyard, where Su Hanyan was sitting in the pavilion, looking somewhat nervous. She also realized that coming to find Lu Chen on her own was a risky move. She definitely wouldn't be able to return home tonight. While she was distracted, a familiar voice came. "My lady, what are you thinking about so deeply?" Su Hanyan suddenly returned to her senses. She looked up at Lu Chen and hurriedly said, "No, I wasn't thinking about anything." Lu Chen walked straight towards her, speaking as he walked. "You came looking for me, it must be something important, right? Could it be that there are invaders in the misty world again?" Su Hanyan replied, "That's not it. I want to ask you for a favor." Hearing this, Lu Chen paused for a moment, then smiled and asked, "Ask me for a favor." "What kind of favor?" Su Hanyan was about to answer when Lu Chen suddenly came behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Before Su Hanyan could speak, Everything went dark before her eyes, and the next moment, the two appeared on the soft couch in Su Hanyan's sleeping chamber. Feeling the heat coming from behind her, Su Hanyan knew what Lu Chen was about to do again. Just then, she heard a ripping sound, followed immediately by a feeling of fullness that surged in her heart. Su Hanyan bit her silver teeth, trying hard not to make a sound, only hearing Lu Chen say from behind, "Asking me for a favor naturally requires some payment, wouldn't you agree, my lady?" Su Hanyan asked, "What do you want?" Lu Chen smiled and asked, "What do you think is on you that I would want?" Su Hanyan fell silent. Apart from her body, there really wasn't anything on her that could attract Lu Chen, and her body had long been his, thus it couldn't be used as a bargaining tool. Su Hanyan said, "Yeah, I don't know." Lu Chen didn't say it directly. He immediately started moving. Watching Su Hanyan's snowy back, Lu Chen felt in peak condition. Other matters could wait, first to take care of business at hand. After who knows how long, with a roar from Lu Chen, he finally stopped and continued speaking. "Actually, it's simple, just serve me willingly for once, and I'll agree to your request." Su Hanyan said wearily, You haven't even heard what it is, how can you agree?" Lu Chen chuckled, "Even if you don't say it, I roughly guessed what it could be." Although Lu Chen had already relinquished control over the political affairs of Great Sum, with all matters being handled by Lu Changfeng and the other officials, his grip on the empire remained very firm. Especially the Brocade Guard, which was still under his command, had expanded its reach. Members of the Brocade Guard were now present within all the major sects, and Lu Chen was well informed about their movements. In recent years, the influence of sects over cultivators had waned significantly, and the number of talented disciples they could recruit had become fewer and fewer, to the point where many sects struggled to recruit any disciples at all. Even though Su Hanyan was the emperor's woman, the plight of the Misty Immortal sect wasn't much better. The first choice of cultivators in their cultivation path was now the cultivation academies, followed only then by the major sects' influence. While the Misty Immortal sect was still able to recruit some disciples, the quality of those they attracted declined year by year, which greatly worried the elders. If this trend continued, it was feared the Misty Immortal sect would fall into even greater decline. However, the upper echelons of the Misty Immortal sect were not entirely foolish. If they could not recruit talented disciples, they might as well follow the trend. Since Great Sum was establishing cultivation academies, the Misty Immortal sect could do the same and masquerade as a school to recruit students. Although it was a good idea, nobody knew what the Sum Emperor's stance on this was. If he discovered that the Misty Immortal sect was covertly setting up a cultivation academy, he might become very angry. As it stood, only the Daxia Imperial Court had the right to establish cultivation academies. Sect powers could only watch helplessly. If they had been allowed to establish their own academies, they would have done so long ago. The reason Su Hanyan had come to see Lu Chen today was quite straightforward, as she wanted to secure a spot from Lu Chen to establish a cultivation academy. Although Lu Chen was no longer deeply involved with the bureaucratic affairs of the Daxia Imperial Court, he was still the emperor and held great authority. With just a word from Lu Chen, the Misty Immortal sect could establish a cultivation academy in Black Dragon City. Su Hanyan looked at Lu Chen with seductive eyes, curious to know if he really understood why she had come to see him today. As Su Hanyan watched him with skepticism, Lu Chen continued, "The Misty Immortal sect is not forbidden from establishing a cultivation academy. However, any academy they establish must accept the unified management of the Daxia dynasty's education ministry." Hearing this, Su Hanyan was taken aback. It turned out Lu Chen really knew why she was here. But, if the Misty Immortal sect's academy accepted the unified management of the Daxia dynasty's education ministry, wouldn't that mean that the Misty Immortal sect was cultivating cultivators for the Daxia dynasty? Would the cultivation academy established by the Misty Immortal sect still truly be their own? Lu Chen continued, "Accepting the management of the Daxia dynasty's education ministry does not mean that the Misty Immortal sect has to follow all commands from the Imperial Court. It simply means if the Daxia Imperial Court stipulates that the Misty Immortal sect's academy can only recruit a certain number of students each year, then that is the number they must adhere to. Of course, the specific management of the Misty Immortal sect's academy would be left to itself. The Daxia Imperial Court will not intervene." Su Hanyan instantly grasped Lu Chen's meaning. He intended to limit the number of students the sect's cultivation academies could recruit. This was understandable since if the sect's academies were to recruit students excessively, they might affect the public cultivation academies run by the Daxia dynasty. Without delay, Su Hanyan responded, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't be too quick to thank me. There's still something you haven't done." Su Hanyan was startled, remembering what Lu Chen had mentioned earlier, she would have to attend to him actively to secure this opportunity. But she had hardly ever actively served Lu Chen. It had always been Lu Chen taking the initiative, which left her unsure about what to do. Lu Chen then said, "If you don't know what to do, you can let your two disciples come and teach you." Su Hanyan quickly said, "No, there's no need for that." Su Hanyan certainly didn't want her two direct disciples to witness her in such a state, so she decided to fumble her way through this herself. Lu Chen withdrew himself and lay on the soft couch. Seeing this scene, Su Hanyan's cheeks flushed even redder with embarrassment. Su Hanyan then slowly got up, knelt on the soft couch, and slightly bent forward. She remembered what she had seen Wu Junwan do for Lu Chen, so she planned to learn from Wu Junwan. Seeing Su Hanyan, this fairy, willing to take the initiative to do such things, Lu Chen's passion flared even more, and Su Hanyan couldn't help but let out a small, Su Hanyan cursed in her heart, "This bastard." Despite feeling incredibly humiliated, Su Hanyan had to continue for the sake of the Misty Immortal Sect's Cultivation Academy. It was a long while before the first phase finally ended. Su Hanyan lay by the edge of the soft couch, retching incessantly. Lu Chen then asked, "Even if you set up the Cultivation Academy, you can't necessarily make those students join the Misty Immortal Sect. After all, in terms of cultivation resources, the combined sects might not compare to the resources of the Daxia dynasty. The Daxia dynasty controlled the planting of spirit rice, just this alone was enough to make cultivators willing to toil for the Daxia dynasty." After vomiting a few more times, Su Hanyan wiped her mouth and then said, "We have to at least try. If we continue like this, there will hardly be anyone left in the Misty Immortal Sect in the future." Nowadays, many cultivators from the Misty Immortal Sect had left the sect to join the Daxia dynasty, and there was nothing the sect could do to stop it. They certainly couldn't forbid these cultivators from joining the Daxia dynasty. The Daxia dynasty had laws in place stating that the major sects could not restrict the freedom of cultivators. If cultivators wanted to leave the sect, the various major sects could not stop them, as doing so would be opposing the Daxia imperial court. The talent drain was increasing, and without any replenishment, in the long run, the Misty Immortal Sect would probably be left with only a few retirees. This was not what Su Hanyan wanted to see. Although she was Lu Chen's woman and her stance was largely on Lu Chen's side, she did not want the Misty Immortal Sect to become fully subservient to the Daxia imperial court. She still wished to maintain some degree of autonomy for the Misty Immortal Sect. Su Hanyan did not want to be like Lu Chen's other women, who stayed in the imperial palace every day, entirely at Lu Chen's mercy. At this moment, Su Hanyan slowly approached Lu Chen, preparing for intimate contact with him, but just then, Lu Chen stopped her. A sly smile crossed his face. "Let's change the location." Hearing this, Su Hanyan instantly understood what Lu Chen meant, and her face flushed with embarrassed anger. Su Hanyan immediately said, "Don't even think about it." Lu Chen said, "When my wives and concubines serve me, they do it this way. Since you are offering yourself to serve me, naturally all methods must be employed." With that, Lu Chen reached out, pinching Su Hanyan's cherry lips while looking into her eyes. "We've already tried here, it wouldn't hurt to try other places as well." You. Speechless with rage, Su Hanyan thought, this guy actually wants to. Although she was a cultivator and had undergone fasting, having expelled all impurities from her body and thus could technically comply, the thought of having to serve him in such a manner filled Su Hanyan with an overwhelming sense of humiliation. After all, she was also a cultivator. How could she bow to such exploitation? Although Su Hanyan verbally stated her reluctance, for the sake of the Cultivation Academy of the Misty Immortal Sect, she eventually chose to compromise. Thankfully, with the help of rejuvenating skill, she didn't experience too much discomfort. However, psychologically, she found it difficult to accept, feeling that she had completely become this guy's container. If others found out that her 3 places had been, she couldn't imagine how people would view her. Damn it, this guy really doesn't treat her like a human being. At this moment, Lu Chen was lying on the bed, looking up at Su Hanyan's face filled with shame and anger, her expression full of humiliation and unwillingness. Seeing Lu Chen staring at her with a playful smile, Su Hanyan snorted coldly and continued her actions. Lu Chen asked, "How does it feel?" Su Hanyan coldly replied, "I feel nothing." Lu Chen persisted, "Really?" Su Hanyan snorted again, not continuing to respond to Lu Chen's question. At this point, Lu Chen put his hands behind his head, resting on them, and while looking at Su Hanyan's face, he said, "How about you come here from now on, and we always do this?" Su Hanyan immediately responded, "In your dreams." Lu Chen chuckled, "I was just saying. Since you've already practiced fasting and haven't eaten, it's all the same everywhere." At this, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something and continued, "Oh, no, that's wrong. You just ate something, and quite a bit at that." Hearing this, Su Hanyan glared fiercely at Lu Chen again. "If you keep saying these things, I'm leaving." By now, Su Hanyan was getting visibly angry. This jerk was getting an advantage and still acting smug. He should just lie quietly. What good does humiliating her do? Seeing Su Hanyan getting somewhat angry, Lu Chen said with a smile, "All right then, you can leave." Although Lu Chen said this, Su Hanyan couldn't really leave. If she did leave like this, Lu Chen definitely wouldn't approve her qualifications to establish a cultivation academy for the Misty Immortal sect. Su Hanyan clenched her teeth and had no choice but to continue serving Lu Chen. Just then, Lu Chen took his hands from under his head and slowly sat up, facing Su Hanyan directly. Before Su Hanyan could react, Lu Chen pinned her beneath him. For a moment, Su Hanyan felt a bit panicked. After all, she had been proactive earlier, and everything had been under her control. What are you trying to do?" Lu Chen didn't answer Su Hanyan's question and instead increased the intensity. "It's rare that Fairy Su is willing to serve me like this. I can't let down Fairy Su's goodwill." Meanwhile, in the Ziyang world, above Black Dragon City, on a flying boat, Bai Wenbin stood on the deck of the flying boat with a troubled expression, listening to his subordinate's report. He felt like the woman he loved might have already been taken by someone else. Bai Wenbin glanced at the subordinate in front of him, then continued to ask, "You mean Chuyu goes to Lu Chen's room every night on her own to discuss matters of cultivation?" The subordinate replied, "Yes, Commander. That's what the spies in the city lord's mansion reported." Bai Wenbin glowered, then continued to ask, "How long has this been going on?" His subordinate answered, "About a month or so." At that moment, spiritual energy emanated from Bai Wenbin, "This damned loose cultivator, daring to vie for the same woman as me. A man and a woman alone in a room, to claim they were merely discussing cultivation, he didn't believe it one bit. He feared they had already become intimate. The thought that he had pursued Ji Chuyu for so long, and she had been indifferent to him, while Lu Chen, the loose cultivator who had only recently arrived in Black Moon City, had already become involved with Ji Chuyu, filled Bai Wenbin with immense anger. Bai Wenbin clenched his fists tightly and then turned to look at his deputy, "The person I asked you to invite, have you invited him?" The deputy hurriedly replied, reporting to the leader, "The person has agreed, and I have already given Lu Chen's portrait to him. He said we should hear news of his death within 3 days. Hearing this, a sinister smile appeared on Bai Wenbin's face. "Dare to compete with me for a woman, then you have only death to face." At that moment, Bai Wenbin suddenly remembered something and continued to say, "Right, did you tell him not to harm Ji Chuyu?" "Rest assured, leader. I spoke to him, and he said that when they make their move, they will lure her away." After all, Ji Chuyu was appointed by the Zishao dynasty to guard Black Moon City. Although the internal strife within the Zishao dynasty was severe and it had been a long time since anyone was sent to Black Moon City, who could say for certain that one day the Zishao dynasty wouldn't remember Ji Chuyu and send a strong force over again. This was also why Bai Wenbin had never dared to coerce Ji Chuyu. Although his strength was inferior to hers, he still had many strong backers. If he truly wanted to possess Ji Chuyu, it wouldn't be too difficult. He mainly feared the Zishao dynasty and the Ji family. Unexpectedly, Ji Chuyu, whom he had not even touched or held hands with, was already frequently in the same room with Lu Chen. The more Bai Wenbin thought about it, the angrier he became, eager to see Lu Chen's decapitation soon. At that moment, Bai Wenbin glanced at Black Moon City beneath the flying boat and then said to the soldier controlling the boat, "Let's go." Hearing Bai Wenbin's command, the soldier immediately maneuvered the flying boat away from Black Moon City. At this moment inside the city lord's mansion of Black Moon City, Ji Chuyu looked up at the departing flying boat and sighed in relief. She was now afraid that Bai Wenbin would cause trouble for Lu Chen. Although she had been very careful, since it had happened, there was always a possibility Bai Wenbin would find out. She didn't know whether Bai Wenbin knew about her involvement with Lu Chen, but it was always right to be cautious. Now that Bai Wenbin had left, she felt temporarily relieved. In the quiet of the night, Ji Chuyu wandered around her room, somewhat conflicted about whether to go to Lu Chen's room. These past few days, she had been visiting his room almost every night. Although they hadn't engaged in intimate relations yet, there were nightly embraces and cuddling, which made her exceedingly happy to be so close to Lu Chen. But she felt too forward and worried whether Lu Chen thought her promiscuous because she visited him almost every night. Wasn't it too frequent? Thinking this, Ji Chuyu felt a slight stir of emotion. They were already Taoist couples, yet every night it was her visiting Lu Chen, and not once had he taken the initiative to visit her. What kind of Taoist couple was this? Did Lu Chen truly want to be Taoist companions with her? Forget it, she wouldn't go tonight. She decided to wait in her room and see if Lu Chen would come to her on his own. With that thought, Ji Chuyu sat on her soft couch, waiting for Lu Chen to come. But she waited, and 2 hours soon passed, yet Lu Chen had not come. Ji Chuyu pondered for a moment. Lu Chen had mentioned he was cultivating a technique that required abstinence from female companionship, perhaps this was why he wasn't taking the initiative. She shouldn't fuss over these things. Forget it. She would take the initiative to go to him after all, to foster their relationship further, and perhaps in the future, she could also learn the demon exorcising sword technique from him. Ji Chuyu had just finished psyching herself up when she left the room. However, as soon as she stepped out, she heard some noise outside. Suddenly, a person clad in black thrust a sword towards her. Ji Chuyu quickly dodged and raised her hand, causing the spirit sword from her room to fly into her grasp. Who's there? Ji Chuyu swung her sword, sending a sword chi directly at the person in black, who did not tremble before her but instead immediately turned and fled from the city lord's mansion. Ji Chuyu frowned. An assassin appearing in the city lord's mansion was not something she could let go easily. She immediately followed up, wanting to find out who the assassin was, and most importantly, who had sent him and for what purpose. At this moment, Ji Chuyu had no idea that the other party might be using a diversion tactic. As soon as Ji Chuyu followed the assailant, another man dressed in black reached the city lord's mansion and appeared at the puppet Lu Chen's door. Lu Chen's real body was still immersed in communication with Su Hanyan and had not realized that his puppet was about to face trouble. Seeing as it was just a puppet, Lu Chen hadn't focused much on it. The man in black sensed the situation inside the room, found someone who seemed to be meditating. Without hesitation, the man in black burst in and thrust his sword at Lu Chen's puppet, which did not dodge at all and was directly pierced in the chest by the assassin. Seeing this, the man in black was stunned. He knew that with his strength at the Yin-Yang realm first layer, it should be easy to kill a creation realm cultivator, but he had not expected it to be this easy. Could something be amiss? Meanwhile, the real Lu Chen shuddered all over and his face turned grim. His puppet had been tampered with. Who was it? Regrettably, he had focused all his attention on his real body and had not noticed the puppet's condition. It seemed he would have to ask Yun Shenxian to make another puppet for him. Although the puppet was now damaged, Lu Chen still had a final bit of connection with it. He immediately used this connection to raise the puppet's head and saw the black-clad man in front of him. As Lu Chen raised his head and opened his eyes, the man in black came to his senses. It seemed he had been overthinking. It was not anything unusual, perhaps just that this Lu Chen lacked vigilance, or might have been too absorbed in cultivation, which made the assassination so easy. The puppet controlled by Lu Chen queried, "Well, who are you?" The man in black sneered and replied, "You do not need to know. All you need to know is that you have offended someone you shouldn't have." With that, the black-clad man struck again, ready to decapitate Lu Chen's head and take it back to settle his mission. However, just then, Lu Chen's puppet revealed a peculiar smile. Seeing this smile, the man in black instantly sensed the danger, but before he could dodge, Lu Chen's puppet exploded right there. The explosive force of a creation realm cultivator's blast was immense, but Lu Chen had controlled the explosion's force. The man in black was blown away. At this moment, Ji Chuyu, who was pursuing another black-clad man within Black Moon City, suddenly felt the explosion from the city lord's mansion and realized that something had happened there. Ji Chuyu then realized she had fallen for a diversionary tactic. Her expression slightly changed, knowing that the assassin had lured her away but had not attacked her, indicating that his target could only have been Lu Chen. Ji Chuyu hurried back. When she reached the city lord's mansion, the courtyard where Lu Chen resided had been blown into a crater, and Lu Chen was nowhere to be seen. Ji Chuyu immediately checked for auras and discovered that the explosion had indeed been caused by a creation realm cultivator. She was struck dumb at that moment. The presence of a creation realm cultivator could only mean Lu Chen. Ji Chuyu suddenly felt all strength leave her body. She slumped to the ground, her eyes hollow as she stared at the large pit. For a moment, Ji Chuyu's mind went blank, even forgetting her sorrow. How? How could this happen? No. It's impossible, Lu Chen couldn't just die like that. Ji Chuyu then stood up and began searching for any evidence that Lu Chen was still alive. After her search, she found no bloodstains or human remains, which likely meant that Lu Chen was still alive. However, this self-explosion was hard to explain. Ji Chuyu thought again, perhaps an assassin had tried to kill Lu Chen, but was instead defeated by him. Being a dead man walking, the assassin chose to self-explode. But, Ji Chuyu also knew that this explanation was a bit far-fetched. If it really was the enemy's self-explosion, a creation realm's self-explosion could potentially destroy the entire city lord's mansion, even with protective arrays within Black Moon City. If it truly was an assassin's self-explosion, he wouldn't have controlled the power of the blast. It must have been Lu Chen, fearing collateral damage to others in the city lord's mansion, who could have controlled the explosive force, creating only a small crater. Even though Ji Chuyu knew the likelihood that Lu Chen was gone was high, she still couldn't accept the reality. Although she and Lu Chen were not yet Taoist couples, they had confirmed their relationship, and her feelings for him had grown incredibly deep. How could she accept his death? Ji Chuyu scanned the surroundings again, confirming the absence of flesh and blood. She continued to deceive herself internally. Lu Chen must have gone after other assassins, which is why he hadn't returned. She just needed to wait a little longer, and he may come back. Then, Ji Chuyu continued to wait in front of the large crater. Meanwhile, in the Tianqian world, at the Imperial Palace of Great Sum in Black Dragon City. After Lu Chen had destroyed the puppet, he pulled back his divine sense completely. Su Hanyan could tell that Lu Chen was somewhat preoccupied, but she didn't ask further, merely laying quietly. However, it wasn't long before Lu Chen perked up again and began to address serious matters. While moving, Lu Chen said, "I've approved your cultivation academy, but there is one more requirement." Su Hanyan, sounding weary, said, You want to go back on your word. Just a moment ago, he had clearly stated that as long as she served him, he would agree to establish the quota for the Cultivation Academy, but now he was making additional demands. Lu Chen indifferently said, "If you don't agree, let it be. I've already taken advantage, so it's no loss to me." Hearing Lu Chen's rogue words, Su Hanyan found herself completely unable to do anything about him and could only ask, What requirement? Lu Chen replied, "Very well, quite simple, I've got other matters soon, so I can't continue now. However, I really like it here, so just stay in the Imperial Palace for a couple of months." Su Hanyan instantly understood Lu Chen's meaning. This scoundrel probably hadn't had enough fun, but was currently busy and afraid she'd run off, thus wanting to keep her and continue playing with her for these 2 months. Su Hanyan bit her lip. You're really a foolish, Lord. Su Hanyan didn't even know how to curse Lu Chen appropriately. She felt that the world's vilest words would be a compliment to him. And this guy had such thick skin, even if she cursed him, he would take it as a compliment. Su Hanyan had no other choice, knowing she couldn't escape for the next 2 months, so she said, fine. I agree. Seeing Su Hanyan agree, Lu Chen began another round of action. Oh, right, there's also, one more thing. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something else. Because he had not taken the proper route, Su Hanyan was still very much alert at this time. She asked, what thing? Lu Chen said with a smile, after I leave, you must not eat anything. Su Hanyan immediately understood Lu Chen's meaning. She did not respond to his words but instead snorted coldly. Lu Chen didn't say more after that. He believed that Su Hanyan should know what to do, and then Lu Chen got busy again. After Lu Chen had finished with his official business, he went to the neighboring bathhouse for a quick shower and changed into a new set of clothes. Yun Shenxian had quite a bit of a cleanliness fetish and disliked the scent of other women on him. After all, he was going to ask Yun Shenxian for help and naturally couldn't offend her. When Lu Chen arrived at Yun Shenxian's chamber, Yun Shenxian was sitting upright on a blanket, meditating. Sensing Lu Chen's arrival, Yun Shenxian didn't even open her eyes but asked icily, Su Hanyan is willing to serve you in every way, shouldn't you be happily playing now instead of coming to bother me? Yun Shenxian was aware of everything happening in the imperial palace, including what had just taken place in Su Hanyan's chamber. She wasn't jealous or upset about Ida, she just didn't understand why Lu Chen, who was having a good time, would come to her. Could it be that this scoundrel, while busy playing with Su Hanyan, thought about the fact that there were still 2 untouched parts on her body and wanted to? At that thought, Yun Shenxian couldn't help but frown slightly, and the chill around her grew even stronger. This disciple could dream on. Although she had long been his woman, she had her dignity. Expecting her to do such a humiliating act, there was no way. Hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen, with a playful grin, said, is honored master getting jealous? How about? Before Lu Chen could finish, Yun Shenxian immediately opened her amethyst eyes and glared fiercely at him, saying, I warn you, don't even think about it. Su Hanyan is Su Hanyan, and I am I. This. Lu Chen quickly realized why Yun Shenxian had such a strong reaction. Realizing why Yun Shenxian was angry, Lu Chen chuckled and then said, honored master, could it be that you think I want you to do the same thing as Hanyan? Yun Shenxian said indifferently, isn't that the case? With your personality, why would you leave before you're satisfied? You came here with designs on me, didn't you? Lu Chen, smiling, said, honored master really has quite the imagination. But speaking of which, although honored master says she's unwilling, she has been peeping at the disciple's actions the whole time, which seems to suggest that deep down, honored master has some thoughts about it. Hearing this, Yun Shenxian felt a jolt in her heart. Indeed, she had been sensing everything happening in Su Hanyan's chamber through her divine sense, which is how she knew Lu Chen wasn't yet satisfied. She was really just curious about how Su Hanyan served this wayward disciple. However, having it pointed out made it sound as if she also had such desires, which caused a blush to spread across Yun Shenxian's cheeks. Then Yun Shenxian denied it, saying, you don't need to change the subject. No matter what you say today, I will never agree to you doing that sort of thing to me. Seeing Yun Shenxian's cold and beautiful face wearing an expression of embarrassed anger, Lu Chen decided not to tease Yun Shenxian any further and spoke up directly. Honored master, I have come to you today mainly because I want to ask for your help. Yun Shenxian said, I have told you that there is no way I would use those places to help you. Lu Chen couldn't help but let out another chuckle. Honored master, what kind of person do you take your disciple for? I haven't even said what it's about yet. Seeing Lu Chen looking at her with a playful expression, Yun Shenxian finally realized that Lu Chen might indeed have some serious business with her. For a moment, the blush on Yun Shenxian's face deepened, even her pure white neck turned red. Lu Chen spoke again, I want to ask honored master to craft some puppets for me. Hearing this, Yun Shenxian was relieved. It turned out to be a genuine matter. She had thought that this rebellious disciple found his play with Su Hanyan insufficient and was looking to continue with her. Yun Shenxian then asked, I recall that I have crafted a puppet for you before. Lu Chen came to sit in front of Yun Shenxian and then extended his large hand to encircle Yun Shenxian's slender waist. Yun Shenxian showed little reaction to Lu Chen's touch since she now knew that Lu Chen came with a genuine issue, so she didn't have to worry about Lu Chen doing to her what he had done to Su Hanyan earlier. At this time, Lu Chen said, my puppet was destroyed by someone in the Ziyang world. Yun Shenxian asked curiously, did your puppet encounter any hindrances after entering the Ziyang world? Like difficulty in control. Lu Chen said, my puppetry technique has greatly improved, so there were no issues with controlling the puppet. Yun Shenxian thought to herself, Lu Chen must have held back some of the puppetry technique he initially passed to her. Yun Shenxian did not ask any further and said simply, bring out the materials. Lu Chen unhesitatingly brought out the fragments of the immortal boat from the mysterious moon palace, and Yun Shenxian promptly began to meticulously craft the puppets while Lu Chen continued to hold her slender waist, refraining from any other advances. After a short while, 3 puppets identical to Lu Chen appeared in front of them. Yun Shenxian continued to ask, do you want to send all 3 puppets to the Ziyang world? Lu Chen replied, not for now, I am not yet able to control too many puppets at the same time. He could indeed control several puppets simultaneously, but doing so would easily distract him, and significantly reduce the puppets' strength, which was unnecessary. It would be better to wait until his puppetry technique was perfected. For now, it was best to control one puppet at a time. Should a puppet be destroyed, he could send another one to continue. Lu Chen then stood up, came in front of the 3 puppets, and dripped a drop of his own blood onto each, beginning the refining process. Soon, the puppets became completely identical to him. Of course, a puppet was still a puppet, lacking some functions. Seeing that Lu Chen had finished refining the puppets, Yun Shenxian resumed her aloof demeanor. I have helped you with your request, you may leave now. Hearing this, Lu Chen gave a faint smile, knowing that Yun Shenxian was still afraid that he would truly do to her what was not proper. Although he had indeed been intimate with many of his wives and concubines, Lu Chen never forced the issue. He was well aware that not all women could accept such matters. Among the wives and concubines in the Yancheng Imperial Palace, only 2 or 3 had had such experiences. At that moment, Lu Chen said, Honored Master, after helping me with this major matter. Lu Chen had not yet finished speaking when Yun Shenxian hurriedly interrupted. It was nothing, not worth mentioning. Go on with your business. This was a saying that Yun Shenxian was all too familiar with. Lu Chen's next words would be about wanting to repay her, and she was very clear on what form his repayment would take. After so many years together with him, she no longer cared much for that kind of thing. She certainly did not want to let him have his way with her. Seeing Yun Shenxian's strong reaction, Lu Chen gave a slight smile and then said, Honored Master, gratitude must be repaid, and I am a person who recognizes and repays kindness. Yun Shenxian snorted coldly and said, If you truly were a person who recognizes and repays kindness, you wouldn't have made yourself into your woman. I'm not going to argue with you any longer, I need to cultivate. You better hurry on with your own matters, as Sect Master Su is still waiting for you in the room. Yun Shenxian probed with her divine sense and discovered that Su Hanyan had not yet risen to leave, which proved that Lu Chen was indeed not yet satisfied and that there were still serious matters ahead for him and Su Hanyan. As if this guy, Lu Chen, had indeed come to create puppets, a fact that made Yun Shenxian internally breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Chen said, All right then, after this matter is finished, I'll come back and properly repay Honored Master. As Lu Chen's voice fell, his body disappeared on the spot. Once he had completely vanished, Yun Shenxian breathed another sigh of relief. Thank goodness this ungrateful disciple didn't come for me. Yun Shenxian stopped mid-sentence, and as soon as she thought of the scene she had sensed earlier, her face became unbearably hot. She found that this defiant disciple was becoming increasingly crafty. Before, this guy was merely openly lascivious, but now his antics had grown more numerous, and the key issue was that his wives were indulging him all along. If they continued indulging him like this, he was likely to come up with even more antics. Of course, it wasn't entirely the fault of those women. After all, with Lu Chen being so powerful, they had no power to resist him. If Lu Chen insisted on doing certain things, they could only be forced to accept. However, Yun Shenxian was still somewhat disappointed, feeling they could at least show some dissatisfaction instead of placating this defiant disciple. By accommodating him, this defiant disciple would surely become even more demanding. Though Lu Chen could sometimes be forceful, one couldn't deny that he occasionally showed respect to his women. If they expressed even mild dissatisfaction, he wouldn't continue. But once they had started, such situations were likely to become more common. Thinking this, Yun Shenxian felt a wave of disgust towards Su Hanyan. That woman truly had no bottom line. By giving in, she set a precedent, and now Lu Chen would surely think the other women would behave the same. Yun Shenxian took a deep breath to stabilize her turbulent emotions, trying hard not to keep thinking about those things. After all, she just needed to stay true to her heart. How Lu Chen's other wives spoiled him was their business, it had nothing to do with her. She would never give in to those behaviors. At this moment, Lu Chen had once again arrived at the crack in the boundary wall of the Ziyang world and sent another puppet into the Ziyang world. Continuing to control the puppet towards Black Moon City, Lu Chen also thought about what excuse he should use later. When he self-destructed the puppet, the explosion was complete, but there might still be traces left behind. After all, a puppet is a puppet, not a real person, without flesh and blood. Ji Chuyu might discover something. After much thought, Lu Chen eventually decided to reveal the truth about the puppet. Only by doing so could he calmly self-destruct the puppet when faced with danger again. If he didn't tell Ji Chuyu about the puppet, he would need to find excuses and concoct lies every time there was danger. That would be too exhausting. Naturally, Lu Chen only planned to reveal his puppet identity to Ji Chuyu, not his true identity as his original self. Although they had now established a Taoist couple relationship, they had not consummated their marriage. Telling Ji Chuyu now that he was from the Tianqian world could possibly trigger her resistance and make her wary of him. Once it was a done deal and Ji Chuyu became his woman, even if she found out he was from another world, there would be nothing she could do about it. After the Lu Chen puppet entered the Sealing Demon land, he released spiritual energy on his own accord to see if, like last time, a black hand would emerge from beneath the Sealing Demon land. A moment later, indeed, countless black hands emerged from the earth. Those human hands, fused with the power of the heavenly demon, instantly grew longer and reached out to grab Lu Chen's puppet. Lu Chen paid no attention to the black hands and directly controlled the puppet to fly towards Black Moon City. At this time, the heavenly demon underground became excited once again. Finally, another cultivator has come here. This time, I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Immediately, the heavenly demon released its power and continued to reach for the flying cultivator. Just as its hands, formed from the power of the heavenly demon, were about to touch the cultivator, suddenly a strange barrier blocked those black hands. Seeing this, the heavenly demon was momentarily stunned. Unwilling to give up, it reached for the flying cultivator again, but the result was the same. The heavenly demon flew into a rage. What on earth is going on? For a time, the Sealing Demon grounds shook violently, and the cities around the Sealing Demon grounds, especially Black Moon City, felt the disturbances from here. Seeing the whole earth trembling and the demonic chi shooting into the sky, Lu Chen's lips curved up slightly. It seemed he had angered the heavenly demon sealed underground. Forget it, I shouldn't tease it anymore. If I continue to provoke it, Black Moon City will also suffer soon. Even if there were no demonic beasts attacking Black Moon City, if the heavenly demon became angry, Black Moon City itself would face earthquakes, which was not good news for the city. Afterward, Lu Chen increased his speed and left the Sealing Demon grounds, reappearing at the gates of Black Moon City. When the soldiers of Black Moon City saw Lu Chen, they were all stunned. They had heard about what had happened at the city lord's mansion. Although Ji Chuyu had always insisted that Lu Chen was not dead, the scene clearly had the traces of the Genesis realm explosion, which from all signs, indicated that Lu Chen was no more. And yet, here was Lu Chen, alive and well, in front of everyone. Seeing the soldiers looking at him with strange expressions, Lu Chen said indifferently, "What, don't you recognize me?" The soldiers, as if waking from a dream, quickly came to their senses. "We have seen the deputy city lord." Without saying much to the soldiers, Lu Chen strode towards the city lord's mansion and soon arrived at its entrance. When the maids of the city lord's mansion saw Lu Chen, they all looked like they had seen a ghost. Nearly everyone there believed that Lu Chen was dead. Now, only Ji Chuyu was grieving deeply, convinced that Lu Chen was still alive. But if Lu Chen was truly dead, then who was this individual in front of them? The leader of the guards at the city lord's mansion looked at Lu Chen with a face full of horror and stammered, "Deputy. Deputy City Lord. How are you?" Lu Chen ignored the leader of the guards and asked directly, "Where is the city lord? I need to see her." The leader of the guards quickly replied, "The city lord is in her room." No sooner had the leader of the guards finished speaking than Lu Chen walked directly towards Ji Chuyu's room. When Lu Chen arrived at the doorway to Ji Chuyu's room, he heard some strange noises coming from inside. "Lu Chen, why didn't you even say a word before leaving? At least leave a letter." At that moment, the maid at the doorway shook her head and sighed upon hearing the voice from the room. Thinking that Ji Chuyu had been so affected, she spent her days locked in her room, talking to herself. However, just then, the two maids at the doorway saw Lu Chen entering the courtyard, and upon seeing him, the color drained from their faces. "Ghost! Ghost!" Lu Chen immediately raised his hand, making a shush gesture. At that moment, another voice from Ji Chuyu continued, "Lu Chen, wait until you come back and see how I'll deal with you." Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled. Then he spoke up at the doorway, "I'm back now, I really want to see how the city lord plans to deal with me." At that moment inside the room, Ji Chuyu, with her hair disheveled, wearing a white garment, lay on the soft couch. Upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, she suddenly lifted her head. After regaining her composure, she quickly waved her hand, and the door to the room burst open, revealing Lu Chen standing there. Ji Chuyu was stunned for a moment. Seeing Ji Chuyu in her disheveled state, Lu Chen felt a pang of distress. He hadn't realized the explosion of his puppet had affected Ji Chuyu so deeply. It seemed she truly considered him her Taoist couple. Lu Chen then said, "Chuyu, sorry, there were some things I didn't tell you, which made you worry." Saying this, Lu Chen waved his hands, signaling the two maids at the doorway to leave. Naturally, the maids understood the relationship between Lu Chen and Ji Chuyu and wisely exited the courtyard. Lu Chen continued walking toward the room. Just as he entered, Ji Chuyu suddenly spoke coldly, "Who are you?" As her words fell, the sword by Ji Chuyu's bedside flew out, stopping right in front of Lu Chen, its tip pointing at his neck. Even though Ji Chuyu had hoped all along that Lu Chen was still alive, deep down she knew there was a good chance he had exploded. Seeing Lu Chen at that moment, she regained her clarity. Before Lu Chen could reply, Ji Chuyu demanded again, "What is your purpose in impersonating Lu Chen?" Seeing how vigilant Ji Chuyu was, Lu Chen showed a slight, reassured smile. "Chuyu, seeing you being so vigilant makes me feel relieved." Ji Chuyu spoke with frost in her voice, "Stop trying to be friendly, answer my question now, or you die." Ignoring the threat, Lu Chen explained, "That day, when the assassin came to my room, I was cultivating and let my guard down, failing to notice the assassin. When I hurried over, worried, my puppet clone had already been pierced through, and I had no choice but to explode the puppet clone. To avoid worrying you, I sent this puppet clone to you immediately." Hearing Lu Chen's explanation, Ji Chuyu was momentarily stunned. Puppet. She had certainly heard of controlling puppets in battle, so she quickly understood what he meant, but she could hardly believe that she had been always sticking close to a puppet. In that instant, a murderous aura overflowed from Ji Chuyu. "You mean to say, the previous Lu Chen was just one of your puppets?" Lu Chen said, "You must have also noticed that if it really were a cultivator self-destructing, there would definitely be some corpse fragments or blood left at the scene." Ji Chuyu certainly understood this, and it was precisely because of this that she still harbored a glimmer of hope that Lu Chen was alive. However, she had never expected that Lu Chen would actually be a puppet. Seeing the ugly expression on Ji Chuyu's face as she glared fiercely at him, Lu Chen hurriedly continued, Chuyu, I am truly sorry I did not tell you initially. My real body is currently trapped somewhere and cannot meet you, so I could only meet with you in this way. Ji Chuyu still coldly watched Lu Chen, and she finally understood why Lu Chen had said he was cultivating a certain cultivation technique and couldn't engage in the matters of Taoist couples. She also realized why every time she cuddled and hugged Lu Chen, his body felt somewhat strange, and she had never felt Lu Chen's heartbeat. It turned out that the person she had been hugging and kissing wasn't a real person at all, but a puppet. The thought that she had devoted all her passion to a puppet made Ji Chuyu feel immensely ashamed and furious. Seeing that Ji Chuyu did not speak, Lu Chen did not continue speaking, merely looking into her eyes. After what felt like an eternity, Ji Chuyu finally spoke again, from today onwards, we are no longer Taoist couple. Ji Chuyu naturally believed what Lu Chen had said, but she couldn't accept engaging in talk of love with a puppet. Hearing Ji Chuyu's words, Lu Chen sighed and said, I understand. I will leave Black Moon City now and not appear before you again. With these words, Lu Chen turned and left. Lu Chen had many wives and concubines and had dealt with women for many years, so he naturally knew how to handle the current situation. He checked the system to see that Ji Chuyu's favorability toward him remained, but Ji Chuyu felt deceived and was a bit angry, which is why she had said those words. If he continued to pester her now, it might actually cause Ji Chuyu's favorability toward him to keep reducing. Leaving now was the best choice. Of course, he wasn't truly leaving. Seeing Lu Chen's retreating figure, Ji Chuyu was momentarily stunned. She couldn't accept Lu Chen's deception, but her intention was only that they would no longer be Taoist couple, not that she wanted Lu Chen to leave Black Moon City. Ji Chuyu quickly realized that it was she who had asked Lu Chen to stay initially. Now that she and Lu Chen had ended their relationship as a Taoist couple, Lu Chen naturally had no reason to stay in Black Moon City since she was the proactive party and Lu Chen the passive one. Watching Lu Chen's figure getting farther away, Ji Chuyu felt a piercing pain in her heart, immensely uncomfortable. Although she couldn't accept this deception, it was a fact that Lu Chen had saved her. Without Lu Chen, she would most likely have been devoured by demons long ago. Moreover, her feelings for Lu Chen were genuine, even though he was only a puppet. She could truly feel the love conveyed by the person behind the puppet. For a moment, Ji Chuyu felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Seeing that Lu Chen was about to walk out of the courtyard, Ji Chuyu could no longer hold back. Wait a. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks but did not turn around. Ji Chuyu asked, did you really ever like me? Without turning his head, Lu Chen said, if I didn't, I wouldn't have agreed initially to stay in Black Moon City. Ji Chuyu said, you did have ulterior motives. But you shouldn't have lied to me. Lu Chen said, if I had told you from the start that I was a puppet, we might not have become Taoist couple. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu fell into silence. Indeed, had Lu Chen told her from the beginning that he was merely a puppet, she might have suspected that the puppet Lu Chen had some ulterior motives and would not have invested so much emotion in a puppet. She certainly would not have harbored thoughts of becoming Taoist couple with a puppet. At this moment, Ji Chuyu didn't know what to do. She had just spoken those words, and now if she continued to hold on to Lu Chen, how would he see her? And with what identity should she continue to hold on to Lu Chen? Both remained silent, and as time ticked by, after an indeterminate period, Lu Chen decided it was time to speak. Chuyu, I did conceal some matters from you, but my feelings for you are real, and I wish to be your Taoist couple. However, my status is special, and my true self cannot come to Black Moon City for now. My original plan was to be honest with you when my true body arrived in Black Moon City, but I did not expect my puppet to be destroyed by an assassin. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu did not respond and continued to remain silent. After another long period, Ji Chuyu finally asked, do you really have to leave? Lu Chen said, I stayed originally because I liked you. Now that we are not in a relationship of Taoist couple anymore, it makes no sense for me to stay here. Upon hearing this from Lu Chen, Ji Chuyu clenched her fists slightly and then, gritting her teeth, asked, when will your true body come to Black Moon City? Lu Chen said, I do not know. Ji Chuyu asked again, your puppet possesses the power of the Genesis realm, so your true body must be very powerful. Would such a powerful being really care for someone weak like me? Ji Chuyu was no fool. If the controlled puppet had the power of the Genesis realm, then Lu Chen must at least possess the power of the Yin-Yang realm, or even above the Allah realm. Such a powerful being was likely an old ancestor or a supreme elder of some force. Such beings wouldn't lack beautiful women around them, how could he possibly care for her? Hearing Ji Chuyu's query, Lu Chen said, my true body is in the yin-yang realm of cultivation state and is not very powerful. Moreover, in my eyes, you have never been weak. You would rather sacrifice yourself for humanity and safeguard Black Moon City. If such a brave person like you is considered weak, then those hiding behind you aren't even worth as ants. Ji Chuyu fell into silence again, lost in thought. Her mind was a mess now. She could not tolerate Lu Chen deceiving her, yet she could not bear to see him leave like this. At that moment, the puppet Lu Chen suddenly appeared before Ji Chuyu. She was momentarily stunned, and before she could react, she was pulled into Lu Chen's embrace. Ji Chuyu hadn't expected Lu Chen to do this. She wanted to say something, but the words died on her lips. At that moment, Lu Chen whispered in Ji Chuyu's ear, Chuyu, I will never lie to you again. Can you forgive me? Hearing this, Ji Chuyu's heart began to beat wildly. Though she knew the Lu Chen before her was just a puppet, her heart was still incredibly restless. She did not respond to Lu Chen immediately, and after a while, Lu Chen again whispered in her ear, within 100 years, my true body will definitely come to Black Moon City to see you. Hearing this, Ji Chuyu finally spoke, do you mean to ask me to wait for you for 100 years? Ji Chuyu's tone had softened a lot, clearly no longer as angry as before. Lu Chen hurriedly said, I didn't say you should wait, am I not here with you right now? Hearing this, Ji Chuyu snorted coldly, do you think I'm so easily deceived? That a puppet can pacify me and make me willingly wait for 100 years? Lu Chen said, I have no other option, my true self indeed cannot come to Black Moon City now, but once it arrives, I will surely make it up to you. At this moment, Ji Chuyu pushed Lu Chen's puppet, and since Lu Chen wasn't holding on very tightly, the two of them separated with just a push. Ji Chuyu looked into Lu Chen's eyes and said, are you sure your true self can come to Black Moon City within 100 years? Lu Chen affirmed, yes, definitely. Hearing this, Ji Chuyu sighed lightly, then said, then let us be Taoist couple for another 100 years. If after 100 years, your true self still hasn't come to Black Moon City, our relationship will end. Seeing Ji Chuyu relent, Lu Chen quickly said, Chuyu, rest assured, I will do everything I can to be by your side within 100 years. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Chuyu looked at him skeptically, wondering why she always felt like Lu Chen's true self might have encountered some trouble. If Lu Chen could send his puppet so quickly, then Lu Chen's true self should also be able to arrive at Black Moon City in a short time. There was no reason for Lu Chen to delay for 100 years. There was only one possibility, that he was trapped somewhere and couldn't leave, so he could only send a puppet. Ji Chuyu then asked, Lu Chen, tell me the truth, is your true self trapped in some dire place? Lu Chen answered, no. Ji Chuyu reminded, you just said you wouldn't lie to me again. Lu Chen looked troubled, then sighed and said, Chuyu, I can't tell you the specific reason right now. If I did, it would surely bring great trouble to you and to the whole of Black Moon City. My identity is quite special, with far-reaching implications. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Ji Chuyu's eyebrows slightly raised. Special identity. Just how special? Just as Ji Chuyu was about to continue questioning Lu Chen, she suddenly remembered the incidents that had happened in the Zishao dynasty over the years. The internal strife in the Zishao dynasty had been severe recently, and it was said that some of the princes of the Zishao dynasty had been forced to flee and wander. Ji Chuyu wasn't thinking that Lu Chen was one of the princes of the Zishao dynasty, but she suspected that Lu Chen might share a similar fate to those princes, which is why he couldn't reveal his identity. If someone knew his true identity, it could likely invite countless assassins. With this in mind, Ji Chuyu decided not to pursue Lu Chen's identity further. At that moment, Ji Chuyu continued to ask. Then, the people who came to the city lord's mansion to assassinate you this time, are they your enemies? Lu Chen answered, no, they are assassins from the Blood Rainbow Pavilion. Lu Chen of course knew who had sent these assassins, but he chose not to say explicitly that they were sent by Bai Wenbin, as Ji Chuyu might wonder how he knew. Hearing the words, Blood Rainbow Pavilion, Ji Chuyu was taken aback. Blood Rainbow Pavilion was the largest assassin organization in the Ziyang world, daring to take on any business if the price was right. They would even dare to make a move against the emperor of the Zishao dynasty. So, someone had hired the Blood Rainbow Pavilion's assassins to get rid of Lu Chen. Ji Chuyu pondered for a moment and instantly thought of Bai Wenbin. When it came to who wanted Lu Chen gone the most, it was probably Bai Wenbin. Bai Wenbin's last visit to Black Moon City might have revealed his relationship with Lu Chen. Even though she and Lu Chen hadn't been intimate, they often spent nights together. There was no wall without wind, and Bai Wenbin likely knew about it. That's why he left in such a hurry, anxious to get the Blood Rainbow Pavilion's assassins to eliminate Lu Chen. Thinking of this, Ji Chuyu felt a trace of guilt. If not for her, Lu Chen might not have faced an assassination attempt. At the same time, she also felt a sense of relief, grateful that it was only Lu Chen's puppet body present. If it had been his real body here, he might have met with disaster. With this thought, the resentment Ji Chuyu held in her heart towards Lu Chen mostly dissipated. At this moment, Ji Chuyu said, I think I might already know who wants to kill you. Lu Chen feigned curiosity and asked, who is it? Ji Chuyu sighed lightly and replied, Bai Wenbin. Lu Chen acted surprised and said, so it's him, he indeed has reasons to want me dead. As he spoke, Lu Chen's gaze swept over Ji Chuyu's graceful figure. Being ogled so blatantly by Lu Chen made her feel her body heat up for a moment. Ji Chuyu quickly steadied her mind, reminding herself that this was just one of Lu Chen's puppets. How could she harbor such thoughts towards a puppet? Lu Chen then continued, what should we do now? Since he has sent someone to assassinate me, it's highly likely he knows about our relationship. I don't mind, I'm just a puppet clone. Even if he kills this clone, I have others. But what if he becomes bitter from unreturned love and sends an assassin after you? Ji Chuyu said, he wouldn't dare to attack me. I'm assigned by the Zishao dynasty to guard the demon sealing sacred land. If anything happens to me, the Zishao dynasty will know immediately. Besides, I have the soul-chasing curse on me. Once someone kills me, a mark will be left on that person, and then the Ji family and possibly the Zishao dynasty might send people to take revenge on my assailant. Though the Zishao dynasty hadn't sent anyone to the demon-sealing sacred land in years due to internal struggles, it didn't mean her special status with the Zishao dynasty was no longer important. After all, she was here representing the Zishao dynasty to monitor the demon-sealing sacred land. If anything happened to her, no matter which prince came to power, they would still seek vengeance for her. Even if Bai Wenbin recruited Blood Rainbow Pavilion's assassins, it would cost him dearly, and he might not be able to afford it. Lu Chen said, that may be true, but nobody can be certain if Bai Wenbin will go to extremes. Ji Chuyu continued, he is a very selfish man. He runs away at the first sign of a significant demonic tide. To ask him to jeopardize himself by striking at Maya, he wouldn't do such a thing. Lu Chen said, that's also true. In that case, I can rest easy. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. With that, Lu Chen once again wrapped his arms around Ji Chuyu's waist. Her delicate body trembled slightly under his embrace, but quickly she reminded herself again that the Lu Chen before her was merely a puppet. Ji Chuyu asked, is your puppet body the same as your real body? Lu Chen replied, my puppet is a replica of my true self, identical in appearance. Hearing Lu Chen's response, Ji Chuyu's heart relaxed again. As long as they were identical, meeting Lu Chen's true self in the future would allow her to quickly accept him and not feel uncomfortable. Then, Lu Chen whispered in Ji Chuyu's ear, Chuyu, your body smells so good. I really wish I could be by your side right now and engage in dual cultivation with you. Upon hearing this, Ji Chuyu's cheeks instantly became unbearably hot, but she quickly recovered. Scent. The one in front of her was merely a puppet after all, how could it possibly smell the scent on her body? With that thought, Ji Chuyu huffed, "Sweet talker, your true form isn't even here, how could you possibly smell anything on me?" Lu Chen laughed and said, "Although my true form isn't here, a strand of my divine sense resides within this puppet avatar. Whatever the puppet perceives, my true form can also sense through the connected divine sense." This. Ji Chuyu thought to herself, does this mean, despite facing a puppet, Lu Chen's true form also experienced the touch of her body? At this thought, Ji Chuyu's face flushed with increasingly deep blushes. Initially, she struggled to accept that Lu Chen was a puppet avatar because she felt she had poured all her emotions into a mere object, a puppet that was lifeless, and that Lu Chen's true form hadn't felt any of it, rendering her efforts futile. Now, thinking that Lu Chen's true form could perceive her body through the puppet, she realized that her efforts might not have been in vain after all. Seeing Ji Chuyu's face filled with bashful crimson, Lu Chen continued, "Chuyu, rest assured, the day my true form comes by your side, I will certainly satisfy you." Hearing Lu Chen's overt words, Ji Chuyu hastily said, You should stop talking." Lu Chen didn't continue, instead, he held Ji Chuyu's body tightly in his embrace. At that moment, Lu Chen's true form's desires were thoroughly aroused by Ji Chuyu, and without any hesitation, he immediately returned to the Black Dragon City Imperial Palace. Su Hanyan lay on the soft couch, her gaze fixed on the yellow bed curtains, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Apologies for making my lady wait." Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Su Hanyan's delicate body involuntarily shuddered. She then turned her head to look toward the side of the bed, only to see Lu Chen lunging straight at her. Before she could even ask him anything, she felt Lu Chen straying off the path. Su Hanyan bit her silver teeth and struggled to control her own pent-up emotions, accepting Lu Chen. At that time, Su Hanyan curiously asked, "Your SSS Majesty, where were you just now?" Lu Chen, with one arm wrapped around Su Hanyan's waist, his chest pressed against her jade back, truthfully replied in her ear, "I had just sent a puppet to the neighboring Ziyang world." Su Hanyan forced herself to control her inner turmoil and continued to ask, "Your Majesty plans, when do you plan to conquer that world?" Lu Chen said, "There's no rush. That world is vast, and I haven't fully grasped the situation there yet." Having said that, Lu Chen changed the subject. "Hanyan, your Misty Immortal sect is establishing a cultivation academy. Do you need any, assistance?" Su Hanyan quickly said, many thanks for your Majesty's kind offer, but we can manage on our own, your Majesty need not trouble yourself. You just need to, allocate some slots from the Misty Immortal sect." Lu Chen's favors weren't so easy to ask for. If they let Great Sum assist in setting up the Cultivation Academy, who knows what terms this fellow might impose. Just to get a few slots, she had already lost her purity twice, she literally had no more purity left to lose. If she were to ask Lu Chen for help again, who knows what kind of methods he might resort to using on her. Seeing how swiftly Su Hanyan refused, Lu Chen slightly lifted his chest, gripping Su Hanyan's willowy waist. "If Great Sum helps build your cultivation academy, it might make the cultivators feel that your academy is endorsed by the Daxia Imperial Court, thereby attracting more talents.